Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Son of the Sea Part 2 Chapter 14, Trial by Combat. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all for all the support, it means a lot. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Trial by Combat. Izuku was taken back to Ua, however as they crossed the now destroyed city Izuku could see the devastation his people had caused. No, the damage he caused. Arriving at the school, Izuku saw the victims firsthand. People were all over the campus, on the floor, on benches, and standing, but all of them were injured. Some were even dying right before his eyes. All Might began to escort Izuku towards the building, but that's when someone noticed him. Hey, isn't that the prince? Everyone turned to Izuku. Yeah, that's the prince, he caused all of this. Just then a mob began to form around Izuku, All Might, and Uraraka. They screamed at Izuku, insulted him, and then they began to throw things at him. All Might tried to calm the crowd down, but it wasn't working. Their anger was finally showing. Then something came in and hit Izuku in the head. A sharp rock hit the floor, the crowd went silent. Blood was then seen dripping from Izuku's forehead and down his face. Who threw that? Yelled Uraraka, the crowd all muttered. She then turned to Izuku, Midoriya. Uraraka reached into her pocket and got her handkerchief. But as she was going to wipe the blood, Izuku stopped her. Let's just keep walking, he said, looking at the ground. They have every right to be angry with me. All Might frowned as he walked behind the prince. Now inside, All Might took them to the conference room. Inside they found most of the teachers going over what to do. Prince Izuku, you returned and not a moment too soon. We would like your opinion on how we could evacuate everyone. It will take a couple of hours, but we should be able to do it, explained Nezu. Izuku said nothing. After a while he looked up at the teachers, with blood still running down his face. There won't be an evacuation. There isn't enough time. In less than 4 hours the Atlantean army will rise and kill everyone here. The teachers were in shock, but we have to at least try, right? I mean, we are heroes, it's what we do, said Midnight. You don't understand, even if you were to evacuate everyone, nowhere would be safe. The plan is to kill as many people on the surface as they can, and later sink the entire island of Japan, said Izuku. Is Atlantis capable of such a thing? Asked Present Mike. Izuku nodded. Yes, they are. How do you think an entire nation ended up underwater? He then walked over to the map of Japan they had on a board. They will set up charges around the main island. Izuku pointed out 20 locations on the map. Why and how do you know that? Asked Aizawa. Think of it as a structural weakness, and as to how I know. Izuku looked at Uraraka. The plans are mine. I came up with them in case Atlantis went to war with the surface. I made plans for every major superpower, US, China, India, UK, Germany. Name a superpower or even a country that might pose a threat. I had a plan for them. The teachers were shocked. This is a lot to take in. Izuku then leaned and placed his hands on the table. I know this is all my fault, and I know you don't have a reason to trust me. But please, I want to save these people as much as you do. Just trust me one last time. What followed surprised even Aizawa. They witnessed Izuku's head hit the table. Izuku was bowing before the teachers and asking for their help. The teachers all looked at each other and nodded. Alright Prince, what do you need us to do? Asked Aizawa. Izuku looked up to see everyone standing. You guys. Right. There is only one way to prevent the worst from happening. I have to retake the throne, and in order to do that I need to be healed. Seems simple enough, Recovery Girl can heal you, said Mike. Izuku nodded. I agree, but I still need to be in salt water for it to work. Also, her quirk uses the body's natural healing powers, so that means I will be tired by the end of it. But that's not all, I don't have any weapons capable of hurting Malum. Regular weapons won't work? Asked Nezu. Izuku shook his head. No, only Atlantean steel will work. Unfortunately, my weapons were destroyed by Pearl when we fought. But there is one person on the surface that can help me with that. Who? Asked All Might. Momo Yaoyorozu, said Izuku. Izuku was then taken to Recovery Girl to get his injuries healed. While he did get mostly healed, he was now extremely tired and wrapped in bandages. After feeling well enough to walk 2 hours had passed, he was then taken to a bunker underneath the school. All Might told them to wait, he would go find Momo and bring her there. Do you think she would actually help? Asked Uraraka. Izuku sighed. I don't know, she may or may not. Either way, if she refuses to help, everything will be over. Just then the door to the room opened up and in walked All Might with Momo. Her eyes widened when she saw Izuku sitting. Momo hesitated, but All Might placed his hand on her shoulder. It's fine, I will be here. With that reassurance Momo walked in and took a seat across from Izuku. Why am I here? Asked Momo. You're here because we need your help, said Izuku. You can help me create a weapon made of Atlantean steel. So I am asking you, Momo, not as a prince but as a friend. Please make me a weapon, I need it to save both worlds. Momo was surprised, but she already had an answer. No, I won't make one for you. Everyone's eyes widened. Uraraka slammed her fist into the table. Why not? All of Japan is in danger and you can help us stop a war. But you refuse to do so? Why? Izuku lifted his hand, causing Uraraka to relax. Can you at least tell me why? Momo hanged her head. It is because of what happened to my grandfather. He fought in the war against Atlantis many years ago. Father was still young when grandfather died in battle, and since then he has hated Atlantis. If I go against him, then there's no place on Earth where I could hide from him. He will hunt me down to the ends of the earth and silence me, just to make sure no one else can make the weapons. The only reason why I made them during the sports festival was because he wanted to see if they worked against an Atlantean. Uraraka's rage calmed. Momo, Izuku sighed. For what it's worth, I am sorry for what happened to your grandfather. And I understand your refusal, even I wouldn't mess with your father. Alright, thank you anyway, Momo. There is another way though, said Momo. Due to the nature of my quirk, I need to know the molecular composition of what I want to create. Izuku agreed. That's right, we already suspected that you had one of our weapons. So which is it, a sword, spear, axe? Momo shook her head. A trident. Izuku's eyes widened. A trident? But tridents aren't usually used as weapons by the military. Unless, no, it couldn't be. Where's this trident? At YTC headquarters, it's in a lab underneath the building, explained Momo. Izuku nodded. Thanks, I'll go there now. I hope you don't mind if I crash the place, right? Momo smiled. After all the things my father has done to me, I wouldn't mind if you destroyed it. Izuku smiled. Perfect. He then looked up at the clock. I still have 2 hours before they should arrive. I'll be back in 1. All Might, you already know the location of where the main army will surface. I trust you can hold them off if I don't make it. All Might nodded. I can, but are you sure? That would mean your people will be injured or even killed. I am aware, but as sad as it may be, this is war. There is no room for mercy when your opponent is trying to kill you, said Izuku. Are you sure you'll be alright? Asked Uraraka walking up to him. I'm still not sure about letting you go alone. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I'll be fine. Your class needs you here. Just make sure you stay safe, alright, and remember, don't hesitate. Uraraka nodded. Right. Uraraka then kissed Izuku on the lips. After a few seconds she pulled away. You better come back, she said, blushing slightly. I will, I promise you. I should get going. Izuku then saw a water bottle on the table. He grabbed it and put it in his pocket. This will do for now, I guess. Please, everyone stay safe until I return. Izuku then ran out of UA and towards YTC headquarters. He still wasn't at 100%, but if he could get a weapon, then he would stand a chance. Although the weapon Momo described was something he hoped and dreaded to see. If this is what I think it is, then what father said was, no, I can't think that way, not now when both worlds are counting on me. After running for 30 minutes, Izuku finally arrived at a tall building. Well then, this could be more difficult than I thought it would be. Looking down, he saw the entire area was surrounded by armed guards. Izuku looked down at his watch. I only have an hour and 30 minutes left. It takes 30 minutes to get back, that just leaves 1 hour. Should be more than enough time, but I'm wasting time here. Jumping from the building he was on, Izuku slammed into the ground in between the guards, causing the ground to shift outward. Most of the men were thrown aside, but some of the vehicles were still upright. Shit! Open fire! Yelled out one of the men. As bullets began to fly, Izuku jumped back and crushed the Humvee. Grabbing the turret, he ripped it right off of the vehicle and threw it at another. Izuku repeated his process until there was only one Humvee left. As it tried to get away, the men inside radioed for help, but their radio cut off when Izuku jumped in front of the vehicle. The Humvee crashed into Izuku, causing the whole front end to scrunch up. Izuku then reached down and ripped the engine out of the vehicle and threw it aside. Leave now, he ordered with burning green eyes. The men all got out of the vehicle as Izuku tossed it aside. With nothing more to stand in his way, Izuku made his way into the building. Looking around, he found that the place was empty. Strange, this is the HQ, so why is it so empty? Izuku then saw the elevator. Getting in, he pressed the lower level. Momo said the place goes down 10 stories. But this says there are only 5? Just then the elevator stopped. Well, only one thing left to do. Izuku jumped slightly and slammed his fist into the elevator floor, causing the whole elevator to come crashing down. The elevator then slammed into the bottom floor, and with a ding it opened up. Izuku walked out to see the lab Momo was talking about. Now where is this trident? Asked Izuku as he walked deeper into the lab. You shouldn't have come here, Prince Izuku, said a voice over the loudspeaker. Izuku looked around. Momo's father, I presume? Kin, was it? You presume correctly. Now leave here, Prince, unless you want to die, said Kin. Izuku smirked. Sorry, but I can't do that. I heard you have a trident here. I would very much like it if you hand it over. Kin's laugh was heard. Fine, you want to take it. But first you have to pass a test. A test? Sorry, but I don't have the time for that. However, before Izuku could say anything else, something came swinging down from the ceiling. Izuku put up his arm and blocked whatever it was with his forearm. Izuku's eyes widened as a blade was stuck in his arm, Atlantean steel. Just then a figure appeared in front of Izuku. Allow me to introduce the newest member of my team. I believe he goes by Stain, the hero killer. In front of Izuku was a tall man with messy black hair. He wore a dark combat suit plated with armor. He also wore a long red scarf and headband. He had messy bandages going up to his biceps and an old mask. So this is the man who caused all that destruction, said Stain with a jagged sword. Izuku held the open cut on his arm. Man, you are one ugly guy. Defeat him and you can get the trident, but as you already know, he has a weapon capable of killing you. Also, I know how strong you are and your weakness to drying up. So let's even up the playing field, shall we? said Kin as several sun lamps began to appear from all over the lab. Cheap trick, but he shouldn't be a problem, Izuku said, rushing Stain. However, before he could even get close, Izuku suddenly fell to his knees. What's going on? He asked, unable to feel his legs. Looking up, Izuku saw Stain licking the blood off of the sword. I never told you my quirk, guess I forgot. Stain then walked over to the fallen Izuku. Sorry man, nothing personal, but I need that intel. Raising his sword, Stain brought it down, aimed right at Izuku's neck. However, at the last second a wall of water stopped the blade. What? Stain jumped back. Looking back, he saw Izuku slowly standing up with glowing green eyes. Not bad. You almost had me there. Unfortunately for you, my blood is different from your regular humans. With a smile, Stain lifted his sword. Good, good. Let's have our swords do the talking. As he was saying this, Izuku grabbed the water bottle he was carrying and controlled the water, reshaping it into twin water blades. I'll end this quickly. The two then ran at each other and began to swing their weapons. Each strike was meant to kill the other, but every time they would block, the two went back and forth. Izuku, in his weakened state, made this fight pretty even. Stain slashed upward. This caused Izuku to stumble back. Seeing a chance, Stain began to cut Izuku across the body. The only thing Izuku could do was retreat and find an opening. As the two then locked swords, Izuku used this chance to kick Stain in the stomach, causing him to fly towards the other side of the lab. Coughing out blood, Stain smiled at Izuku. This is a fight. I haven't had this much thrill since my fight with that man. Izuku smiled, clapping his hands together. Izuku fused his twin swords into a katana. Now, let's end this. Izuku then got into his stance. Stain saw this and did the same. Out of all the heroes I've killed, you are the strongest. I'm not a hero, I am a prince. For the final time the two ran at each other. The two then thrusted their swords forward. From the camera feed it seemed as if the two stabbed each other. That's when Stain spit out blood. Izuku's sword was seen piercing Stain's body. Stain went limp and fell to the floor. Why you really are. Izuku lowered Stain's body to the floor. Now all those you have killed are now avenged. Letting the green glow disappear from his eyes, Izuku let the water blade become a puddle. He then walked over Stain's body and deeper into the lab. That's when he saw it, the trident Momo was talking about. It was in a glass container being analyzed. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw it. This is, narrowing his eyes, Izuku focused on the end of the trident. There he found the symbol of Atlantis, but what was engraved into it shocked him the most. On the end of it the name Testa was engraved. Izuku placed his hand on the glass. This was Mother's trident, but why is it here? Just then Momo's father's voice was once again heard over the loudspeaker. Ah, it seems you won your little fight with Stain, I'm impressed. Where did you get this trident? Asked Izuku. Oh that, it was found down by a beach years ago, along with its wielder. Izuku flinched when he said that. What happened to the wielder? Was she dead? Asked Izuku as cracks began to appear in the glass. Sadly yes, so we left her there and took the trident. But not before we took some of her DNA first. Izuku closed his eyes. After that we began to analyze the trident down to its molecular compound. We tried multiple times to replicate it, but every time we would fail. That is, until my daughter was born. She has the power to recreate it, so I forced her to and sold it off to the military, said Kin. Izuku gritted his teeth. Why, you didn't even give her a proper burial? Kin scoffed. Why would I? She was nothing to me. All she was is just a corpse with a valuable treasure. Just then the glass around the trident shattered. She was my mother. She was the queen of Atlantis, yelled out Izuku as he grabbed the trident. Raising it up into the air, lightning began to crackle around Izuku as it hit the trident. After I'm done with retaking the throne, I'm coming for you, Kin. The trident began to glow with power. Turning it around, Izuku slammed the trident into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The blast ripped through all of the floors and completely destroyed YTC headquarters. From the rubble Izuku rose, trident in hand. I have you, mother, and I'll never let you go. Just then the ground beneath Izuku began to rumble. Oh no, they started the attack early. Without wasting any more time, Izuku ran towards the main force, to where Malum was. On the beach All Might had gathered the top 10 heroes and other smaller heroes from all across Japan to fight against the Atlantean army. They took defensive positions among the debris of the destroyed city. Standing in the main road was All Might. Is everyone in position? He asked through his earpiece. The top 10 in all of Class 1A responded. Good, now I know these are Izuku's people and some of you don't want to hurt them. But Izuku has told us not to hesitate to hurt them, or if it comes down to it, kill them. Class 1A twitched when they heard that. Remember, we only have to hold them off until Midoriya returns. If things get dangerous, retreat immediately. Just then something began to rise from the ocean, followed by a loud roar. The head of a giant sea monster was seen breaching the waterline. The monster had a saddle with someone riding atop of it. Lifting up his weapon, the soldier called upon the rest of the army. Everyone flinched as thousands of Atlantean soldiers began to rise from the sea. Class 1A were atop of a roof, struck with fear. There's so many of them, and they're just as strong as Midoriya. Do we even stand a chance? Asked Kirishima. Uraraka swallowed a lump in her throat. We have to try, if don't Japan is done for. Remember, don't hold back, if you do, you are as good as dead. Suddenly Uraraka heard several thuds. Turning around she found that her class was knocked out. "Guys!" she yelled out trying to reach them. However, before she could take a step something cold pressed up against her neck. "Don't take another step," said a voice behind Uraraka. Uraraka's eyes widened. "This voice, it's you, isn't it, Pearl?" "What gave it away?" asked Pearl. Standing behind Uraraka was Pearl with her sword up to Uraraka's neck. "Just tell me one thing. Why did this to Midoriya?" asked Uraraka. "I have no reason to answer you," said Pearl. "You have a role to play in all this, so why don't you shut up and do your part?" She then knocked Uraraka out and began to carry her away. The Atlantean army began to split down the middle, and from the sea Malum walked onto the surface with King Nero's trident in hand. "So this is the surface world, how repugnant," he said looking at the top heroes in front of him. Malum stepped onto the sand, but as he did All Might appeared confronting him. "That's far enough," said All Might, towering over the now king. "You must be All Might, the #1 hero. I've heard a lot about you. You are strong, maybe as strong as me. However, I know all about your little secret, your weakness. Do you really want to do this?" asked Malum. "I have a responsibility to the people of Japan. I will stop you by any means necessary," said All Might creating a fist. "So be it." Twirling the trident Malum smacked All Might with the hilt of it. All Might was sent flying back. "Atlantis, attack." With the battle cry of thousands of men, the army began to move inland. All Might was shaking off the hit. Once he did he got back up. Texas smash. Throwing his fist forward he created wind pressure which knocked back several men. Everyone attack. The heroes all went in and jumped into battle. Quirks went off like fireworks on the 4th of July. The Atlanteans opened fire with their water plasma guns. Heroes began to fall one by one as they ran at them. That's when Endeavor appeared burning away at the soldiers. "Don't let up, charge and we take the day." However, as he was running Malum appeared in front of him and hit Endeavor across the face with his trident. The flame hero Endeavor. "You can pose a problem. So let's get rid of you first." Endeavor tried to use his fire, but Malum knocked his hand up redirecting the flame towards the sky. That's when Malum saw his chance. Thrusting his trident down Malum stabbed into the #2 hero's leg. Yelling out in pain Endeavor fell to one knee. "This is your end." Malum was about to stab Endeavor in the chest when a massive fist came in and punched the Atlantean away. "Are you alright Endeavor?" asked All Might. "I didn't need your help," yelled out Endeavor, cauterizing the wound. "I never said you did. Stay back, I'll deal with him," said All Might, walking towards Malum. Malum smiled as he looked at the #1 hero. "Finally, a real challenge. Let's see what the #1 hero can do." The two then ran at each other. As they met in the middle they caused a loud boom to ripple throughout the battlefield. Malum used the trident to hold back All Might's fist. "You are a strong hero, but you are nothing compared to an Atlantean." All Might felt his fist being pushed back. "We'll just have to see about that." All Might then clenched his right fist, California smash. With a hard right hook All Might managed to knock Malum back several yards. Malum slid to a stop. "Good. Show me more," yelled out Malum as he jumped into the air and brought the trident down right on All Might. All Might jumped back, causing Malum to miss and strike the ground. Seeing a chance All Might ran at Malum. "You're mine." However, as he got close Malum used the trident to spin around and kick All Might in his weak spot causing him to spit out blood as he flew through several destroyed buildings. All Might had blood running down his lip as he looked around at the battlefield. What he saw would haunt him for the rest of his days. He saw heroes dying. One hero was stabbed through the stomach by a soldier. Another hero was blasted in the chest. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to stop holding back. He had to end this now. All Might turned to find car-sized pieces of building. He grabbed them and stood up. "I'm done playing games," said All Might as he jumped into the air. Malum was sure that All Might was defeated so he went back to commanding the ground forces. "Squad 3, break off and head to the capital. Squads 1, 2, and 4 will keep moving forward. We need to establish a forward base. Take this beach." However, as Malum was giving orders All Might came down from the sky and cracked Malum on the head with a piece of wall. The impact was so strong that the ground around them broke apart. "You won't hurt anyone else," All Might yelled out as he punched Malum with the other piece of wall. With debris everywhere, All Might raised his fist and double fist strike Malum on the back, causing him to fall to the ground. All Might then pulled back his fist. "I have to go beyond, plus ultra." Everyone on the battlefield looked over to see a massive tornado appear from where All Might and Malum were. The heroes took shelter where they could. The Atlantean army was thrown back into the sea. All was quiet for a few seconds. As the wind died down the heroes' eyes widened. "An impressive strike. I would have been in real danger if that hit me. Unfortunately for you, it didn't reach." With blood running down his face, Malum stood with his trident stabbed into All Might's side, right on his weak spot. All Might groaned in pain as he looked down as his blood ran down the three-pronged trident. "I am possible." Malum then pulled the trident free, causing All Might to fall to his knees bleeding. "You fought well, hero, but in the end it amounted to nothing. Goodbye." Class 1A was waking up from being knocked out when they saw Malum raise his trident. "All Might," they yelled out. Bringing the trident down, Malum was about to strike All Might when all of a sudden something came crashing down from the sky, followed by the sound of metal clashing. All Might looked up and smiled with blood running down his lip. "What took you so long?" Standing in front of him was Izuku holding back Malam's trident with his own. Sorry it took me so long to get here. I ran into a problem, but it's all taken care of now. Izuku then pushed Malam away. Ah, Prince Izuku, glad to see you are still alive, said Malam. Izuku smirked. What can I say, I'm a survivor. Unlike your father, rebutted Malam.
Izuku's face turned stern. I'll kill you for what you did to him. You are welcome to try, but you will fail. I am the ruler of Atlantis now, said Malam.
Izuku straightened his trident and slammed it to the ground. Malam of Atlantis, I Izuku Kaito Midoriya, Prince of Atlantis by birthright, challenge you for the throne. Malam smiled. I thought you would say that. Alright, fine. I Malam of Atlantis accept this challenge. A battle to the death, for the throne of Atlantis. Raising a fist, Malam ordered the Atlantean army to stand down and bear witness. All Might, tell everyone to stand down. I will end this. All Might nodded and told everyone to stand down.
That's when Malam noticed the injuries on Izuku's body. Seems like you are injured. Normally this would be a fair fight, but these are not normal circumstances. However, I can give you more motivation, Pearl.
Just then Pearl appeared beside Malam with Uraraka as her prisoner. Izuku's eyes widened. Uraraka. Izuku was about to jump at Pearl but stopped when she pressed a knife to Uraraka's neck. Midoriya. Let her go, Malam. This has nothing to do with her, Izuku yelled out. Oh, but she has everything to do with you. For you see, you like this girl, don't you? Asked Malam. Izuku stayed silent. That silence tells me everything I need to know. We will fight for the throne, but if you fail I will keep you alive just long enough so that you can see her suffer. Malam. I will kill you, yelled out Izuku as he twirled the trident around before pointing it right at Malam. And to be continued. The battle for the throne of Atlantis is about to begin. Who will win? Find out next. Tim 59 Chapter 15, Neil. We are back with another chapter. This is it. The fight with Malam starts now, so without further ado let's just jump into it. Neil. The two Atlanteans stared at each other. The air around them was suffocating. The two then walked over to each other and slammed tridents. By the decree of the ancient rulers, I hereby accept this challenge. Begin. Izuku started it up by kicking Malam in the chest, sliding to a stop. Malam looked up to see Izuku jump into the air with his trident raised. Malam raised his and blocked the initial attack. Using the momentum against Izuku, he managed to throw Izuku to the side. Stabbing his trident into the ground, Izuku slid to a stop. Looking back up, Izuku's eyes widened when he saw Malam running towards him. Thinking fast, Izuku used his trident and flung a piece of the ground at Malam. Malam swung the trident down and destroyed the ground into pieces. Using the debris as a distraction, Izuku appeared from the sky and punched Malam across the face with so much force that it created a shockwave. Falling to one knee, Malam had blood running down his mouth. Smiling, he got back up and hit Izuku with a hard uppercut, sending him flying towards a nearby building. Slamming against the building, Izuku pushed himself off and landed on the ground. You are weak, Izuku. Your time on the surface has made you soft, said Malam, standing up. Izuku held his jaw. Soft? I'm only getting warmed up. You, on the other hand, are getting frail with your old age. Malam smiled. I suppose that is correct, but I was more than enough to kill the king. Izuku gripped his trident. Once I kill you, I will restore peace between our world and the surface. Open your eyes, Prince Izuku. The surface world does not respect us, the world laughs, and all the while they pollute our oceans, slaughter the sea life, and cause natural disasters. Where is the peace in that? Malam asked as they walked towards each other. To achieve that goal you would slaughter millions. That's genocide, said Izuku. Malam raised his trident. The same thing that the surface world does to us. An eye for an eye. The surface world is flawed, but they can change. While I was on the surface I saw horrible things. But I also saw some beautiful things. Friendship, family, comrades, classmates, all working together to reshape the surface world. They have come too far just to have them stopped by Atlantis, by you. Izuku looked up to his class. Then you can die alongside them, Malam yelled out as he thrusted his trident forward. Izuku spun out of the way, and used the flat end of his trident and smacked Malam away. Giving him no chance to recover, Izuku ran at Malam. The two locked tridents. Being taller than Izuku, Malam used the leverage to push the trident out of Izuku's hands. Now disarmed, Izuku was at a disadvantage, however he was not helpless. As Malam went to stab him, Izuku ducked under it and hit Malam hard in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. Izuku followed it up with a double fist strike to the back of Malam, which caused him to fall to his knees. Taking advantage, Malam swiped Izuku's legs, causing him to fall to the floor. Getting up, Izuku charged at Malam, to which Malam responded by slashing with his trident. Izuku dodged and dodged, but he was being pushed back. That's when his back hit a wall. His eyes widened as Malam rushed him. Izuku managed to grab the trident and make Malam go crashing into the wall. The wall crumbled around them. Izuku then grabbed Malam by the leg and swung him around. He finally let go, launching him towards a tall building. Malam hit the wall and then came crashing down on top of a destroyed car. Malam jumped off only to have Izuku jump and slam his head into the car. The car crunched up where Malam hit his head. Izuku then grabbed it and began to repeatedly slam his head into the car. The frame of the car was now bent to broken. Enough. yelled out Malum as he cracked Izuku across the face. Izuku was launched onto his back, but as he got up Malum appeared in mid-air. Izuku didn't have time to react when Malum dived down and stomped on his stomach.
Spitting out blood, Izuku felt the full might of Malum. He then got on top of Izuku and began to beat on him viciously.
The battlefield was silent, only the sound of loud booms were heard as Malum fist hit. Over and over again the blows came and Izuku could do nothing but take it. Raising his right hand high, Malum brought it down with so much force that it cracked the ground around Izuku's head. Getting off of him Malum then grabbed Izuku by the arm and began to drag him. As he did Malum found his trident and picked it up. He then tossed Izuku down just a few feet from Uraraka. Izuku was facing up and could see Uraraka. Pathetic, the surface wilt really has made you weak, said Malum. He then looked at Uraraka, or maybe it was something else. Uraraka was on the verge of tears. Please stop this.
Malum laughed. You dare tell me what to do? You are nothing but a piece of land dweller trash. Malum then proceeded to slap Uraraka across the face. You will be silent woman, unless you want to wait for him on the other side. Blood dripped down Uraraka's lip. She then spat blood into Malum's face. Screw you fish face. Malum wiped the blood from his face. Feisty one aren't you? I see why the prince has taken a liking to you. Pearl then hit Uraraka with the butt of her knife, causing her to fall to her knees. Do anything and I'll slice your neck, said Pearl pressing the knife to Uraraka's neck. Malum then turned his attention to Izuku. The duel was to the death, was it not? Izuku struggled to move his arm. Then why don't I end your suffering? Once I kill you, no one on this planet will be able to stop me. Malum raised his trident and proceeded to stab into Izuku's stomach, causing him to scream out in pain. The three prongs dug deep into Izuku's body. Malum then raised his trident with Izuku still on it high into the sky. The class and all the heroes watched as blood ran down the trident. Weak and soft, just like your father. Izuku gripped the trident's pole as the blood flowed. He then gritted his teeth. And my father was not weak. I am not weak. I am Prince Izuku, a son of the sea, and a friend to the surface, and as prince, you will obey. Izuku then raised his fist and with all the strength he had left, he shattered Malum's trident into pieces. Malum was stunned. He held the shattered remains of his trident. I am possible. With blood still running down his wounds, Izuku grabbed Malum by the face and threw him into a wall. Izuku then ran at Malum. As he did, Izuku found and grabbed his trident and threw it. Malum had barely enough time to look up when the trident came in and pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the wall. Malum tried to take out the trident, but as he did, Izuku came in with a shot to his stomach. The hit was so hard that it shattered the wall Malum was pinned to. As the pieces fell around him, Izuku grabbed one out of the air and hit Malum across the face with it. Izuku then grabbed his trident as it too was loosened thanks to the hit. With a powerful war cry, Izuku thrusted it forward and right into Malum's chest. The battlefield fell silent as Malum fell to his knees. Izuku then grabbed the trident and pulled it out, causing the blood to flow out of Malum. Spitting out blood, Malum weakly looked up. I am still alive, prince. This was a fight to the death, remember, said Malum as blood poured down his chest and onto the floor. Izuku gripped his trident. You were my father's long and trusted friend, Malum. I get you hated the surface, but why? Why did my father have to die? Malum looked up and smiled. His death was necessary. Change cannot happen unless it is forced. That is something you and your father never understood. Izuku sighed. But why did you have to take so many lives? There had to have been another way. A war with the surface wouldn't have solved anything. Malum said nothing. Kill me and be done with it. But know this, you may stop the bloodshed for now, but conflict is always nearby. And when it shows up, I will be there to stop it. Izuku then raised his trident and stabbed Malum, killing him. Malum's body hit the floor and the Atlantean army was shocked. King Malum is dead. Kill the prince, they yelled out as they raised their rifles and swords. However, before they could do anything, Izuku turned to them and raised his trident up high. No, I am no longer your prince. I am your king. The Atlantean army stopped as Izuku's eyes burned green with power. Now kneel before your king. Seeing this, the army began to drop their weapons and kneeled. Izuku then walked over to Pearl, who still had Uraraka hostage. Slamming his trident down, Izuku stared at Pearl. And without saying a word, Pearl dropped the weapon and kneeled before Izuku. Your Majesty, I hear and obey. Izuku then looked over to his left and saw two soldiers. You two, restrain and detain her. The two men nodded and did as they were told. Midoriya, Uraraka yelled out, hugging him. Uraraka, are you hurt? Asked Izuku. Uraraka shook her head. Just some scratches, nothing too serious. Izuku nodded. Good, good. Oh, give me a second. Tapping his trident twice on the ground, the army stood in attention. Go home, Atlanteans, this war is over, said Izuku. His men quickly and orderly went back to the sea. As they disappeared below the waves, Izuku felt his body go limp. The only thing keeping him upright was Uraraka. That's when Class 1A and the rest of the heroes arrived. Is it over? Asked All Might. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's over. The heroes and students all cheered and celebrated. However, for Izuku this meant it was time to say goodbye. So what now? Asked Iida. Now, I go back to Atlantis and try to negotiate for peace. That also means this is goodbye, for good,
said Izuku, much to the surprise of everyone. For good? What do you mean, for good? Asked Uraraka. Izuku turned to the class. During our fight I thought about it, and our two worlds were never meant to meet. If I hadn't come up to the surface, none of this would have happened. So in order to stop this from happening again, no Atlantean will be allowed back on the surface, including myself. But, you just saved us all, said Jiro. Be that as it may, my people are responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of your people. Your government will now put the blame on me for all of this. Although Malum is already dead, I have evidence that this was all caused by someone else. But now no one will listen to me, said Izuku. That's when All Might stepped up to Izuku. Midoriya, you rejected my help before, but please, let me help you once again. I can set up a meeting with the leaders and hopefully they will listen. Please, after all you've done for us, it's time we repay some of it. All Might extended out his hand for Izuku to take. Izuku stared at his hand before looking at Uraraka. What do you say? Should I give it a shot? Uraraka smiled. You can do whatever you want, your majesty. Izuku blushed when she called him that. Stop, this doesn't change anything between us, any of us. Please just call me by my name. The class smiled. Well then Midoriya, shall we get to helping these people? Asked Mina. Izuku smiled. Yeah, let's. 2 weeks later Izuku went back to Atlantis to get everyone's loyalty. The council swore allegiance. The army did as well. However, there was one person that he didn't trust even if she swore allegiance. Pearl was taken to the dungeons underneath Atlantis, where she would be put on trial for her crimes against the surface world. For now though Izuku had to try to repair relations with the surface. Today was the day Izuku was going to speak at the World Assembly not as a prince, but as king of Atlantis. He donned his father's crown, and wore his royal attire and the symbol of the king, his trident. Escorted by a squadron of soldiers, Izuku's ship rose from the surface. And there to greet him was All Might himself. This time he wasn't a student at UA, this time he was a diplomat from a nation. King Izuku, you honor us with your presence, said All Might, kneeling before Izuku. Izuku sighed. Did the class put you up to this? All Might laughed. Yeah, they wanted to see your reaction. Izuku smiled. Of course they did, so I'm guessing they aren't here? No, they're actually helping in guarding the capital. They will be present when you give your speech, said All Might. Great, more pressure, said Izuku. Well come on, let's go. The two then walked over to a limo and got in. While on the way Izuku talked to All Might about how the repairs were coming along to the city. He told them they were going great, thanks to all the money and materials Izuku had given them. With so much they were on track to rebuilding everything in a few weeks. After a while they arrived at the Parliament building. The whole place was surrounded by armed guards and heroes, this included Endeavor. Izuku got out of the limo and was escorted inside, opening the doors to the hall. Izuku walked in to see the leaders of all the major nations sitting around. And lining the back was all of Class 1A in their hero costumes. Izuku wanted to say hi but this wasn't the time for it. He went to his spot that had a sign that read Kingdom of Atlantis. Taking a seat Izuku looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. This is going to be something else, he thought to himself. Just then the speaker of the chamber walked to the podium. Can I please have everyone's attention? We are here today to listen to evidence presented to us by the Kingdom of Atlantis. Your Majesty, please come up and speak. Izuku got up and walked to the podium. With a trident in hand he stood in front of the mic and cleared his throat. My name is Izuku Kaito Midoriya, and I am now King of Atlantis. My father once said to me that my mother loved the surface. I never understood why, that is until I joined UA. They showed me the beauty of the surface and slowly but surely I began to love it as it was Atlantis. However, as many of you know, the tragedy that fell over this country was the act of a man who hated the surface world. He is now dead, I killed him myself. So let me be clear about one thing, he doesn't represent us all. We are a peaceful kingdom, we do not want a war, I do not want a war. Today, I hope to show you what really happened and what led to my nation attacking yours. Izuku then laid everything down, he showed his evidence that Japan was in possession of this weapon, and clearly violated the treaty they had in place. He showed how YTC were actually the ones who hired assassins to kill Izuku. And how they had the trident that belonged to his mother. The room was shocked, they couldn't believe that someone would do all this just to gain profits. Izuku showed that Malum was actually the one responsible for the floods that killed thousands, how he took the throne and killed Izuku's father. He even showed how yes, it was Pearl that killed Prime Minister Yui. So you see, this was all a series of unfortunate events. Atlantis did not want this war, but I finished it. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, we should attack and get rid of this kingdom. But make no mistake, the seas are mine to command. Your ships sail because I allow them to, your planes fly over the seas because I allow them to, and most importantly, your economy runs because I allow it to. Without your sea trading routes the world's defense and economy would crumble, said Izuku looking down at the world leaders. The leader from the US stood up and slammed his fist down on the table. Did you just threaten us? Izuku striked his trident down. It is not a threat, it's a warning. Do not test me, I will not allow any more hardships on my people. That being said, I am open to talk. For hundreds of years your ships killed thousands of sea life. You hunt whales for sport, pollute our waters, and poison my people. But we can change that, let's work together to find a solution. Atlantis is ready and willing to help, but only if you talk to us. The war that happened years ago will not happen again. I swear on the previous king that it won't. I know that you all won't trust me, that is why with the permission of the Japanese government in UA, I would like to set up an embassy. Ua showed me that we can coexist in peace, and I hope that we do. I even thought about banning any and all Atlanteans from coming to the surface, but Izuku then looked at the back of the room and saw Uraraka. I was reminded why I came here in the first place. Thank you for your time. With that, Izuku walked off the stage, after the other leaders voiced their opinions, to which Izuku didn't really care what they thought. It was now the end of the meeting and Izuku and the other leaders were taken to the halls of the building where they could talk amongst each other. At first no one wanted to talk to Izuku, that is until someone tapped on his shoulder. Excuse me, Your Majesty? Turning around, Izuku found Uraraka standing there in her hero costume. Uraraka, I told you before not to call me that. Uraraka giggled, I know, I just wanted to see your reaction, so how are you? Izuku sighed, it's been a rough couple of weeks, things in Atlantis are steadily going back to normal. Thanks, good, so what about Pearl? Asked Uraraka. She's awaiting trial. Japan has asked that we hand her over, but I will not allow her to be tried and convicted by someone else other than her people, said Izuku. I see, said Uraraka looking down at the floor. She's asked to see you. This surprised Uraraka. What? Really? Why? Asked Uraraka. Izuku shrugged. I don't know, but it seems she has something to talk to you about. Pearl is really insistent on seeing you too. I already said no, but she keeps asking for you. I want to see her, said Uraraka. Izuku's eyes went wide. What? I want to see her, there is something I want to tell her too, said Uraraka. Absolutely not, you remember what she did to you last time. What if she tries to break free and use you as a hostage? I won't put you in danger, said Izuku. Midoriya, I'm always in danger, remember I am a hero in training. Not to mention we were in a war just 2 weeks ago. I can take care of myself, you of all people should know that. Or could it be that you are thinking less of me now that you're king? Asked Uraraka with a smug look on her face. No, of course not. It's just that. Izuku tried to think of an excuse but nothing was coming to him. Fine, I'll let you see her, but after her trial, and I will go with you, said Izuku. Uraraka nodded, of course, perfect, now that that's out of the way, I think it's time for you to return to your kingly duties. Uraraka motioned behind him. Izuku turned around to find several world leaders waiting for him. Uraraka turned to leave. Wait, Uraraka. She stopped and looked back. Would you mind going out for some coffee or something later? Uraraka smiled. You have my number, call me when you are done. Izuku smiled as she walked away. That girl. Turning away, Izuku went to talking with the other world leaders. The meeting was long and some of the leaders even invited Izuku to their country so they could work out some sort of agreement. It was now night time when Izuku finally left. He walked out of the parliament building to see Uraraka waiting for him, alongside All Might. You guys are still here? I thought you'd be long gone by now, said Izuku walking up to them. A hero's work is never over, Midoriya. We are here to escort you back safely, All Might said, laughing. Thanks guys, but I don't need a bodyguard, said Izuku with a smile. That's when Uraraka pointed at Izuku. Don't be an idiot, Midoriya. You're a king now. You should take care of yourself. Izuku put up his hands. Sorry, alright fine. Let's go. The trio then got into the car and began to drive back to the sea. So what's going on with Ua? After everything, do you have anything planned or is everything postponed? Asked Izuku. No, actually, we are on track to going back to normal. Next week we are actually having hero internships. I don't suppose you will be joining us? Asked All Might. Izuku thought about it. Honestly, I'd love nothing more, but I have my responsibilities to Atlantis now. If I spend too much time up here it will seem as if I favor one over the other. Sadly for now I can't leave, although you all can come visit me whenever you want. Maybe Nezu and I can work on a field trip of sorts. Oh, that sounds cool, Uraraka said excitedly. I can't wait to tell the class about this. It will have to wait until after everything has settled down. Izuku then slumped over. I never knew running a country would be so hard. I don't know how father did it. Uraraka reached out and touched Izuku's hand. I'm sorry about your father, Midoriya. He was a good man. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Uraraka. I still can't believe he's gone. If only I had seen Malam's betrayal sooner I could have saved him. Do not blame yourself, Midoriya. You did the best you could given the circumstances, and I'm sure your father knows it too, said All Might, trying to cheer him up. Thanks, All Might. It means a lot coming from you, said Izuku. The rest of the car ride went smoothly. They talked about Ua and Atlantis. However, it was now time to say goodbye. The trio walked down to the beach and stopped short of the waterline. Where's your ship? Asked Uraraka. Izuku turned. They're down there waiting for my command. Well then, seeing you guys was fun. I'll try to go visit you at UA. You better, the class really misses you, Midoriya, said Uraraka. He smiled, then even more reason to go visit. I'll see you guys soon then. All Might reached out his hand. Take care of yourself, alright? Izuku grabbed his hand and shook it. I will, and same to you. Oh right, I never did apologize for hitting you, sorry. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry about it, although you do pack quite a punch. I still sometimes feel it, said All Might, rubbing his face. Izuku then walked up to Uraraka. Study hard, we don't want your grades to slip now that I'm not around. Uraraka pouted. Hey, I study, sometimes. Okay, maybe I do need to study more. Izuku laughed. Good. Uraraka then reached out her hand for Izuku to shake. But Izuku had other plans. He grabbed her hand and pulled her in close. Izuku then leaned in and kissed Uraraka on the lips. All Might had a small blush around his cheeks as he saw the two kiss. After a few seconds they pulled away. I'll see you soon? Asked Izuku, still holding Uraraka's hand. She blushed. I'll be here, just don't take too long. Izuku nodded. I won't, I'll see you soon. He then turned to face the sea and with a strike of his trident Izuku called his ship. Getting aboard, Izuku looked back to see All Might and Uraraka on the beach. He waved goodbye as the door closed behind him. His ship fell below the water and disappeared from view. Unknown location. Mr. Yaoyorozu was not having a good day. With Izuku's speech his company's value dropped to almost nothing, his investors pulled out, and any deals he had were immediately cancelled. To make matters worse, there was now a warrant out for his arrest. Damn that Midoriya. How did he get all that evidence? My company is now in ruins and my family has disowned me. Mr. Yaoyorozu then flipped a switch activating the lights in the compound. I swear on my life, Midoriya, I will make your entire world a living hell. No sea is deep enough for me to reach you. But first, I need to make sure my project doesn't get found out. Mr. Yaoyorozu then walked deeper into the compound. Opening a door he found a table. Walking over he pushed a button and two giant monitors turned on. Ah look, it's the fallen CEO, said an outline of a man on the monitor. What's wrong? The fish people got you down, asked another man. Mr. Yaoyorozu gritted his teeth. This was nothing more than a minor setback. I will have revenge for this. In the meantime, how's our little experiment? She is doing fine, although she is getting harder to control by the day, said the outline.
That's no surprise, her kind is very powerful. They weren't meant to have quirks like us, but thanks to the fusion something incredible happened, said Mr. Yaoyorozu.
That's an understatement. With her powers we can end all of civilization. But first we need to get rid of the king. Any ideas? Asked the other outline.
We wait, Midoriya has a close connection with UA and a certain student in Class 1A. We can use that as a bargaining chip. For now we prepare, think of every possible situation and plan, said Mr. Yaoyorozu.
An. Izuku is now king, Pearl is now under arrest. What will her fate be? What punishment would you give her? And what is the secret project, Mr. Yaoyorozu? And who are the other two people? Find out next time. 59 Chapter 16. Repair An. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all for the support. It means a lot to me, so without further ado let's just jump right into it. Repair. The room was rowdy and everyone in it was talking to each other. In front of the room there are two tables, and in front of that, a large throne. Sitting down on one of the tables was Pearl, chained up and bound. This was her trial. Just then the door in the back opened up and once it did the room fell completely silent. The man walked over to the throne and looked down at the room. Everyone in the room then kneeled. Sitting down the man struck his trident to the floor. This was the signal for everyone to stand. As Pearl looked up she saw Izuku sitting on the throne with his trident by his side.
He then looked at the Atlantean sitting just below him. You may proceed.
The Atlantean nodded. As you wish, your majesty. He then turned to the room. Today, August 10th, we will be hearing the arguments as to why the one called Pearl should be punished for her crimes against the crown and the surface world. Prosecutors, you will give your opening statement first, followed by the defendants. The Atlanteans beside the table from Pearl stood up. Your Honor, your majesty, we all know what happened on the surface. We launched an attack, there is no question about that, but we didn't know that our great king, King Nero, was assassinated by none other than Malum.
And we later found out that the former Prince Izuku, now king, was also targeted by none other than Pearl. However, that is not all. Pearl is also accused of assassinating the Prime Minister of Japan. Her actions were clear. She wanted this war, she wanted Malum to ascend the throne, and she didn't care what or who stood in her way. Not even a friend, so that is why today, in light of all her crimes, we are seeking the death penalty.
Pearl looked down at the floor when they said those words. Defendants, you may speak now.
The Atlantean sitting beside Pearl stood up. Your Honor, your majesty, I would like to paint you a picture of a girl who had nothing. Most of us here, I assume, grew up with a loving family that cared for us. We laughed with our friends, played together, and were just kids.
But now strip that all away, and put yourself in my client's position. A little girl born in the worst part of this nation, unwanted by her parents and thrown aside, she was nothing. But then a miracle, someone comes and saves you, gives you a purpose. Only to find out years later that you were nothing but a pawn to them, a disposable tool, forced to do whatever they told you to do. That is what happened to Pearl. How were they able to control her, you may ask? Even now as we speak she has coral around her brain that will kill her instantly if a button is pressed. Where is the free will in that? That is why I am asking for all charges against my client to be thrown out on the grounds that she had no free will and if she disobeyed she would die. Both sides have now made their opening statements. Please present any and all evidence when it is your turn, said the man below Izuku.
Izuku sat there looking down at all this happening. His eyes wandered and met Pearl's. He flinched slightly when the two locked eyes. He hated seeing her like this, all chained up. Pearl. I didn't want any of this, but you forced my hand.
Pearl looked up at Izuku. Izuku, you showed me what it was like to be gentle. But that gentleness was why I had to do what I did. The court then adjourned to give the lawyers time to get their stuff ready. Izuku went to the back room. There he sat down. Why couldn't I see your betrayal coming? Was it because we were friends, or was it because I thought something else of you? Just then a flash of green began to shine from the necklace around Izuku's neck. Grabbing the necklace he held it out in front of him and a projection of Uraraka popped out. She was wearing her hero costume and was sitting on a bed. Hey Izuku, is this a bad time? Izuku smiled. Hey Ochako, no you're good, what's up? Nothing much, I just wanted to see how you were doing and all. I'm actually doing my hero internship right now, said Uraraka with a smile. Oh yeah, All Might mentioned you guys were going to do that soon. So who did you go with? Asked Izuku. I went with Gunhead, he focuses on hand-to-hand combat and I'm kind of lacking on that now that you're not here, said Uraraka. Yeah sorry I haven't gone over to visit you guys, it's just, things are kind of difficult right now, said Izuku. I can imagine, so, are you going to tell me what's wrong? Asked Uraraka, much to Izuku's surprise. Izuku chuckled as he removed his crown. How did you know? Uraraka sighed. I can see it all over your face. Izuku, what's going on? Is everything alright? Izuku looked away for a second. I'm actually hearing over Pearl's case right now. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh, I see. What's the prosecution asking for? They're asking for the death penalty. Ochako's already widened eyes began to be filled with despair. I know what she did was horrible and if I'm being honest she might deserve it, but what do you think? Asked Uraraka. I don't know. Izuku looked down in shame. I don't want to kill her, but after everything she's done. I get it Izuku, she's your best friend. And as king I'm guessing the people are looking for you to be decisive and set an example. You've been put in a position that you lose no matter what, said Uraraka. Yeah it kind of sucks, said Izuku, still looking down at the floor. Izuku, you know I'm here for you right? So if you need anything just let me know please. I may not be as strong as you, or even a king but I'm here nonetheless. Izuku looked up to see Uraraka smiling at him. A small blush formed around his cheeks. I know and thank you. Think you might have time tonight to meet up. I got something I want to show you, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. I do but I'll have to sneak out. If Gunhead finds out I'm screwed. Well then, don't get caught. Meet me down by the beach where you guys dropped me off. Oh and bring a change of clothes, said Izuku. Uraraka nodded. I'll be there around 12. Just then a voice called out to Izuku. Your Majesty it's time to go back. I'll be right there. Izuku turned to the projection of Uraraka. I'll see you soon then. Uraraka nodded. Don't be late. With that the projection of Uraraka disappeared. Izuku smiled as he stood up. Looking down at the crown he thought back to when his father wore it. Reaching over he grabbed the crown and placed it back on his head. Let's go. The starting arguments dragged on for hours. It was now around 11 p.m. when they finally ended for today. Izuku was escorted back to the palace. There he changed out of his royal attire and put something on that was more casual. Izuku grew up in the palace and as such he knew every inch of it. He knew where the guards were, what time they switched, where to stop, and where to get out. Now outside of the royal palace Izuku swam towards the shore. With Uraraka was making her way down the stairs of the hero agency she was at. What she was about to do could get her in a lot of trouble. Uraraka slowly and carefully walked down the stairs in her wood jacket. She also had a duffel bag with a change of clothes. Making it down the steps she celebrated but her celebrations were cut short when someone called her out. Where do you think you're going? Uraraka turned to find Gunhead standing by the door. I was just going to the market? Gunhead looked at her with a not-so-convinced look. At 11 p.m.?
Yes, said Uraraka. You're going to meet King Izuku aren't you? Asked Gunhead.
Uraraka's eyes went wide. No, don't lie to me Uraraka. I heard your little conversation, said Gunhead. Does Ua know about the communication device?
Uraraka looked down at the necklace she had on. No they don't. Sorry I'll just go back upstairs.
Just as Uraraka was about to take the first step Gunhead spoke. Oh look, the perfect amount of money for the bullet train that leads to the ocean. Guess I'll pick it up in the morning. I hope my student is upstairs and sleeping. I should probably go check but I have to patrol later so I will assume they are. Uraraka looked back at Gunhead. Just be back by morning alright? Promise me that and I'll pretend that I never saw you. Although, if you get caught you will take the fall, deal?
Uraraka smiled. Deal. Thank you so much. Uraraka then grabbed the money and ran out of the door and into the night.
Gunhead watched her leave. Ah, young love, at the beach. Uraraka arrived at the beach where they last met but couldn't find Izuku. Where are you Izuku? Uraraka walked down to the shoreline and began to walk down the sand. Looking at the water she saw the moon's reflection and thought it was so pretty. That's when from the reflection Izuku began to rise from the sea. Izuku.
Izuku smiled and ran towards her. He was about to hug her but stopped. Wait. With glowing green eyes Izuku removed the water on his body and clothes. Alright we're good.
Dropping his trident the two then embraced. God I missed you, said Izuku, holding her by the waist.
I missed you too Izuku, said Uraraka. I see you got out of the palace, did anyone see you? I don't think so. What about you, did Gunhead catch you? Asked Izuku. Yeah he did actually, but he was really cool and let me come anyway. I just have to be back by morning, explained Uraraka.
Izuku nodded. Really? Wow he sounds like a cool hero. So anyway I had something I wanted to show you. Right, you said to bring a change of clothes, why? Asked Uraraka.
Izuku smiled, cause we are going swimming. Just trust me, you're going to like this. Uraraka took off her jacket, taking Izuku's hand they went into the water. Izuku gave her the device to breathe underwater, now fully submerged Uraraka opened her eyes to see the coral reef. Wow, it's so pretty. Izuku nodded, it sure is, now check this out. Izuku then raised his trident, as he did Uraraka saw it pulsate. Then before she knew it, two dolphins appeared and stopped right in front of her.
Uraraka couldn't believe it. Izuku, you can control sea life. Well, not really control them, I use the trident to telepathically communicate with them and push them to do what I want, explained Izuku. Uraraka reached out to one of the dolphins, see, can I touch them? The dolphins whistled and clicked, they said it's fine.
Uraraka then began to pet them, oh my god, you two are the cutest. That's not the only thing they can do. Raising his trident, Izuku pushed the dolphins. Just then one of them got underneath Uraraka, causing her to ride one of them. I would hold on if I were you. Hold on to what? Without warning, the dolphin took off swimming. Uraraka held onto the fin, it felt like she was flying.
Faster and faster they went deeper into the sea, and Izuku was there swimming beside her. This is amazing, yelled out Uraraka as they swam past a school of fish. Just then Uraraka could hear something in the water. Looking up, she saw a giant whale swimming close to the surface. And beside the whale was a baby whale. This is amazing. Izuku looked at the dolphin and all of a sudden the two went straight for the surface. With so much speed Uraraka jumped out of the water. Woo! The dolphin then took Uraraka to a small island. Hopping off, she turned and thanked the dolphin. The dolphin whistled as it swam away. Izuku then appeared as well and jumped out of the water. So how did you enjoy your little adventure? Asked Izuku. It was amazing. The sea is so beautiful, even more so than I imagined, said Uraraka, almost jumping with excitement. Izuku smiled, glad you liked it. The two then sat down on the sand and watched the moon reflect off of the water. Uraraka then leaned against Izuku's shoulder. Thank you, Izuku. You're welcome, said Izuku. So how jealous were the other girls when they found out you're with me? Uraraka chuckled, so jealous. Do you know how many questions I got when I told them I was dating you? I can only imagine, especially Mina, said Izuku. Don't get me started with her, I like Mina but she could be a bit much sometimes, said Uraraka, thinking back. So has being with me calmed you yet? Asked Uraraka. Izuku nodded, it has. Do you know what your verdict is going to be? Asked Uraraka. No, not yet. But I will eventually, after I hear both sides I'll make a decision. I just hope it will be the right one, said Izuku. Uraraka lifted her head from his shoulder, I'm sure you'll make the right choice. You said I could see her, when am I going to do that? Asked Uraraka. After the trial, said Izuku. Right now no one is allowed to see her. I understand. The two sat in silence for a minute before Uraraka broke it. Hey Izuku? Yeah, do you think we can? You know, Uraraka's face turned red as she motioned to her lips. For you, always. Reaching out, Izuku touched her face and gently pulled it toward him. Their lips met under the glow of the moon and behind the sound of waves crashing. After a few seconds the two pulled away. The moment just felt right. Izuku once again leaned in for a more passionate kiss. Uraraka was then pushed to the sand. Izuku laid atop of her, looking at her brown-colored eyes. Uraraka could see the green of his eyes shine like gemstones. As they were kissing, Izuku reached underneath Uraraka's shirt, feeling her skin. Uraraka felt his warm hand touch her skin. She flinched and let out a moan but didn't stop him. It was only until Izuku reached behind her and unhooked her bra that she placed a finger on his lips, stopping him. And not right now. I'm not quite ready for that yet. So just wait for a bit, please, said Uraraka, her face red and hot. Izuku didn't want to stop. He was this close but he respected Uraraka more than anything. The two touched foreheads. I understand, for you. I'll wait as long as you want to. Uraraka got up from the sand. Sorry if I ruined the mood. Izuku stood up as well. You didn't ruin anything. Come on, it's getting late and we should get you back. With the help of some killer whales Uraraka was taken back to the beach. I'll walk you to the station, it's the least I can do, said Izuku. Is someone worried that something might happen to me? Asked Uraraka, teasing Izuku. I know you can take care of yourself, Ochako, but I just want to make sure, said Izuku. Oh, aren't you sweet, alright, you can walk me to the station, said Uraraka. But before that, let me get changed. Uraraka quickly went behind a rock and began to change. Izuku being the gentleman, he looked away. After a minute Uraraka came out wearing a pink short-sleeve shirt, black shorts, and her Ua jacket. Ready. Let's go then. The two walked to the train station hand in hand. As dumb as it was, Izuku left his trident in the beach as to not draw attention to himself or Uraraka. Buying her ticket, Izuku and Uraraka waited on one of the benches. A few minutes later the train arrived. The two got up and faced each other. I'll come visit Ua soon, I promise. Uraraka nodded. I'll hold you to that. Now get going before they notice you're gone. Izuku leaned in and kissed Uraraka on the cheek. Bye. Uraraka got aboard and waved as the train pulled away from the station. Izuku then began to walk back to the sea. Now back on the sand he grabbed his trident and walked into the sea. He then took off for Atlantis. After a few minutes he arrived and sneaked his way back inside. Afternoon. It was about midday when Izuku finally woke up. Man, I got way more tired than I thought I would last night.
Pearl's trial wasn't continuing today, so he had the day off, well, kind of. He didn't tell Uraraka about today. Just then there was a knock on Izuku's room. Your Majesty, are you ready? Izuku opened the door to find one of his council members. Tell me why you guys are forcing me to do this, asked Izuku.
Because right now you are the sole member of the royal bloodline. If something were to happen to you, then it would spell disaster. That is why we are having you pick a queen, the sooner the better, explained the council member.
No, I get that, but why can't I pick? I mean, she's going to be my wife, said Izuku.
Because last time the old king picked her out and look at what happened. She turned out to be a criminal. Izuku couldn't believe what he just heard.
Wait, are you talking about Pearl? Asked Izuku, surprised. The council member turned to Izuku. Yes, did your father not tell you about this? I'm surprised, he always had plans for you and Pearl to be married.
Father never spoke of this. Why was I not informed? Asked Izuku. Your father thought it would be best to surprise the both of you when you were both at a marriageable age. He'd hoped that the relationship between the two of you would grow into one that was more intimate, explained the council member. Does Pearl know about this? Asked Izuku. The council member nodded. She does. Izuku was shocked. So what now? Now, we will give you a list of potential candidates and you will meet with each of them, explained the council member. So I get no say in this. I just have to choose from the girls you guys tell me to? That's not right. I want to choose who I want to be with, said Izuku, voicing his displeasure. This has been the way for generations. Your father also met your mother in this way. Why are you so opposed? Asked the council member. Could it be that you already have someone in mind? Izuku looked away. I actually met someone on the surface. A surface worlder. No, that is unacceptable. We cannot have a surface worlder become queen of Atlantis. Besides, the surface women are hideous just looking at them. However, before the council member could say anything, Izuku's trident appeared in front of his face. Another word and I will have your tongue. Do I make myself clear? Asked Izuku, staring down the council member.
The council member kneeled. Why, yes, your majesty, please forgive me.
Izuku redacted his trident. You won't get a second chance, so watch how you speak. Make sure to pass a message to the other members. I will look over your list, but I will have the final say on who I shall marry. Now tell me, how is the construction of the embassy?
It's going fine so far. The seaside embassy is starting construction, but UA should be allowing us to use their school as a forefront for now. Izuku nodded.
Good, then there are a few things I still need to work out with Nezu. Inform Nezu and prepare a ship for me. I am leaving for UA tomorrow, ordered Izuku. Izuku was walking away when the council member called him. Your majesty, the list. Please at least take the list and pick someone. Izuku sighed. Fine, but only one. After that you stop bothering me for a while. Izuku grabbed the list. Sorry about this, Ochako, but I need to get him off my back. The next day Izuku's ship rose above the water. The guards came out first, then followed by Izuku. Walking down the ramp, Izuku saw All Might and Nezu. Izuku stood in front of the two men. It's been a while, you two. All Might smiled. It has been too long, that much is for sure. How are you, son? All things considered, not bad. How's the school, Nezu? Asked Izuku. The small animal gave a thumbs up. It's doing great. The students miss you, especially class 1A. Yeah, I know. I promised I'd visit them, but they're still at their hero internship, so it can't be helped, said Izuku. Yes, it's quite unfortunate. Shall we get going then? Asked Nezu. Izuku nodded. Let's. However, just as Izuku was about to leave, the soldiers all went to his side. Izuku looked back confused. What are you guys doing? Your Majesty, we are here to protect you. They all responded in unison. But I don't need protection. I'm fine by myself. You can leave, said Izuku. That's when the captain of the squad stepped up. Forgive me, but we cannot do that. Izuku then turned to the captain. I am ordering you to leave. Are you going to disobey me? Your Majesty, it seems the council was right. Very well, we will allow you to go by yourself, but on the condition that you take this. One of the other men came up and handed the captain a notebook, and then handed it over to Izuku. Izuku sighed. Fine, they also insist that you at least pick one by today, said the commander. Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine, the commander nodded. Good, then we shall be here when you call for us. Please be safe, your Majesty. The soldiers all saluted and walked back into the ship. Izuku, All Might, and Nezu watched them all leave. What was that all about? Questioned Nezu. They want me to pick a potential wife. I tried to refuse, but they are insisting on it, explained Izuku. I see. Well, are you going to pick? Asked All Might. I already have someone in mind, but, you know what, let's not talk about that now. Let's go to UA. The others stayed quiet and walked towards a car. After a quick trip they arrived at UA. Izuku got out of the car and saw that no one was outside in the quad. It's quiet. Classes are actually still in session. It's only the Hero Course students that got internships. Besides, the last time you were here, a wave almost took out the whole school, said Nezu. Come, let's talk in my office. The three then walked inside of UA, but as they did, Izuku had to walk by the support department. As they were walking by, Izuku heard a commotion. He looked at the giant steel doors, when all of a sudden an explosion ripped the doors off of its hinges. The steel doors were thrown at the group. All Might grabbed Nezu and got him out of the way. Izuku on the other hand put up his forearm and blocked the steel door. The door scrunched up as it hit his arm. It still managed to push him back, but Izuku stayed upright. Throwing the piece off of him, Izuku looked through the smoke to see something else come flying at him. It wasn't another door but rather a person. With one arm Izuku reached out and caught Hatsume. "Hatsume! You almost blew up the entire lab again," yelled out Powerloader, another one of UA's teachers. "I simply made a miscalculation, that's all. I'm sure I'll get it next time," said Hatsume, covered in dirt and grease. She looked down to see an arm around her waist. She then looked up to see Izuku. "Oh hey, I remember you. Yeah, you're that prince guy."
Izuku put Hatsume down. "Yeah, well, more like king now." "Hatsume, right. I remember teaming up with you during the sports festival."
Hatsume nodded. "That's right, thanks for catching me."
"No problem, so you're an inventor, right? Working on something explosive, I assume," said Izuku, dusting himself off. "No, it was supposed to be another jetpack, but it kind of blew up in my face," said Hatsume, rubbing the back of her neck.
"Maybe you can come to Atlantis sometime and play around with some of our stuff," said Izuku. Hatsume's eyes widened. "Really? You would let me mess with Atlantean tech, that is supposed to be the most advanced tech in the world? Only I Island has anything close to your stuff."
Island? That's the giant man-made island in the sea, right? Asked Izuku. "Yes, actually, but how did you know that? Its location is supposed to be a secret," asked All Might, surprised. Izuku turned to All Might. "King of Atlantis, remember? I know about everything that happens in the oceans." Izuku then turned to Hatsume. "I'll let you know when you could visit."
"I can't wait," said Hatsume with a giant smile on her face. Izuku finally made it to Nezu's office. Nezu offered him a cup of tea, to which he accepted. "Wow, this is good. We don't have this down in Atlantis." "Glad you liked it. Now shall we talk business?" asked Nezu. Izuku put down his cut-up tea. "Let's." "Good, so first thing is, your use of UA as a forward embassy. We are currently building an office for you, which shouldn't take more than a few hours. The second thing is your enrollment here. Your father wanted you to study here. But given the circumstances, I don't think that will be possible," explained Nezu. Izuku had to agree with him. "As sad as it may be, I believe my time as a student here at UA is over. It's been amazing while I was here though, so thank you, Nezu."
"Think nothing of it, we were happy to have a student such as yourself attend this school. Now for the boring stuff, we have to go over these contracts so we can proceed." Nezu brought out a stack of papers that was at least half of his height.
Izuku looked at the stack. "Great, more reading. This is going to take a while." A few hours later, Izuku and Nezu were finally done. "Looks like that's it, everything is signed. I think we are done here," said Nezu. Izuku sighed. "Good, I'm tired of writing." Just then Nezu's phone rang. "Sorry about this. Hello?" Izuku sat there waiting for Nezu to finish up his call when he saw Nezu's expression change. "What? Are you sure?" Yes, of course, we'll send help right away." "Nezu, what's wrong?" asked Izuku, concerned. Nezu hung up his phone. "There's been an attack. No moves similar to the one that attacked the USJ have appeared in Hosu. The local heroes are doing the best they can, but they won't be enough. Endeavor and other heroes in the nearby cities are already on their way, but by the time they get there it might be too late." Izuku got up. "I'll go." "Izuku, are you sure?" asked Nezu.
"Yes, I'm sure. It would help repair relations if I'm seen helping. Besides, Iida is in Hosu, right? I won't let him get hurt," said Izuku, grabbing his trident.
Nezu nodded. "Very well, I'll let them know you're coming." Hosu, the streets were completely destroyed, broken pieces of building laid on the road, cars were on fire, and all the while people ran for their lives. Down the street the heroes were fighting three Nomus. One was similar to the one at the USJ but had no eyes, another had wings, with the last being grayish in color and having 4 eyes. They screeched as they tossed around the local heroes like they were nothing, and one of the heroes helping out looked familiar. "Ingenium, get its attention," a hero yelled out. "Right, Iida, use your speed to run around them. Keep them off of the others so they can attack," ordered Ingenium. Iida nodded. "Right." The two brothers then ran at the eyeless Nomu and began to strike it as they ran by. The Nomu roared almost as if it was calling the others. Just then the 4-eyed Nomu came in and used one of its quirks. Opening its mouth, it began to spit out web-like tentacles from its tongue. The two brothers tried to dodge out of the way, but the tentacles grew in length and knocked them back in a wall. Iida's helmet came off as a result of the hit. Ingenium was knocked out. "Brother." Iida went to check on him. He was breathing at least. That's when a large figure towered over them. The eyeless Nomu stood in front of them. *T. Everyone get it off of them. The heroes tried to attack the eyeless Nomu but were stopped when the winged Nomu used its massive wings to brush them aside. Iida knew he couldn't stand up to this thing, but he wouldn't just sit down and take it. He was going to go down fighting. Recipro burst. With blue flames coming out of his calves, Iida disappeared from the Nomu's range, before appearing behind him and delivering a powerful kick to its head. "I'm not done yet." Using his quirk, he quickly spun around and delivered another power kick. However, faster than Iida could see, the Nomu spun around and grabbed him by the leg. The Nomu then proceeded to slam Iida into the ground repeatedly with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. Iida yelled out in pain as blood ran down his head. The Nomu then dropped Iida on the floor and roared in victory. However, it was going to make sure Iida never got up again. Raising its massive foot, it threatened to stomp on Iida. Iida could only watch as the Nomu brought down its foot. However, before it could reach him, something came in and hit the Nomu in the chest, stabbing it. Looking down, the monster saw that it was a trident. Hey, ugly. The Nomu looked up only to have Izuku come in and punch it across the face. The hit was so hard that it caused a shockwave. The Nomu was sent flying through several buildings. The hit also jarred the trident loss, but Izuku caught it and landed in front of Iida. With blood running down his face, Iida could barely make out who it was. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to check on Iida. Easy, Iida. Looks like you got a nasty cut on your head. Good news is that you'll live. Bad news is that it will leave a nice scar. From behind Izuku, the Nomu reappeared and let out a roar. It then looked at Izuku and began running towards him. Iida tried to warn Izuku, look out. Izuku simply smiled. Wait for it. With its massive fist pulled back, the Nomu roared, but just as it was about to punch Izuku, he turned around and with his own fist hit the Nomu in the chest. The heroes were stunned as they watched the Nomu wobble before falling to the floor. Atop a rooftop, Shigaraki and Kurogiri watched this all unfold. Shigaraki, he's here. I see that. Shigaraki then reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone. He's here, what shall we do? Observe, we need to know how he fights. The Nomus may be wasted, but we will gain valuable information. Herewith or with another chapter done. A bit of Izuku x Uraraka action and a bit of fighting, not much, but the next chapter will have more action. Pearl is now in trial, but will Izuku go through with executing her? What would you do? 59 Chapter 17, Savior or Destroyer? Sorry for the delay on this chapter. I focused too much on another story and forgot to do this one, but I'm back on track. So anyway, thank you so much for reading my story. So without future ado, let's just jump into it.
Savior or Destroyer? The pro-heroes were stunned. Izuku had just taken down one of the Nomus. A monster that they were having trouble taking down, and he just took it down like it was nothing. Stay here, Iida, I'll deal with the rest of them, said Izuku as he walked towards the other two Nomus. Picking up his trident, Izuku gripped it and threw it right at the flying Nomu. The trident stabbed into the Nomu's shoulder. This caused it to crash into the side of the building.
Izuku then jumped to the side of one building and began to climb it by jumping from building to building. With one final leap, Izuku jumped on the back of the winged Nomu. The Nomu tried to get Izuku off of its back by slamming against the building, but Izuku held on. The heroes below watched as Izuku grabbed the wings. You've done enough damage, monster. It's time I send you down. Gripping the wings tight, Izuku ripped them right off the monster's back. The Nomu screeched out in pain as it crashed into the ground. Standing on its back, Izuku grabbed his trident and pulled it out of the Nomu. He then raised it and stabbed it in the back of the head, killing it. However, as soon as he pulled out the trident, Izuku was hit by a tentacle. Dropping his trident, he was pinned against a wall. Looking up, Izuku saw the pale green Nomu running at him.
Thinking fast, Izuku raised his arms and brought them down on the webbing, shattering it. However, the Nomu still managed to grab Izuku by the neck. It then proceeded to slam Izuku into the ground. The Nomu let out a screech as its arm that it had on Izuku began to grow in muscle mass, crushing Izuku underneath it. Gritting his teeth, Izuku fought against the pain. He needed a way out and fast. Just as he thought of something, Iida came in and kicked the Nomu right in the head. Get away from him. Iida! Yelled out Izuku. Iida landed on the ground, jumped back up and kicked the Nomu again. Shut up and take him down. Izuku felt the grip on him loosen. Grabbing the Nomu's arm, Izuku began to overpower it. Now free, Izuku got up and picked the Nomu up off the ground. With all his might, Izuku threw it high into the sky. Taking a deep breath, Izuku grabbed his trident up and pointed it up. After a few seconds, the Nomu that he threw fell and was impaled. With ease, Izuku slammed the Nomu to the ground and twisted the trident to make sure the Nomu was dead. The heroes were in disbelief. They struggled so much against those three and Izuku just beat them like they were nothing. We need to put out these fires. There are also people injured, they need medical attention, said Izuku to the heroes. The heroes all snapped out of their trance and quickly went to help everyone. Izuku stayed behind and helped the heroes with whatever they needed. By the end of it, there were many injured but luckily no deaths. Izuku sat down on the street. Man, that was tiring. Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see Iida. Oh hey Iida, thanks for the backup. You really saved my butt back there, said Izuku standing up. Iida shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. If you didn't show up, my brother and I would have been toast. I'm sure you two could have handled it. So how's your brother? Asked Izuku. He's alive. The Nomu really did a number on him. I just hope there's no damage to his arms, explained Iida. If there's anything you need, Iida, just ask. I could transport your brother to one of our hospitals if you need, said Izuku. Iida nodded. Thank you, Midoriya, it's good to hear reassurance. Anytime. I should get going. The guards are probably freaking out by now. Iida nodded and said his goodbye. However, before Izuku could leave, a loud voice was heard. Well, if it isn't the prince, or should I say king. Looking behind him, Izuku found the number 2 hero walking towards him. Endeavor, it's so nice to see you again, said Izuku looking up at the flaming hero. The feeling isn't mutual. I heard you took care of the Nomus before we got here. Impressive, said Endeavor.
Izuku smirked. Yeah, well, you of all people should know how strong I am. You know, after I kicked your ass. Endeavor's eye twitched. That's not how I remember it. Remember how you want to Endeavor, it won't change a thing. Unless of course you're looking to go another round? Asked Izuku, antagonizing the number 2 hero. Endeavor's flames began to flare out as he looked down at Izuku. Izuku gripped his trident ready for anything. Can you two relax, you're making a scene, said Todoroki. Hey Todoroki, it's been a while, said Izuku. It has, now do you mind we don't want to turn this area into another battlefield, said Todoroki as he motioned to the cameras and reporters. Another day? Asked Izuku. Endeavor nodded. Another day. Why don't we shake hands for the cameras? The two reached out and shook hands, but both squeezed hard. Being stronger, Izuku caused Endeavor to flinch. It seems you're a lot stronger than last time, said Endeavor as he waved at the cameras. Last time I was weakened, now is completely different. I bet I can take on you in all might in a fight, said Izuku smiling. After a while the two went their separate ways. Izuku returned to the beach and raised his trident, calling his ship. Appearing from the water, the ship dropped the platform. Izuku got in and went back down to Atlantis. It was now the next morning and Izuku was eating breakfast in a large dining hall, on a large table. The room was always big and empty, but with his father around it made the room just a bit smaller. But ever since his father died the room just felt larger than normal. The worst part was the throne. He didn't feel like he should be up there sitting on it. That place belonged to his father, but now he sat on it as ruler of Atlantis. Izuku was in the throne room watching the news coverage of last night's events. Last night 3 monsters, similar to those that attacked the USJ, attacked the city of Hosu. Lucky for us, the local heroes were able to subdue the monsters with some help from an unexpected ally. The image of the reporter faded away and in its place was video footage of Izuku's fight with the Nomus. As you can see, King Izuku of Atlantis stepped in and took down the monsters. While some are praising his work, others are calling them reckless, said the reporter. The fight then switched to that of the Hero Council members. While we are grateful for King Izuku, we are also concerned. He is not a hero, and should not act like one. This might send a bad example to others who might want to copy his actions. That is what you call vigilantism, and will not be allowed. The image then switched to that of the reporter once again. Was the king's intervention helpful? Let us know what you think on our social media. Is the king our new savior or our new enemy? My name is Kaga Lane and you heard it here first. Izuku turned off the TV and sighed. I saved them and they still find a way to badmouth me. Just then there was a knock at the door to the throne room. Come in, ordered Izuku. The doors opened up and in swam the council member from yesterday, my king. Ah, council member, what can I help you with today? Asked Izuku. The council member kneeled. I am here to see the candidate you picked out. Candidate, for what? Asked Izuku, confused. That's when he remembered. Oh right, about that. I need more time to decide. You didn't pick one, did you? Asked the council member. Izuku looked away, confirming the council member's suspicion. King Izuku, I must remind you that this is of great importance. I knew this would happen, that is why we took the liberty of picking a lady for you. I even brought her here. Izuku's eyes widened. You did what now? Standing up, the council member turned to the door. May I present to you, Trinity, she is the daughter of a general. Izuku stood up from his throne. As he did, a girl wearing a black top that stopped just underneath her stomach line swam in. She had on long black tight-fitting dress pants. She also had a veil coming from her back that reached down to her legs. Trinity kneeled before Izuku. My king, it is an honor to meet you. Izuku swam down and stopped right in front of her. Izuku saw her long black hair. Please raise your head, Trinity. Trinity did as she was told. That's when Izuku noticed she had 2 different colored eyes. Her left eye was aqua blue, and her right eye was black. Your eyes. Trinity touched the under part of her eye. I am sorry, my king, does my eye color disturb you? Izuku could see that Trinity was self-conscious of her eye. And no, not at all. I was merely admiring it. Your eye color is very unique, I think it suits you.
Trinity blushed. Thank you, my king. Now that you two have met, King Izuku, you are to take this young woman to the opening ceremony of the land embassy, said the council member.
Izuku turned to the council member. I thought you said I was just going to meet her? You did, just now. It's time you get to know each other. We don't expect you to take her now, we just want you to actually do something, explained the council member. But I didn't. Izuku turned to Trinity and saw that she was on the verge of tears. Fine, it will be my pleasure, said Izuku through his teeth. Excellent. Then we shall take our leave. Good day, my king. Boning, the council member and Trinity both swam away.
Izuku breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ochako is going to kill me.
2 weeks later, opening ceremony of the land embassy. Ochako was excited for 2 reasons. One was that she and a few of her classmates were chosen to protect the embassy for today. And second, was today she was going to see Izuku again. Su, Mina, Kaminari, Jiro, and Todoroki all joined Ochako in this mission. The representatives of the world's most powerful countries and even the lesser-known ones would be present. The reef, as everyone would call it, was a massive facility that was just off the coast of Japan. The main building was submerged underwater but had a road leading to it for easy land access. There was also a massive glass ceiling where you could see the sea life swim by. Man, there are a lot of people here. said Kaminari wearing his hero costume.
Of course there is, it's the opening ceremony. There are very important people here, explained Jiro.
But why us? I'm sure there are stronger heroes out there that could have taken this job, said Sue. It's because of our quirks, they chose us because of what Midoriya is, said Todoroki. The others were confused by this. He means we can hurt Midoriya if something were to happen, said Ochako. The others' eyes went wide. Well, but Midoriya won't do anything, so you don't have to worry about that, said Mina. And we all know he wouldn't ever hurt Ochako over here, because he loves her. Ochako's face turned red. Shut up, all of you stay alert, yelled out Aizawa through their earpiece. Do I need to remind you that you are all on mission? The students all replied, no sir, good, now eyes up, Midoriya is coming out, said Aizawa. Just then from the podium an Atlantean soldier stepped up. May I present to you His Royal Majesty, King Izuku Kaito Midoriya and Lady Trinity. Ochako's eyes widened when she heard the second name. From behind the soldier Izuku walked out wearing his royal attire, but latched onto his arm was Trinity wearing a fine green dress. The girls all turned to Ochako who was in disbelief. Oh, looks like someone has some competition, said Mina. Izuku walked over to the podium and adjusted the mic. Welcome everyone to the reef. This is a place where Atlantis and the surface world can communicate. This embassy will serve as the bridge to connect our two worlds. We will learn about each other and one day I hope we come to understand each other better. For now this occasion is meant to be a celebration. That being said, if you have any questions I will be here to answer them. I would also like to thank the brave heroes that are here today acting as bodyguards. So please, let us enjoy ourselves today. Izuku walked down the stage with Trinity and began to talk amongst the visitors. Ochako watched them from a distance. They look good together. She then turned around and headed down the hall. What she didn't know was that Izuku watched her leave. After a while Okako was outside guarding the gate when she got a call over her earpiece. Uraraka, head to the pillar. There were some reports of drones in the area, said Aizawa. Copy that, I'm on the way. Using her quirk on herself Ochako floated up to the pillar. Deactivating it she landed on one of the pillars and began to scan the skies. I don't see anything Mr. Aizawa. Are you sure the reports were accurate? Oh I don't they were. A voice said behind Ochako. The voice startled Ochako. She turned around and punched whoever it was behind her. With a thud the person caught Ochako's punch with ease. Hey now I didn't think you would actually hit me. Sorry that I scared you, said Izuku with a smile. Izuku. Pulling her fist free Ochako went to hug Izuku. Izuku returned the hug. Hey Ochako, miss me? You know I did, but are you sure about this? What if people see us? Asked Ochako. Izuku smirked. Don't worry about that. I just said I had to take a call and wished not to be disturbed. Ochako broke from the hug. I guess being king has its benefits. Now, care to explain what's up with the girl? Izuku sighed. She is a marriage candidate that the council picked out for me. Ochako backed away from Izuku. What? Wait, let me explain. They said she is a candidate but that doesn't mean anything. Please you have to believe me. I love you Ochako and only you, said Izuku. Ochako didn't even turn around. Really? Izuku nodded. Yes really. Me bringing Trinity here is all a farce. I need to keep the council off my back and this was the only way I could. Ochako sighed. Alright. Izuku I'll trust you. But you have to find a way to tell them about me. I will, I swear. I just need more time. In the meanwhile let me show you how much I love you with this. Reaching into his pocket Izuku pulled out a necklace. Walking over to Ochako, he placed the necklace around her neck. Ochako looked down at it. Wow, it's beautiful. There around her neck was a red diamond in the shape of a heart. Izuku, this must be worth a fortune. I can't take this, said Ochako turning to Izuku. However before she could say anything else Izuku kissed her on the lips. After a few seconds he pulled away. Please accept it, think of it as a sorry for today. Ochako gave Izuku a smile. Alright, I'll gladly accept it. Thank you Izuku, I love it. Just then the sound of static came through Ochako's earpiece. Uraraka, we have a situation down here. Mr. Aizawa. What's going on? Asked Ochako. There's been a breach at the main gate. Several cars are heading your way. The intruders all have quirks and one of them has a. Before Aizawa could explain, a massive explosion rocked the reef. Smoke then began to come out of the side of the building. Oh no, we need to go now, said Izuku. Ochako nodded and the two then quickly jumped off the side of the building. Inside the reef Trinity was being escorted by several Atlantean soldiers. Where is King Izuku? Has anyone seen His Majesty? Yelled out one of the guards. Just then another explosion occurred just feet from Trinity, knocking her to the ground but killing the men guarding her. This place is going down. One of the villains yelled out as they killed another Atlantean guard. This place is the devil's den. We won't let you sea demons infect us. As the villain was speaking, he was suddenly encased in ice. Looking over Trinity saw Todoroki was the one who did it. Get her out. On it, Ribbit. Hoping in front of Trinity was Sue. Come on we need to get you out of here. Reaching out Trinity grabbed Sue's hand. They began to run for the exit, dodging bullets, quirks left and right. But their luck ended when an explosive pellet rolled in front of them. Look out! Sue quickly pushed Trinity out of the way as the explosion hit Sue on the back.
Trinity got up and saw Sue's body. She was covered in cuts and burn marks. And no, hey, wake up.
Hey, isn't this one of them? Asked a villain appearing behind Trinity. Yeah, I think it is. Let's ice her, said another villain activating his quirk. Just as they were about to kill her, Ochako came in and kicked one of the villains down. The other one looked over. What the? That's when something came in and pierced the man's chest from behind.
You picked the wrong place to mess with, said Izuku, gripping his trident. Throwing the villain aside, he reached out to Trinity. Are you injured?
Trinity shook her head. I'm fine. Taking Izuku's hand, she stood up. Good, then go with Ochako here. She'll get you out. Izuku saw the hesitance in Trinity's eyes. Trust me, she's an amazing hero. You can trust her. I'll get you out. Just come with me, said Ochako. Trinity nodded and began to follow Ochako. Using her gravity quirk, Ochako managed to grab Sue and carry her out too. Izuku stayed behind to deal with the rest of the villains. One by one he would take them down with ease. Some did cause him trouble. One of the villains' quirks was the power to control wind. Using that power he broke the glass ceiling, causing water to rush in. Luckily for everyone, Izuku was able to use his powers to control the water and stop most of the water from flooding in. With the help of his guards, Izuku was able to take down all the villains. Walking over to one that was still alive, he picked them up by the shirt. Who are you and who sent you here? I want answers. The villain smiled as blood dripped down his mouth. We are the first wave, King Izuku. We are the ones who are going to fight you to the very end. Your kind doesn't belong on the surface. You are a disease that needs eradication. Izuku pulled the villain close. We'll just have to see about that. Take him and give him to the local heroes, ordered Izuku. Now outside, Ochako turned to Trinity. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, thank you for saving me, said Trinity, bowing slightly. Good, I should head back inside and see if Izuku needs any help. As Ochako was about to leave, Trinity noticed the necklace around her neck. Her eyes widened as she recognized the diamond. Wait please, said Trinity, reaching out and grabbing Ochako's arm. Huh? What's wrong? Asked Ochako. Trinity pointed to the necklace around Ochako's neck. Where did you get that diamond? Someone gave it to me. Now let go, I need to go help people. Ochako shook Trinity off of her and ran back towards the building. All the while Trinity stared at Ochako. That diamond, it's only found in Atlantis. But how did she get it? And why did she call the king by his first name? Could the rumors about King Izuku having someone on the surface he is fond of be true? After everything was over, most of the villains were dead, with the exception of 2 who were taken into custody. The damage to the reef was extensive. The explosions did most of the damage. It would be a while before they could reopen it. Izuku was surrounded by his soldiers. There are people who are injured, get them treated. I don't want anything to happen to them, got it? Yes, Your Majesty. They bowed and left to complete their orders. Izuku looked at the building. His symbol of unity was now practically destroyed. Izuku sighed. This was a disaster. That's when Ochako walked beside him. Was it a mistake making this, Ochako? Are you doubting yourself, Izuku? Because it sounds like you are, said Ochako. I am. You heard what they said. They called us sea demons, that they didn't want to get infected. Does everyone feel this way? Because if they didn't, Izuku looked at the ambulances that took the world representatives away. They sure as hell do now. Ochako placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I know things suck right now, Izuku. But you have to do this. This was your mother's dream, wasn't it? Izuku nodded. Then don't let this get you down. This is the perfect chance to reset yourself. All of a sudden Trinity walked up behind the two. Ochako, was it? Do you mind if I speak to you, alone? Izuku and Ochako turned around. I'm sure? We'll talk later, Izuku. I think you still have some representatives to deal with. Izuku nodded and went to check on the representatives. So what did you want to talk about, Lady Trinity? Trinity is fine, and I wanted to speak to you about the diamond around her neck. Ochako would see that Trinity was serious about this. What, this? It was a gift, from a friend, said Ochako, trying to think of an excuse. A friend? Does this friend happen to be filthy rich? 'Cause a diamond of that size and color is worth a fortune. Not to mention that it is a special diamond, said Trinity. Ochako's eyes widened. What, that much, so it really is special. Hold it up against the light, said Trinity. Huh? Why? Asked Ochako. Just do it, you have nothing to lose, so do it, said Trinity. Ochako shrugged and removed the necklace and held it up against the light. Ochako's eyes widened as from within the diamond the symbol of Atlantis began to shine. That expression tells me everything. It was King Izuku who gave you that necklace. That must make you the surface woman he is fond of, aren't you? Asked Trinity. Ochako said nothing. You don't have to respond, but I would like an answer to one question. Do you love King Izuku? Ochako turned to Trinity and held the diamond close to her chest. I do. I love Izuku. Trinity smiled. Good, then I wish you the best of luck to the both of you. Wait, just like that you're going to accept it? Izuku told me you were a marriage candidate. Don't you hate me? Asked Ochako. Trinity shook her head. No, actually, if I'm being honest, I'm happy. I know King Izuku may smile and laugh with me, but I can tell his heart belongs to another, you. Me being a potential marriage candidate is a way to increase my father's influence. It was purely political. Everyone deserves to be loved by someone who loves them back. Don't get me wrong, I like the king, but not in that way. However, I am willing to help you. Help me, how? Asked Ochako. Seeing how the council chose me to be his marriage partner, I have some leverage. That means I can keep others off of him. King Izuku wouldn't ever touch me or another woman, but he is well. Ochako smiled and finished Trinity's sentence, too nice when it comes to girls.
Trinity nodded, yeah, and when the time comes I want the two of you to announce your relationship. The council will reject it but the people are another thing, they may be willing to accept you.
Will there even be a time? Look at what happened today. Just like in Atlantis, there are those on the surface that will never accept Izuku for who he is, explained Ochako. Then make them accept you. Change isn't something that is accepted but times are different now. Trust me when I say it's better that you tell everyone, or time will force your hand. Alright, I'll keep your relationship with the king a secret under one condition. Ochako got worried. Trinity then grabbed Ochako's hand and smiled, that you take care of the king. After he lost his father he's been different. He's tried to bury himself into the trial but I can tell and I think you can too, that he's hurting. I swear, I will take care of him, said Ochako. Trinity smiled. Good, then I hope the two of us can be friends. Just then two Atlantean soldiers walked to the two girls. Lady Trinity, King Izuku has given us orders to take you back to Atlantis safely, please come with us. Trinity nodded. Very well, it was nice talking to you Ochako, remember what I said. Ochako watched as the soldiers escorted Trinity away. Looking past her Ochako saw Izuku. Smiling she nodded letting him know that she was okay. After talking with the representatives Izuku thought it would be best that they postpone future events until they fix the reef. But this served as a wake-up call for Izuku, that not everyone on the surface was on board having him here. He needed to change the way the surface saw him and fast. Fortunately Nezu had a proposition that he pitched to Izuku when they met a while ago. I'm going to be tackling the forest training arc next and I have big plans for that so look forward to that. Also what do you think of Trinity? And what were the villains talking about the first wave? Find out next time. In the meantime stay safe everyone. 59 Chapter 18, Together. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter. I do hope you are enjoying reading as much as I enjoy writing it. So without further ado let's just jump into it. Together a week had gone by since the attack at the embassy had occurred. Izuku ordered his troops to pull back and let the heroes and police investigate. Now it was time for Izuku to go back and check. He sent a squad of soldiers to secure the inside but when he arrived there were already problems brewing. As Izuku walked towards the embassy he could hear in the distance the sound of arguing. This is your last warning surface worlder. Get out of our way. The commander of the squad said to the commander of the SDF soldiers. And I already told you we have orders not to let anyone into this former embassy, said the SDF commander. The Atlantean commander narrowed his eyes and was about to issue a command when Izuku's voice was heard. What is the meaning of this? The Atlantean soldiers turned and kneeled before Izuku. Your Majesty, this wretch is barring our entry. Izuku turned to the soldiers at the door of the embassy. What's going on? We are securing the area King Izuku. As of 10 a.m. this morning the Prime Minister revoked this embassy's status. We are to let no one into this former embassy. We don't want to escalate this, explained the SDF squad commander. Izuku assured them, there won't be an escalation. But I'd like to ask something of you, are you afraid of us? The SDF squad commander looked away before looking Izuku in the eyes. Honestly I don't want to be but you gave us a lot of reasons to be. Just 5 Atlanteans were able to kill the former Prime Minister and drown an entire city, killing thousands in the process. Izuku sighed, I understand. He then turned to his men, fall back, and await further instructions. The Atlantean soldiers nodded and began to walk away from the former embassy. Izuku then turned to the soldier, who do I speak to about this? Going back to Atlantis Izuku had a very lengthy discussion with the new Prime Minister. After talking for hours, Izuku agreed to give Japan a few weeks to think about reinstating the embassy's status. Izuku sat back down on the throne and sighed, man this new Prime Minister is tough. Just then there was a knock at the door and in swam in a messenger, Your Majesty, I bring news. Izuku stood up, speak, Ua has authorized your proposition. Izuku smiled, perfect. When is the date set? The time is set for 2 days from now, explained the messenger. Good, then I shall prepare at once, said Izuku, good work, you may leave now. The messenger bowed and swam away, I can't wait for my friends to see this. 2 days later today was an important day and Izuku was nervous. For today he would be joining Class 1A on a field trip to train their quirks. Class 1A had just taken their final exams and most of them, keyword being most passed. This trip was meant to help them develop their quirks over a 2-week period but for Izuku this was much more. This trip was meant to show everyone that he could still be trusted, that he could still maintain a relationship with the surface and be king at the same time. The council voiced their objection at first but after Izuku struck his trident down they relented. However they would insist that he take 2 guards. Izuku argued that Ua would not allow that and he was right. So instead of staying the whole time at the camp Izuku would return to Atlantis after 1 week. But he would bring along his class to train in Atlantis for the remaining week. After getting the students' parents' permission the stage was set. Izuku and Class 1A were currently on a bus heading towards the campsite. Izuku and Ochako were sitting in the back talking about what to expect during this trip. However the class was more concerned with their relationship than the trip, especially Mina. So Ochako, have you two kissed?
Ochako blushed and looked over to Izuku. Don't look at me, she asked you.
Ochako sighed, yes, yes we have. The girls all awed at the same time. What about further, have you two done it yet? Asked Mineta. Now it was Izuku's turn to blush, that is none of your concern. Ochako nodded, I agree, yes we're together, yes we are dating, but no, we won't tell you everything. Mina pouted, fine, but you'll answer sooner or later. I still can't believe it though, Ochako is actually dating a king. Right, it's like something out of a fairy tale, said Hagakure. That means Ochako has a good chance of becoming the next queen. Ribbit, said Sue. Izuku's eyes widened and his cheeks blushed. Hey now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ochako nodded, but yes, yes she does. Ochako turned crimson red, me queen. So anyway Midoriya, are you really going to train us? Asked Iida. Izuku nodded, yeah, for the next couple of days I'll be helping the heroes in training you, and then I have a surprise for you all. I can't wait to find out what it is, said Mina. Just then the bus they were on stopped. Alright everyone out, said Aizawa. Class 1A quickly got off the bus and noticed they stopped at cliffside. It sure is beautiful out here, said Izuku admiring the view. Glad you like it, your majesty, said a voice from behind the bus. I bet you'll also like the wild pussycats. Jumping out from behind the bus were two women dressed in cat costumes. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Pixie Bob and Mandalay. Pro heroes that specialize in mountain rescue. Explained Aizawa. They, along with the rest of their team and Midoriya will be assisting you in getting stronger. Mandalay walked over to Izuku and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you King Izuku, we are happy that you took the time to join us. Izuku blinked a few times before holding back the urge to laugh. Mandalay heard this and looked up confused. Sorry I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that, you don't have to worry about titles with me. Please, call me Midoriya and just talk normally.
Mandalay smiled. Alright Midoriya, good to have you on board then. She then extended out a hand.
Izuku smiled, reaching out he shook Mandalay's hand, thanks for having me. Pixie Bob then jumped in, now that introductions are out of the way, let's get right into it. Mandalay agreed, right, alright everyone listen up. Welcome to your first day, here you will learn to grow your strength and hopefully learn a thing or two. But first you need to make it to the campsite. She then pointed to the base of the mountain. Just there at the door of the mountain, we have base camp. Your objective is to reach there before sunset. Oh and feel free to use your quirks as you please. We own all this land so go crazy. Class 1A began to worry, that's far away, I think I'll pass, said Kirishima backing up. Yeah, I'd rather take the bus, said Mina walking towards the bus. The class quickly joined in and began to run towards the bus. However before anyone could get in Pixie Bob jumped in front of them. Sorry kids but no shortcuts for you. Placing her paws onto the ground Pixie Bob began to manipulate the ground. The ground rumbled when all of a sudden a massive tsunami made of rock and dirt hit the class, sending them flying off the cliff. Remember, you got until sunset, yelled out Mandalay. As Pixie Bob deactivated her quirk she was surprised to see Izuku still standing there with Ochako standing behind him. He actually shielded Ochako from the rock tsunami. Izuku looked around, did you guys want me to join them? Aizawa nodded, yes, we all know you're strong with a weapon, but I want to see you without one. Oh and help the class while you're at it. Izuku nodded and tossed his trident at Aizawa. Hold on to that yeah? I'll see you at base camp. Izuku turned around and picked up Ochako bridal style. Hold on tight Ochako. Ochako's eyes widened. Wait Izuku, don't. However it was too late Izuku had already jumped from the cliffside. On the ground class 1A were being attacked by earth monsters. What the hell are these things? Asked Mina, as she used her acid to melt the leg of one. Don't know, just focus on taking this one down, yelled out Iida. However just as one earth monster was about to attack Izuku and Ochako fell from the sky. With a loud boom Izuku landed on the monster. Ochako also landed on a monster but used her quirk to completely shatter it by increasing the gravity around her. You alright Ochako? Asked Izuku. Ochako coughed thanks to the dust they picked up. I'm fine, but please, no more jumping from cliffs. Izuku smiled. I only promised to try. Ochako rolled her eyes. Guess that's as good as I'm going to get. She then jumped off the rocks and dusted herself off. Alright you two stop flirting and help deal with these guys, said Mineta running away from a monster. Izuku nodded, sure thing, Momo, can you make some ice? Momo turned to Izuku. Yes, activating her quirk Momo began to create a large piece of ice, here. Thanks, Todoroki, melted to water, said Izuku. Todoroki nodded and raised his hand, activating his fire, he began to melt the ice into a puddle. Now fully melted, Todoroki stopped his fire, ready. Izuku smiled, awesome. Izuku closed his eyes for a second, before reopening them to reveal the green glow of his powers. Raising his hand Izuku called upon the water, going to his hand he began to reshape them into twin blades. They were similar to his previous blades, good to have these back. Now, let's take these guys down. With Izuku there to help them, Class 1A began to take down the monsters. It would only be a matter of time before they reached the base camp. Back on the cliff Pixie Bob and Mandalay were surprised. He's not what I thought he was going to be, said Mandalay. He may be a king, but Midoriya is just a kid. But he's been through more stuff than most heroes would ever go through, said Aizawa. I can tell, there's something about the look in his eyes that reminds me of someone, said Mandalay looking over to a small boy in a red hat. 4 hours later Aizawa, Pixie Bob, and Mandalay were now at the base camp when they heard the sound of leaves. Looking over they saw Class 1A emerge from the forest, beaten and tired, well except Izuku, he was perfectly fine. Wow, you guys did a lot better than I thought you would, said Mandalay. Some of Class 1A fell to the ground exhausted. I thought it was rather fun, it reminded me of when I was a kid, said Izuku. The class all turned to Izuku. Huh? Yeah, I used to fight sea creatures when I was 8. I used to go down to a ravine and fight creatures with Dad. Izuku stopped halfway through his sentence. Ochako noticed this and thought back to what Trinity said. Anyway, it was fun, what else do you got? No, yelled out the entire class. No more, we are all tired. Izuku flinched. Alright, no more. Well, lucky for you. It's now time to enjoy some diner. We made some amazing curry for you to enjoy, but don't get too used to it. Since starting tomorrow you'll be cooking for yourselves, said Pixie Bob. Hold on, I got a question, said Izuku. Mandalay turned to Izuku. Yes, Midoriya? Who's the kid? Asked Izuku motioning towards the kid in the red hat.
Oh, that's Kota, he's my cousin. We are currently taking care of him, explained Mandalay.
Izuku nodded. I see, here's another question, why does he look so pissed off? Kota narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Wannabe heroes. With that Kota walked away. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Sorry about him, he's going through some stuff right now. Izuku raised his hand. Don't worry about it. After that little encounter Izuku and Class 1A all enjoyed their meal. Izuku never had this dish and was surprised by how good it tasted. After enjoying the food the class were allowed to bathe. The bath was a hot spring type of thing, all open air. However, much to Minetta's dismay the baths were separated by gender. A tall wall separated them. Once inside the bath Izuku relaxed and made sure to completely submerge himself. Man, this is relaxing, said Iida. You can say that again, said Kaminari. Hey Minetta, aren't you going to jump in? Minetta was currently looking at the wall separating the genders. How can you guys be so calm? Glory is just over this wall, waiting to be seen. Minetta, I don't think that's a good idea, said Kirishima. That is where your mind is lacking, young one. An idea isn't inherently right or wrong, it's only a question of if you can do it. And I can. Minetta then plucked a purple ball off of his head and stuck it to the wall. Greatness doesn't come to those who wait, you have to go out and chase it, said Minetta as he quickly began to climb up the wall.
However, just as he was about to reach the top, Minetta was slammed by a massive pool of water. The water knocked Minetta off of the wall, which sent him crashing to the pile of buckets.
The guys all turned to Izuku who had burning green eyes. Anyone else want to try it? Asked Izuku as miniature water tornadoes surrounded him. The guys were smart enough, they didn't want to peek on the girls, that was just unmoral. That, and the fact that Ochako, Izuku's girlfriend, was on the other side of that wall completely naked. They really didn't want to die tonight. Later that night Uraraka was wearing her pajamas and was about to get into bed when she was grabbed by someone and forced to sit down. What the heck? Uraraka looked up to see all the girls in Class 1A around her. What? So about that conversation we were having in the bus, said Mina with a smirk. I told you already, didn't I? We aren't going to tell you everything, said Ochako. We just want to know one thing, after that no more. We'll leave you alone, deal? Said Mina. Ochako rolled her eyes. Fine, but only one question. Mina agreed. Alright, so have you two had sex yet? Ochako blushed. And no, we haven't. Toru wasn't convinced. Are you sure? Yes, yelled out Ochako. Ribbit, well there's your answer, Mina. Now leave her alone, said Sue. But why? He clearly likes you and you like him. Why not make it a more physical relationship? Asked Mina. Ochako looked away. Because I'm not ready for that, at least. Not yet. I see, said Momo. It's not a question about if he likes you or not. It's something else, isn't it? Ochako nodded. Yeah. To tell you the truth, I'm scared, not about actually doing it but about what would happen if word of our relationship ever got out. Izuku's people would dethrone him, or even cast him out. That's a huge risk, and for me, I don't think it's worth it. The girls all looked at each other. That's when Mina reached out and flicked Ochako on the forehead. What? Ochako, are you an idiot? Asked Mina. That surprised Ochako. Do you think Midoriya doesn't know that? I can guarantee that he does, and yet he's still with you. I have to agree with Mina on this one, said Jiro. Midoriya is risking everything to be with you. That proves how much he likes you. Yet you're taking it in a way to rationalize your fear. Ochako thought about it. Just think on that, Ochako. Well, we should probably get some sleep. We don't know what Mr. Aizawa has planned for us, said Momo. With that the girls all went to sleep. 5:30 a.m. the next morning Aizawa had woken everyone up just as the sun was rising. Class 1A was standing outside. Some of them were still half asleep. Welcome to day 2 of training camp. As I said before, you're here to train your quirks. Now I know you'll have gone through a lot and fought in a lot of battles, but that doesn't mean you've gotten stronger. Aizawa then pulled out a ball and tossed it towards Bakugo. This is just like the one from the first day of class, said Bakugo. Correct, now throw the ball. This way we can compare your first day score with now, explained Aizawa. Bakugo walked a few feet away from the class, winded up and using his explosions he launched the ball. Die. After a few seconds Aizawa turned to a small device, and that's why we need this training. Turning the device around he showed the class a distance of 710 meters. His first day distance was 705, Bakugo only improved by 5 meters. You all might have gotten more battle tested but your quirk powers are lacking, explained Aizawa. That's why myself, the Pussycats, and Izuku here are going to help you. We will make you stronger no matter what. The class all swallowed nervously. Let's get started, shall we?
The class then went off and split. Each student was given a way to improve their quirks. All but Ochako. She was going to train with Izuku to improve her use of Atlantean martial arts.
The key to mastering the martial arts was breathing. Izuku would teach Ochako how to properly control her breathing while in a fight. Ochako was throwing punches while controlling her breathing but found that it put a strain on her lungs. Blocking an attack, Izuku countered with a hard right but stopped just inches from hitting her. You're too tense, relax and focus, said Izuku. Ochako was tired and out of breath after hours of fighting. She tried to go into a fighting stance but found that her arms wouldn't move. I think I'm done, said Ochako falling back on her butt.
Izuku nodded. You did well for your first time. I can tell you'll master it soon enough.
Ochako smiled. Thanks Izuku, couldn't have done it without you.
Izuku then extended out his hand. Come on, let's go back to base camp. Grabbing his hand Ochako was pulled up, however the two didn't let go. The pair then walked towards the camp hand in hand. Hey you two. It's about time you show up, said Mina.
Sorry, we got too into training, said Izuku. Mina smirked. Training huh? Are you sure it wasn't something else? Ochako blushed. Mina. The girls laughed. Sorry. Alright everyone gather round. As we said yesterday we will no longer be cooking for you. That means you'll be preparing your own food, explained Mandalay. The class quickly got to work making food. It took Izuku a bit to get the hang of cooking, since he never had to do it before. But eventually he learned and was now able to cut vegetables. It was a start. Now finished, everyone grabbed a plate and began to eat. That's when Aizawa walked over to the end of the table. Listen up everyone, we have an announcement. Everyone turned to Aizawa. Normally this training camp would last 2 weeks, but things are going to be different this year. Want to take the rest, Midoriya? Izuku got up and walked beside Aizawa. After the week is up you will all be joining me in visiting someplace none of you have ever been. The class was confused. Izuku smiled. For the final week you will be going down to Atlantis to train.
Everyone dropped their spoons. Hey, are you serious? Asked Mina.
Izuku nodded. Yes, we already got approval from the school. So in 1 week's time, you'll be some of the few people in the world to visit Atlantis. The class rose from their seats. This is going to be amazing, said Kirishima.
I can't wait to see some Atlantean women, said Mineta.
Alright everyone calm down. I know you're all excited but you still have work here. For now eat up and rest, because we are doing the same thing tomorrow, said Aizawa.
Izuku went back to sit with Ochako. How did you pull that off? The council would have never approved that.
I may have pulled a few strings. Besides those old farts and the council had to listen to me, said Izuku winking at Ochako. Damn it, don't tell me he's gone again, said Mandalay. Izuku turned to the hero. Everything alright Mandalay?
No, it's Kota, he's not here eating with us. He's probably up in his secret spot again, explained Mandalay. If he doesn't get here soon his food is going to get cold.
I'll bring it to him, said Izuku. Are you sure? Asked Mandalay.
Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's not a problem. Just tell me where he is and I'll bring him a plate. Alright then, he's up on the cliff over there. Mandalay pointed at a mountain that overlooked the base camp. Cool, I'll go right now. Izuku picked up a plate of food. He wanted to bring his trident but he couldn't carry them both. Ochako, watch over my trident, yeah. Ochako nodded. No problem, hurry back. With that Izuku jumped towards the mountain. Kota was sitting on the edge of the cliff looking down at the base camp. Stupid heroes. Just then there was a noise from behind Kota. Turning around he saw Izuku walking towards him. How did you find me? Izuku stopped in front of the kid. Mandalay told me where to find you. Hungry? Asked Izuku lifting the plate of food. Kota turned away. No, now leave. Izuku sighed. So tell me kid, who did you lose? Kota's eyes widened. How did you? I know because I have the same look in my eyes. I recently lost my father, and my mother died when I was young. So I know what you're going through, explained Izuku. Shut up. No one knows what I'm going through, said Kota through his teeth. Actually I do, so do you want to talk about it? Asked Izuku. Kota turned around and faced Izuku. You help me? Why? I can tell, you haven't dealt with your own issues. Come back when you do or when you catch my parents' killer. Izuku looked at Kota before sighing. I know I still have issues, and I probably should talk them out but I can't. I'm king of Atlantis, I can't show weakness. I'll leave this here for you. Putting down the plate of food Izuku turned to leave. Try not to stay out too late. Jumping back to base camp Izuku noticed that everyone in class 1A were standing around. Hey what's going on? Asked Izuku. We're doing a test of courage, said Mina excited. Before he could ask what that was Pixie Bob appeared holding a box. Alright everyone, it's time to pick your partners for this. So everyone grab a stick.
Mina, Kirishima, and 2 other students were about to go pick when Aizawa wrapped them up in his capture weapon. Not so fast, you won't be participating in this activity. Since you bunch failed the final exams, you'll be taking a remedial class with me. No, they yelled out disappointed. They then began to get dragged by Aizawa towards the main building. Izuku just blinked at them. Sorry guys. After everyone picked a stick, they began to pair up. As luck would have it, Izuku got paired up with Ochako. The two then walked into the forest where Class 1B was ready to scare them. As they walked deeper into the woods, Ochako clinged onto Izuku. Ochako didn't like being scared. Her little scream made Izuku laugh. You're being mean, Izuku, said Ochako, pouting. Izuku wiped away a tear. Sorry, but that little scream was cute. I never heard you sound like that. Ochako looked at Izuku and got worried. She could see through his smile. Hey Izuku, are you alright? Izuku looked at Ochako. Of course I am, why'd you ask? It's just, your smile, it's forced, explained Ochako. Izuku looked away. That obvious, huh? Izuku, I know you've gone through a lot and I understand you need some time to. However, that's when Izuku cut in. You understand? Do you understand what it feels like to find out that your mother that has been gone for years is dead? Or maybe you understand how it feels to find out your dad is dead, killed by someone you trusted. Oh, or maybe you know how it feels to have your best friend since you were a kid betray you and almost kill you. Izuku stopped and looked at Ochako, who was almost in tears. Izuku looked away in shame. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk to you like that. Ochako shook her head. No, it's fine, this is good, Izuku. You're finally opening up to me about this, so thank you. And you're right, I don't know how any of that feels. But I do know that you need help, Izuku, so if you ever feel like talking, just let me know. I'll always be there for you. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand and kissed it. Thank you, Ochako, I just need some time to get my thoughts in order. Take as much time as you need, I'll be here, said Ochako. The two leaned closer to each other and were about to kiss when Izuku smelled something. What is that? What's what? Asked Ochako. That smell, it almost smells like something is burning. Just then a large explosion shook the ground beneath them, followed by several more explosions. What's going on? Asked Ochako. We're under attack, said Izuku as blue fire appeared throughout the forest. We need to head back to camp. Come on, let's go. Grabbing Ochako by the hand, the two rushed back to camp. On the way they found Sue and Momo. Guys, are you alright? Asked Ochako. Sue nodded. We're fine. What about you two? Pretty good. So any idea on who's doing this? Asked Izuku. None, but who would be dumb enough to attack us? Asked Momo. Whoever it is, we need to get back to camp. Mr. Aizawa will know what to do, said Sue. The others agreed and were about to walk back when Izuku remembered something. Oh no, Kota. You three go back to camp, I'll be right there. Ochako was surprised. Izuku, where are you going? To save Kota, now go back to camp. Ochako, grab my trident and use it to defend yourself. Got it? Said Izuku. Ochako nodded. Good, now go. On the cliff, Kota watched as the explosions devastated the forest. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on, said a voice behind a rock. The cleansing is about to begin, said a tall man wearing a robe. Turning around, Kota watched as the man towered over him, and anyone close to the so-called king will die. The man's massive arm appeared from underneath the robe. Kota's eyes filled with despair as he knew what this meant. However, just at the last second something snatched Kota. The man's fist missed. You saved this child, why? You are nothing but a demon from the sea. With Kota in his arms, Izuku appeared several feet away from the man. Demon, that's what the other one said. That must mean you are part of the same organization. Let's see if you are the talking type. An. Dun dun dun. Izuku is about to fight someone. You all guess who it is. Also, are they here for Izuku or someone else? 59 Chapter 19. Answers. An. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for all the support on the last chapter. I won't say a lot, so let's just jump into it. Answers. Izuku put down Kota. You good, kid? Kota nodded. Yeah, I'm alright.
Nice, now get behind me. I'll finish this guy off and then head back to the others, said Izuku. Kota quickly got behind Izuku.
Finish me, please. You Atlanteans must be real dumb if you think you can stand up to me without a quirk, said the mystery man. Izuku smirked. Don't need one for a small fry like you. The man then began to laugh. We'll just have to see about that. Charging in, the man raised his arm. Izuku watched as it suddenly began to grow in mass. Izuku's eyes widened. Reaching out, he stopped the fist from hitting him. But the impact was enough to break the ground beneath Izuku. Hey, not bad. You actually hit pretty hard, said Izuku. The hood over the man was blown off as a result of the hit, revealing that he had spiky blonde hair and a scar running down his left eye. However, that's when Izuku noticed it. He didn't have a normal eye, it was an artificial one. In that moment, the man managed to hit Izuku in the side, causing his body to smash into the side of the mountain. The man laughed. Ha ha ha. See, weak like all Atlanteans.
With rocks falling, Izuku managed to push himself out of the mountain. Alright, I'm getting real sick of the racist talk. What the hell did we ever do to you?
A lot of things, but most recently the flood that killed thousands of people. Your kind is a disease brought to the surface, and like any disease, you must be eradicated. That's how I lost my eye. 2 heroes that we thought were Atlanteans did this to me, said the man showing his eye. That's impossible. No Atlantean would be here on the surface, explained Izuku. I know, but at the time we did not know that and I was tasked to kill them, said the man. That's when Kota finally recognized who the man was. It was you. You killed my parents. You're Muscular. Muscular turned to the boy. So you're the hero's brat, huh? Funny how things play out. Oh well, you're in allegiance with him, so you have to die as well. Turning his back on Izuku, Muscular began to walk towards Kota. However, before he could even get close, Izuku ran in and grabbed Muscular by the waist. You'd think I'd just let you kill him? Think again? Using his strength, Izuku managed to lift Muscular off the ground and suplexed him. Temporarily stunned, Muscular was motionless on the ground. That's when Izuku came in and kicked the villain in the back. Muscular crashed into the side of the mountain, causing it to partially cave in. That was for the kid. However, just as Izuku was about to move, the rocks began to shift, and in one powerful yell, Muscular reappeared with his body covered in muscle fibers. Nice hit, kid, but you'll have to do better than that. Izuku was getting excited. Alright, it's been a while since I had a good fight. Try not to disappoint me. Running in, Izuku was about to attack when a giant rock came flying at him. He quickly dodged by sliding underneath it, but he wasn't expecting another one. With no time to even put up his arms, Izuku was hit with the massive rock. Izuku fell to the ground and onto his back. Wincing in pain, Izuku looked up to see Muscular in the air. This is over. Muscular came crashing down hard on Izuku's stomach with so much force that part of the mountainside came crumbling down. With blood on his lip, Izuku laid in a crater. Not as tough as I thought he was going to be, said Muscular. Now to finish him off. Raising his fist, Muscular prepared to end this, but just as he was about to bring down his fist, water suddenly hit Muscular in the back. Looking over, the villain saw Kota with his arms out. Leave him alone. Muscular smiled. I'll deal with you later, kid, don't worry. Bringing his fist down, Muscular noticed that his hand was now gone. Huh? Looking to his left, there on the floor was his now severed hand. Muscular then looked down at Izuku and noticed his eyes burning green with energy. That's when water slammed into Muscular's side, getting him off of Izuku. Nice quirk you have there, kid. Thank you, I feel better than ever, said Izuku, standing up. Kota smiled seeing Izuku stand up. Kick his ass. Muscular picked himself off the ground. Fine, I guess we're doing this the hard way. Hard way? Please, you do know I was just playing with you earlier, right? Asked Izuku. Muscular was surprised. What? Yeah, did you honestly think you could stand up to me? Don't get me wrong, but your hits were just so weak. I had to play along to see if you got better. But unfortunately you didn't, so now it's time to end this, said Izuku as he reshaped the water into a sword. You're bluffing. Yeah, it's all a bluff. You just want to throw me off and, however, before Muscular could finish, Izuku appeared in front of him. Weren't you listening? I said you were weak. Faster than Muscular could see, Izuku sliced off the remaining part of his severed arm. With blood pouring out of this now gone arm, Muscular screamed out in pain. Fuck, my arm. Falling to his knees, Muscular began to cry. Are you crying? How disgraceful. Izuku then kneed Muscular underneath the chin, which caused him to slam into the mountain once again. Before he could even fall, Izuku rushed in and stabbed him sword through his shoulder, pinning the villain to the mountain. Now you are going to answer some questions for me. Starting with, who the hell are you guys? Muscular gritted his teeth. You won't get anything from me. Izuku then created a water spike and stabbed into Muscular's thigh. Next one goes into your other leg. So I'll ask you one more time. Who the hell are you guys? Groaning in pain, Muscular only had one choice to get out of this. Okay, I'll talk, just stop please. Talk, now, ordered Izuku. I'm part of an anti-Atlantean radical group known as the Brotherhood. We are an organization who are working closely with the League of Villains, explained Muscular. Why attack? Asked Izuku. Our goal is to kill you, destroy the world's trust in heroes, and what little trust they have on you. But personally, I just wanted to kill, said Muscular. Am I the only person you're after? Asked Izuku. Muscular stayed silent for a second. Just one other person, a girl that goes by Ochako Uraraka. Izuku's eyes widened. Ochako? But why? We followed your movements carefully and have seen your affection for the girl. We take her, we get to you. Simple, said Muscular. Then this whole thing was a plan to take me and her. Then that must mean, Izuku looked down at the forest. Muscular then suddenly began to laugh. You're too late, someone must have already found her. I may have failed to kill you, but the others will surely capture the girl. Izuku gritted his teeth and in a fit of rage he stabbed a water spike into Muscular's chest. I just hit your aorta. If I remove this you die. If I deactivate my powers you die, and quickly. But that's too easy for you. Suddenly the spike of water began to spin rapidly. Muscular then felt a burning sensation coming from his chest. What are you doing to me? I'm heating up your blood to the point that it boils. You killed the kid's parents, so it's only fair, said Izuku as he spun the spike faster. Muscular's skin then began to swell up and his eyes began to puff up. What's happening to me? A gas buildup caused by the boiling of blood. Painful, isn't it? Asked Izuku. Now tell me, who's the leader of this brotherhood? Muscular struggled to get the words out. I don't know, it was the League of Villains that hired me. Wait, the League of Villains, Izuku finally remembered, Shigaraki. Letting his powers die down, Izuku turned to Kota. We need to move now. But what about him? Asked Kota pointing to Muscular. He'll most likely die. Is that alright with you? Asked Izuku. Kota thought about it before nodding. Yes. Good, now we need to get back to base camp, said Izuku as he offered the boy a piggyback ride. The two quickly made their way down the mountain and into the forest. I need my trident, but first I need to get Kota to the base camp safely. If these guys are after me, then I have to lure them away from the class. Quickly making his way down the mountain, Izuku ran through the forest and spotted Aizawa. Hey Aizawa. Aizawa turned to find Izuku and Kota. You two, where have you been? No time for that. Have you seen where Ochako is? Asked Izuku. Uraraka, no I haven't. Why, what's going on? Asked Aizawa. The reason they are attacking, it's because I am here. Also, they know Ochako is someone close to me, so they're trying to get to me through her, explained Izuku. Aizawa's eyes widened. Then that means, Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's all my fault. Again. Listen Aizawa, take Kota, I'm heading to the camp to see if Ochako is there. After that I'm leaving with her. If we are here it will only put the others in danger. However, before Izuku could leave, Aizawa reached out to him. Wait Izuku, I won't stop you, but I do want you to tell the others one thing. After Aizawa's explanation, Izuku nodded. You got it, and before I go, Kota, think you can help me with something? Kota looked at Izuku. Sure, what is it? Izuku smiled. With Ochako, Momo, and Sue were running through the forest trying to head back to the base camp. Do you think Izuku is alright? Asked Ochako. Don't know, but Izuku is strong. He won't be easily defeated. The best thing we can do now is head back to the others so he doesn't worry about us, said Sue. Momo was in front of the girls. We are almost there. However, before they got to the camp, someone came out of the trees. Ochako saw this and quickly reached out and grabbed both Momo and Sue by the shirt, pulling them back. Wow, you saw that coming? I'm impressed, said the mystery person. Ochako stared at the person. Who are you and what do you want? The mystery girl had on a school sailor uniform type of jacket. Oh, you know, just the normal stuff. That's when someone else appeared from the trees. Hey you crazy bitch, we were supposed to ambush them. Out walked a tall skinny man with scars all over his body. You just blew our cover. The girl smiled, exposing her fang-like teeth. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. The tall man sighed. Whatever, let's just grab the girl and go. The three students all readied themselves. Looks like they are looking for a fight, said Momo. Ochako's eyes began to glow with power. Let them come, we'll take them. Before any of the students could do anything, a voice was heard directly inside their heads. Everyone in class 1A and 1B, on behalf of Eraserhead. You're all allowed to use your quirks to defend yourselves. Also, it seems the villains are after two people. Midoriya and Uraraka are their prime targets. Midoriya is currently looking for Uraraka, but if you find her first, make sure to defend her. We cannot allow them to be taken. Ochako's eyes widened. Ah hell. Sue wasted no time in defending her friend. Sorry about this Ochako, but you need to be somewhere else. Wrapping Ochako in her tongue, Sue tried to fling the gravity hero away. However, just as Sue was doing that, the female villain charged in with a knife. Slicing Sue's tongue, she managed to cause enough damage to disrupt Sue's plan. Instead of landing far away, Ochako landed only a few feet away. Sue managed to jump out of the way just as the female villain went in for another slashing. As Sue did that, Momo created a staff and was about to hit the villain with it when blue fire suddenly burned her weapon to ash. Not so fast, kid. It's nice that you are defending her, but we have a job to do. So do yourself a favor and leave, said the man filled with scars. Thanks Dobby, I owe you one, said the crazy chick with the knife. Yeah whatever, hurry up and finish the job Toga, said Dobby. Toga turned back to Sue, with pleasure. Throwing her knife at Sue, she managed to pin her hair to a tree. Sue struggled to free herself. Ochako run, and no, I'll stay and fight, said Ochako, as her eyes burned pink. Momo, who was busy dodging Dobby's flames, had to agree with Sue. You had to go. If you get caught here, then it will be over. Now go. Ochako didn't want to leave. She couldn't just leave and abandon her friends, but if she left they might chase after her and leave her friends alone. However, before she could decide, Toga came running towards Ochako. The objective is to take you in alive, but that doesn't mean I have to take you in untouched. Ochako's eyes widened when she saw a needle in Toga's hand. Throwing the needle forward, Toga tried to stab Ochako, but thanks to her training she was ready. Pivoting her leg, Ochako dodged out of the way. Toga was now in the perfect spot. Grabbing her wrist, Ochako twisted it. Toga groaned out in pain as she was forced to drop the needle. That's when Ochako then kicked the back of Toga's knee, causing her to fall. Now on the ground, Ochako pressed a knee to Toga's back while locking her arm. Sue was impressed. Whoa. Dobby grinned. Seems like the boss was wrong. You have some bite. But let's see how you do against me. Raising his arm, Dobby fired off blue flames. Ochako then raised her own hand and using her quirk she increased the gravity in front of her. This caused the flames to get smothered. Momo, take him down, Ochako yelled out. Momo nodded as quickly created a cannon, but just as she was about to fire, Dobby's flames destroyed the cannon, which caused the girl to be sent flying back. Nice try, but you should really pay attention to your surroundings, warned Dobby. Ochako was confused, however his warning was apparent when she suddenly felt something dig into her thigh. Letting out a yelp, Ochako looked down to see Toga had managed to stab her with a needle with her other arm. Wow, this blood is amazing, it's so special. The pain of the needle was enough to cause Ochako to lose her focus. This caused the gravity that was holding the flames back to fall. Dabi saw his chance and took it. Raising both of his hands, he amped up the amount of fire. The entire area was bathed in a blue light as the flames roared through the forest. Ochako needed to do something and fast. The flames were going to burn her alive. This is crazy, your teammate is right here. Dabi just smiled. I know, but she knew the risks going into this.
Ochako braced for the flames, but before they could hit her, something came crashing in front of her. Suddenly a wall of water appeared and extinguished the flames. Sorry, but I can't let you take her just yet.
Ochako smiled. What took you so long? Standing in front of her was Izuku with glowing green eyes. Sorry about that, I was a bit tied up.
Well, if it isn't the king, said Dabi as his flames died out.
The one and only, now feel free to bow, said Izuku. Dabi smirked. I'll pass. Now that you're here we could just kill you. In that moment Toga got up with a needle in her hand. Jumping towards Izuku, she stabbed into his neck. Toga smiled, but her joy quickly turned into shock when the needle shattered on impact with Izuku's skin. Swinging his arm out, Izuku managed to hit Toga in the stomach, sending her flying towards Dabi. Momo, Sue, get out of here, these guys are only after me and Ochako. No sense in getting you two caught in the crossfire, besides I'm about to teach them a lesson. Momo nodded and quickly went over to Sue to free her. Once she did, the two of them ran into the forest. Izuku then turned to the villains. You guys made two mistakes coming here today. 1. You made the mistake of targeting the king of Atlantis. Your second mistake was targeting my woman, and for that you will pay. Izuku ran towards Dabi and Toga, but he didn't know that's exactly what they wanted. Now, from the trees Izuku saw a little blue ball appear. That's it? A marble? That's all you got for me? You insult me? Izuku wasn't even going to bother swatting it away, however that would prove catastrophic. As the marble hit Izuku in the chest, it suddenly expanded out and from it a purple gas appeared. Izuku stopped and began to violently cough. This is poison gas. And highly combustible. Dabi then raised his hand and used his fire. What followed was a massive explosion. Izuku. Ochako watched this happen and was about to jump in to help, but stopped when she began to shine red. Huh? She was suddenly pulled back by an unknown force and a high rate of speed. Ochako twisted her body to get a look at who was doing this. That's when she noticed a lizard man glowing blue. Nice work, Magna. We got her. With a powerful swing, the lizard man hit Ochako in the head with a giant magnet, knocking her out. Hey Compress, come and get this one, yelled out the lizard man. As the smoke from the explosion subsided, Izuku appeared with his shirt completely gone and his skin covered in burn marks. However, as the smoke disappeared, Izuku fell to his knees. He's more durable than I thought, said Dabi. That explosion wasn't enough to kill him, asked Toga. I thought the guy said it could burn at temperatures as hot as 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That should be hotter than your fire, Dabi. It is, must be his Atlantean build. Oh well, doesn't matter, heat is his weakness. You should be able to take his blood now, said Dabi. Toga smiled with glee. Really? Yay, I never had blood from an Atlantean. With her twisted smile plastered across her face, Toga walked over to Izuku with her needle at the ready. Leaning down, she smelled the blood coming off of Izuku. Oh my god. Yes, this smell, it's amazing. I never thought blood could smell so sweet, so alluring, so tempting. I wonder how good it will taste. Raising her needle, Toga was about to stab into Izuku when out of nowhere someone screamed, die. Appearing from above the trees, Bakugo appeared and blasted Toga away from Izuku. If anyone is going to take him down, it's going to be me. Damn it, Toga, move, I'll deal with him before any more show up. Dabi raised his hand and let his fire burn. However, before the fire reached Bakugo, a wall of ice appeared. Too late. Now you have to deal with us, said Todoroki. Midoriya, you alright? Todoroki placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. S still alive. Oh, Ochako, where is she? You talking about this one? Asked Compress, holding a blue marble with Ochako in it.
Izuku forced himself to stand. Give her back.
Compress put the marble into his pocket. Make me. Narrowing his eyes and with the rage of a madman, Izuku gathered the very last of his strength. Shifting his foot, he launched himself toward Compress with enough force to break the ground beneath him.
Compress barely had enough time to put his arm up when Izuku came in and punched him hard in the stomach. Spitting out blood, Compress was sent flying towards a nearby tree. The little blue marble was left floating in the air. Izuku reached out for it. As he did, the marble began to glow and popped Ochako.
Izuku reached out to catch Ochako, but as he did, several people appeared from the trees. Not so fast, we won't let you get her, yelled out several men wearing black and gray bodysuits.
Toga smiled. Twice. You made it. The clones of Twice tackled Izuku to the ground and held him in place, preventing him from reaching Ochako. I got caught up dealing with the others, sorry. You know what, I'm not sorry.
Izuku tried to fight them, but in his weakened state he was no match for the dozens of clones. Dabi was busy dealing with Todoroki and Bakugo but managed to reach his earpiece. Hey, get us out of here, we got the king. Roger that, opening the portals now. Behind all the villains, dark portals began to open up. "Well, it's been fun, everyone. I do sure hope we meet again." "Twice, grab the girl," yelled out Dabi as he jumped back into the portal. Toga did the same, twice began to drag both Izuku's and Ochako's bodies towards the portal. Izuku could do nothing as they dragged Ochako, but that's when a trident came in and stabbed one of the twice clones in the head, destroying it. Aizawa had arrived along with the rest of the heroes. "Secure the king," ordered Aizawa.
Twice began to shake. "Oh shit, get them off of me, guys. You know, on second thought I'll take them all on." The vast majority of his clones went to attack the heroes, leaving 2 to drag Izuku and Ochako through the portal. Aizawa saw this and used his capture weapon to jump over the horde. In the air he had a clear line of sight of both Izuku and Ochako, but he could only save one. Damn it, who do I pick? However, before he could even answer that question, he saw something. Looking at Izuku, Aizawa noticed that he was pointing. Looking over, Aizawa saw that it was Ochako who he was pointing at. Aizawa gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Midoriya." Using his capture weapon, Aizawa wrapped it around the clone that was dragging Ochako. Pulling on the weapon, Aizawa launched himself at the clone, kicking it in the chest and destroying it. "Uraraka is secure. I'm going after Izuku now." As Aizawa ran towards Izuku, he could only watch as Izuku was dragged through the portal to an unknown fate. "No. Eraserhead, we've dealt with the clones. Where is Izuku? Where is the king?" asked Mandalay. Aizawa balled up his fists. "They took him. Those bastards took him. I almost had him too, but he told me to save Uraraka." Mandalay's eyes widened. "Damn it. How are we going to explain to Atlantis that we just lost their king?" Unknown location. Izuku was thrown out of the portal by twice. "All looks like you guys managed to bring back one of them," said a voice. Izuku slowly looked up. Shigaraki. "It's been a while, Prince Izuku. Or should I call you king now?" Does matter, soon you will just be another victim of my plan," explained Shigaraki. Izuku smiled. "Do your worst." "Well, I'm not going to do it, he is," said Shigaraki, pointing. Walking out of the shadows, a man appeared. "Hello, it's been a while." Izuku's eyes widened when he recognized who it was. Standing over Izuku was none other than Kin Yaoyorozu, Momo's father. The man who experimented on Izuku's mother, Yu. Izuku tried to raise his head, but Kin simply grabbed his head and smashed it back down to the ground. "Not so tough now, huh? You ruined my life, so I'm going to enjoy making you suffer." "I'll kill you," said Izuku. "Still got some fight in you, good. Let's see how long you can keep that up. Take him to the other room, and get my tools ready," ordered Kin. "I have some unfinished research to complete." Hospital. It had now been a whole day since the attack at the camp, and for now the news of Izuku's disappearance had been kept secret, but it would only be a matter of time before news got out. Ochako and some of her classmates were taken to a hospital for treatment. Most of them had minor injuries, but it was Ochako who got the worst of it. The blow to the head managed to cause internal bleeding in the brain. Lucky for her, recovery girl managed to heal her before the damage was permanent. Ochako was now asleep in the recovery wing of the hospital. Aizawa, All Might, and Nezu all arrived to ask Ochako some questions when she woke up. "Any leads yet?" asked All Might. Aizawa shook his head. "Not yet, but I have heroes looking for him as we speak. But we have another problem. Atlantis has tried to make contact with Izuku. I've delayed them by telling them that he is occupied, but it's only a matter of time before they find out what really happened," explained Nezu. "I almost saved him. I could have saved him. I wasn't fast enough," said Aizawa, thinking back to that night. "You can't blame yourself, Aizawa. From what you've told us, Izuku told you to rescue Ochako first," said All Might. As the three were talking, a doctor walked towards them. "She's awake." The three were then taken into a room where they found Ochako had woken up. Ochako looked at her teachers with bandages wrapped around her head. "Uraraka, how are you feeling?" asked Aizawa. "My head hurts a bit, but overall I'm alright." "What about everyone else, are they alright?" asked Ochako, concerned. The three looked at each other. "They are fine, only minor injuries." Ochako nodded. "Good, what about Izuku? Is he here too?" Izuku is missing Uraraka. He was taken by the villains and we don't know where he is," explained All Might. Ochako's eyes widened. What? The villains overpowered us and I could only save one of you," explained Aizawa. "You should have picked Izuku. He's a king, if anything happens to him." Before Ochako could say anything else, she began to get a headache. "I know that, but Izuku told me to save you. He wanted you to be safe," said Aizawa. "He did?" asked Ochako. All Might nodded. "He did. But now that you're safe we can find him. Do you have any clues on who took him?" Ochako shook her head. "No clue. How are we supposed to find him? We got no leads and no clues. If we don't find him soon, another war with Atlantis is very possible," said Aizawa. That's when Ochako remembered something, the communication device. "Izuku gave me one to talk with him. Assuming that whoever took Izuku hasn't destroyed it yet, we can trace back the signal." All Might smiled. "That's perfect. However, Atlantean tech, from what I heard, is very complex. It might take a while to figure it all out." "No, it won't. There is one person that is familiar with the tech, and the best part is they're here on the surface," explained Ochako. "Who?" asked Aizawa. "Mei Hatsume from the support department. Izuku once said that she worked on their tech. She's probably our best bet," said Ochako.
Nezu nodded. Right, I'll get in contact with the support department. Where's this device? My apartment, I didn't bring it with me since Izuku was going to be at the camp. Explained Ochako. Take me there and I'll grab it. The others nodded, however before she could leave Recovery Girl wanted to make sure Ochako was fine. After a quick look over Recovery Girl determined she was well enough to leave. With the okay from Recovery Girl, All Might and Ochako quickly made their way to her apartment. Grabbing the device, All Might and Ochako then made their way towards Ua. Please Izuku hold on, I'll find you, I promise. An. Done. Izuku has been kidnapped? Kidnapped? What does Kin have planned for Izuku? Will Ochako and the rest of the heroes find Izuku before it's too late? Find out next time. In the meantime stay safe. 59 Chapter 20. Friend or foe An. And we are back with another chapter, not going to lie. There should be only about one more arc left in this story. The final being the Yakuza arc and the introduction of Eri, who I have plans for. Anyway I'll shut up and let you read, so without further ado let's just jump into it. Friend or foe? So can you do it? Asked Ochako. Hatsume looked over the communication device that Ochako brought her. The components are similar to ours but Atlantean tech is also vastly different.
But can you trace back the signal to the other device? Asked Aizawa.
I could, if I had enough time. Explained Hatsume pulling up her goggles.
How much time do you need? Asked All Might. A year, maybe more. While it's true that I helped Izuku and Pearl with the weapon, this is just so different. Not to mention they were here helping me, the slightest mistake could destroy the device. Without them it would just take too much time, explained Hatsume.
Ochako frowned. Damn it. What if we send the device to Island? Maybe Dr. Shield can help, offered All Might. They may be more advanced than us but even then there is no guarantee they would be able to help us in time. We need to find Izuku now, said Nezu. Aizawa thought about it. Looks like we need an Atlantean to help us. But asking for help would mean disclosing information about his disappearance. That could lead to another war with Atlantis. We can't have that, not again, explained Nezu. Without an Atlantean I won't be able to help you or Midoriya, explained Hatsume. Hatsume, if you get the help you need, how long will it take to get Izuku's coordinates? Asked Ochako. Not long, an hour at most I'd say, said Hatsume. Ochako nodded, keep working, I'll be right back with the help you need. The heroes all looked at Ochako. Where are you going Uraraka? Asked Aizawa. I said it before right, I'm getting the help she needs. All Might, I might need your help. There's only one person that can help us now. With that Ochako and All Might walked out of the support department. Unknown location. As soon as they took Izuku the villains immediately put him in a specialized room. Izuku opened his eyes and saw the glowing red light of sun lamps, super hot sun lamps. He tried to move his arms but found that they were bound by chains on a metal chair wearing nothing but some shorts. Good, you're awake. I was starting to think that we lost you. Izuku looked up to see Kin Yaoyorozu in front of him. I can't have you dying before my experiments are up. Izuku's throat was dry and the pain he was feeling was excruciating. Kill you, I'll kill you. Kin smirked. No you won't. You're going to stay here until I finish what I started with your B***tch of a mother. Let's start by testing your body's limits shall we? Walking over to a panel, Kin pressed a button. Izuku then felt a strong electrical current course through his body. With lightning sparking around his body Izuku let out a blood-curdling yell of agony. Do you feel that? That's 5 million volts of electricity running through your body. Affecting every nerve in your body, and in your weakened state. Let's just say you feel it much more. After a full minute Kin pressed the button again, the electricity stopped. Izuku hung his head as smoke began to appear from his body. Astonishing, that much electricity should have been enough to kill a person 400 times over. Your Atlantean biology is just amazing, and with a live subject it's almost too good. Just then the door to the torture room opened up. How are things going here? Asked Shigaraki. They are going amazing. Why are you here? I don't want to be disturbed, said Kin, slightly annoyed. The others have asked for a sample of his blood, explained Shigaraki. Oh right, I forgot they have it. Tell them I'll send it after I finish my experiments. Also, tell that crazy girl to come in. As crazy as she is, her skills with needles and knives are useful, said Kin. Shigaraki nodded. You want her to help you? Good luck. So what are you going to do with his stuff? Kin looked over at Izuku's personal items which included a ring, a necklace, and the communication device. I'll burn them later, now leave me alone. Shigaraki didn't like being bossed around but he knew that it was only thanks to Kin's intelligence that they even got Izuku in the first place. Whatever. With that Shigaraki left the room. Now let's get back to it. Pressing the button Kin started the torture once again. After 30 full minutes of this Kin decided it was now time for some blood samples. Izuku's breathing was heavy. He was barely conscious at this point but things were only going to get worse. Oh Izuku, said a voice. Izuku looked up. What he saw scared him. Look at you. All tied up for me. All that you need is to bleed a little. Toga stood in front of Izuku with several knives in her hands. Let's see that blood. Izuku's eyes closed. I just need to hold on for a bit longer. I know they're coming. I know Ochako is coming. I just know it. I just need to survive. Down by the beach All Might stood down by the beach as Ochako made a call. Normally he wouldn't listen in on conversations, but Ochako was just within earshot. "Yeah, I'm here. Where are you?" asked Ochako. The person on the other line answered. Ochako nodded. "It's safe. No one but me and my teacher will know you will be here." Reaching around her neck, Ochako pulled out the diamond necklace and raised it. The setting sun hit the diamond, causing it to gleam. A signal? For who? Suddenly from the sea a large Atlantean warship surfaced. All Might's eyes widened. What is going on?" "It's fine, All Might. I got us the help we needed," said Ochako. That's when the side door of the warship opened up and out came a platform. Ochako and All Might watched as someone emerged. Making their way down to the beach, Trinity stood face to face with Ochako. "When I said I wanted to be your friend, I didn't think you would ask for this." "I know, I wish we could have talked under better circumstances." However, before Ochako could explain anything, Trinity stopped her. "I understand, and seeing that the king is not here, this matter involves him, does it not?" asked Trinity. Ochako nodded. "It does." Trinity sighed. "I won't ask what happened to him, however, I will ask you why you would ask for her of all people. You know what she did to Izuku, right?"
Ochako nodded. "Yes, but right now we need her to work on a piece of Atlantean tech. Unless you could do it."
Trinity shook her head. "I'm more of a history girl. Other than fighting, my father didn't teach me much." "Then I don't have a choice. Are you sure she won't raise any alarms?" asked Ochako. Trinity nodded. "No, I made sure my personal squadron wasn't seen. They took her without incident or being noticed."
"Good, please, bring her out." Trinity nodded and turned to the ship. Raising her hand, she gave the men inside an order to bring her out.
That's when two Atlantean soldiers brought out someone with handcuffs and a black bag over their head. Taking off the cuffs, the soldiers pushed the prisoner towards Trinity. "My lady, the remote." One of the soldiers presented Trinity with a small device. Trinity grabbed the device. "Thank you. Head back to the ship and dive. I will join you shortly." The soldiers bowed before returning to the ship and going under. "Well, here she is," said Trinity. Reaching out, Trinity grabbed the black bag and yanked it off. All Might couldn't believe it. "You gotta be kidding me. I can't allow her back in UA. "We don't have a choice, All Might. If she does something, I will take responsibility," said Ochako. There, standing face to face with Ochako, was Pearl. "This is a surprise. I didn't think you would be the one I had to thank for setting me free," said Pearl. That's when Trinity pressed the device. This sent a bolt of electricity through Pearl's body. Grunting in pain, Pearl fell to her knees. Trinity released the button. "You are not free. You are here to do one thing and one thing only. You will help Ochako with whatever she needs." Ochako and Pearl then looked at each other. Judging by that look, it seems this involves Izuku. Pearl then stood up. "So what kind of trouble did he get himself into this time?" Ochako said nothing. "Enough. Here, Ochako." Trinity then handed over the device to Ochako. "Use this when you see fit. It sends a powerful bolt of electricity through her body. Use it long enough and it will kill her." Ochako looked at the device, then to Pearl. "Thanks, Trinity. You have 3 hours to bring her back. Any more and people are going to start asking questions. Make sure to do what you need to do in that time," said Trinity. Ochako nodded. "I will, I swear." "Good, then I'll leave it to you." With that, Trinity walked into the sea. "Uraraka, are you sure this is the best course of action?" asked All Might. Ochako nodded. "Yes, we need to find Izuku as soon as possible. This is the only way." Pearl raised an eyebrow. "Find him? What, did he get lost or something?" "No, he was kidnapped." Pearl's eyes widened. "We have a way to find him, but it uses Atlantean tech. That's where you come in."
"Ah, I see, you want me to work on this device to find him, right?" asked Pearl. "Yes, now follow us. We don't have much time," ordered Ochako. "Oh, before that." Turning around quickly, Ochako punched Pearl hard in the stomach. "That was for what you did to Izuku. Try anything and I'll kill you myself." With burning pink eyes, Ochako threatened Pearl. "You've gotten stronger, and those eyes. Alright, I'll help you, but I want something in return," said Pearl. "You are in no position to negotiate," said All Might. "What do you want?" asked Ochako. "I want you to talk to Izuku about letting me go. It's a long shot, but he would listen to you," explained Pearl. "Fine, I'll talk to him. If and only if you help us find him," said Ochako. Pearl smiled. "Show me the way." Back at UA, Hatsume was hard at work trying to get the device to find Izuku to work, but something kept preventing her from getting into the core of the device. "Damn it. Why is this so difficult?" "It's only difficult because you are making it difficult." Hatsume turned to find Pearl, All Might, and Ochako walking towards her. Hatsume's eyes widened. "It's you? Why are you here?" "I brought her here," said Ochako. "She's the only one who can help us with the device." "Can she be trusted?" asked Hatsume. "No, but we don't have a choice right now." Ochako then shoved Pearl. "Get to work." Pearl stumbled. "Damn, easy will you? What happened to you? You're like a different person." "I'm not playing games right now, Pearl. Help Hatsume with the device and I won't electrocute you," said Ochako, holding the remote. Pearl put up her hands. Alright, let's see what I can do." Walking over to Hatsume, Pearl inspected the item. "One of our communication devices. He gave you this. Wow, you two are really getting serious. So what exactly are you guys trying to do?" "The device emits a small radio wave frequency that is connected to the other device that we think Midoriya has. If we can open the core up and find that frequency,
We can trace the signal, explained Hatsume. To do that, we have to open the core and read each line of data line by line. You already know from last time that our tech is fragile. If we even touch the core the wrong way, the whole thing will break apart, said Pearl. Can you do it? Asked Ochako. Yeah, this should be easy. Give me 1 hour and I should have it ready, said Pearl. All Might, I suggest we start putting together a squad of heroes. When they trace back the signal, we need to be ready to act, said Ochako. All Might agreed. Right, I'll go speak with Nezu now. All Might went off to speak with Nezu. This left Ochako, Hatsume, and Pearl alone in the support department. So tell me, how did you gain that new power? Asked Pearl. Ochako narrowed her eyes. The blood Izuku gave me. It somehow gave me them. Now I can control gravity without touching an object. Wow, now that's impressive. Who knew mixing Atlantean blood with surface world blood would produce such results? I can only imagine what a child between the two would make, said Pearl. Have you two done it yet? Ochako blushed. And no, we haven't. Aw, that's too bad. Let me guess you aren't ready for it? Ochako stayed silent. And I'm right, you really are still a kid. Alright, let me ask you something. Why did you do it? Why did you betray Izuku? Asked Ochako. Pearl stopped her work. I didn't have a choice. We always have a choice. If you were truly loyal to Izuku, you wouldn't have ever done what you did, argued Ochako. You did all this for your own selfish gain. He liked you, Pearl, you were his best friend, and you broke him. Pearl bit the under part of her lip. Shut up and let me work on this. The sooner I finish, the sooner I get out of here. With Nezu 1 hour later, Nezu, All Might, and Aizawa were all in the principal's office. Nezu was currently on the phone with some heroes. Yes, this will be a secret mission. No police, no military, just us. After a few seconds Nezu nodded. Good, then please stand by. It shouldn't be long before they find him. Nezu then put down the phone. Ed's shot is in, and so is Kamui Woods. That just leaves Endeavor, but once we move I'm sure you'll join us. Aizawa and All Might nodded. I still can't believe Uraraka brought her here, said Aizawa. These are desperate times, Aizawa, which call for desperate measures. I do not approve, but the results will speak for themselves, said Nezu. Just then All Might's phone began to ring. Hello? Ah, Naomasa, how nice of you to call. What can I do for you? A raid? I'm actually a bit tied up with something and won't be able to join you, sorry. Just in that moment Ochako walked into the office with Pearl in tow. We found him. Show us, said Aizawa. Clicking a button, the image of a map of downtown Kamino appeared. All Might's eyes widened. He then went back to his phone call. Who did you say this involved? The League of Villains. You know what? I may actually help you on this. Yeah, I'll see you in a few. All Might then turned to Nezu. That was Naomasa. He said there were reports of the League of Villains in downtown Kamino. Ochako's eyes widened. Then that means, All Might nodded. Yes, they are most likely in the same place as Izuku. Nezu got up from his seat. Mobilize the heroes. We are going to act if this is a takedown mission. When you get there I want you All Might to break off and find Izuku. I'm going too, said Ochako. No way, said Aizawa. You aren't a full-on hero yet. You can't participate in raids like this. I don't care, I'm going, even if it means breaking the rules, said Ochako. Very well then, said Nezu. Aizawa couldn't believe it. Are you serious? Asked Aizawa. Nezu walked over to Ochako. Yes, well she won't be participating in the raid per se. Ochako would just so happen to be in the area and being the hero student that she is, will help any way she can. Ochako smiled. Thank you sir. Godspeed Ochako. Now, what do we do with her? Asked Nezu, turning to Pearl.
We send her back to Atlantis, proposed All Might.
No, she's going to help me, said Ochako. Pearl scoffed. Why would I ever do that? I already did what you asked of me. Besides, Izuku is the reason why I'm in prison. If he gets rescued or not is none of my concern. He can die for all I care. Why do you lie? You still care for Izuku, don't you? Asked Ochako. No, I don't, said Pearl. Don't lie to me. Even after everything he did to you, you still want to protect Izuku, don't you? Questioned Ochako. Pearl narrowed her eyes. You want to know something? Throwing you in prison was hard for Izuku. He told me that the people are asking for your head, but he doesn't want that. You helped kill his father, you almost killed Izuku. You killed thousands of people, and even then Izuku still cares for you. If Izuku really wanted to he would have killed you by now. Why do you think your trial is taking so long? It's because of Izuku. And I can see it in your eyes, you still like Izuku. Admit it. If you honestly believe that, then you are even more stupid than I thought you were, said Pearl with spite in her voice. Make no mistake Pearl, I'm not asking you to help, I'm telling you, if you won't help Izuku by your own will. Ochako reached inside her pocket and pulled out the device that Trinity gave her. Then I'll have to force you. Izuku may hesitate to kill you, but me, you caused too much suffering and I won't hesitate. The air around the two was suffocating, not even All Might could take a step to try to intervene. After a few seconds Pearl scoffed, alright fine, I'll do what you say. Ochako nodded and put the device away. You know, I was wrong about you. I thought you were too soft, too weak, but now you have shown me that you are willing to do whatever it takes to save him. That's something I can respect. If we are going to do this, I'll need a disguise, and a weapon. Downtown Kamino All Might, along with the police and heroes Nezu rounded up, were now standing outside of the bar. Are we ready? Asked Naomasa. All Might nodded, ready, awaiting signal. Naomasa nodded, beginning the operation now. Jumping towards the bar, All Might readied his fist. Come on Midoriya, please be here. Behind the building, Pearl and Ochako stood at the ready. They were going to use the confusion to enter from the back and find Izuku. Since this would be an unauthorized mission, Ochako had to wear a different version of her costume. Ochako wore a black version of her suit that had green where the pink used to be. She also had on her helmet, but with this one the visor was tinted out so you couldn't see her face. Pearl, on the other hand, had on a skin-tight black and green bodysuit. To cover up her face, Pearl wore a helmet that covered her face and had a sort of dorsal fin on top. For her weapon, the only thing Ua and Ochako would allow was a bow staff. I won't be able to do much with this, complained Pearl. I could have used a sword better. You know exactly why we can't let you have a sword. Now shut up and get ready, it's about to start, said Ochako as she put on her helmet. Before we start, can I ask you something? Ochako rolled her eyes. What? Asked Ochako, slightly annoyed. How has Izuku been dealing with the death of his father? Asked Pearl. Ochako was surprised. She then looked away. Not very good. He's been hurting. He tries to act tough, but I can tell. Behind that bright smile is a scared, alone, and sad boy who was forced to become king. Pearl looked at her hand. I see. Look, I know you hate me and I get it, but for this one mission, let's forget about everything and work together to rescue Izuku. Can you do that?
Ochako thought about it and ultimately nodded. All right, just for this mission.
Pearl nodded. Just then the two heard the sound of a wall breaking. That's it, All Might is inside. Let's go, ordered Ochako. Using her strength, Pearl pulled back her fist and broke the brick wall in front of them. With the wall now gone, the two quickly made their way inside. Where to? Asked Pearl. Ochako checked the device, which blinked a couple of times before giving them a location, 100 meters straight ahead. Running forward, Pearl ran through doors, walls, and desks to reach their destination. However, once they reached the 100-meter mark, they were met by nothing but a brick wall. What the heck? I thought you said he was here, said Pearl, confused.
Ochako looked down at the device and noticed they were standing right on top of the dot. I don't get it, Izuku should be right here.
Pearl looked around the room, tapping the bow staff on the floor when she heard something strange. Hey, you hear that? Ochako looked over to Pearl, who was tapping the weapon on the floor. But it was the sound it was making that caught her attention. It's hollow? Stand back, said Pearl. Ochako backed away only to have Pearl jump in the air and slam her fist into the ground.
Much to Ochako's surprise, the floor beneath them broke apart. Landing on the new level, Ochako and Pearl looked around. What is this place? Questioned Pearl.
The floor looked like it was a lab. It had vials of blood on the desks and images of a skeleton on the monitors. We should be close. However, when Ochako looked down at the device, the dot had disappeared. What? Where did it go? This place must be interfering with the device. We have to search for him ourselves, said Pearl. Ochako agreed, and just as they were about to split up and search, a yell echoed throughout the floor. The two girls turned towards the direction of the source. Izuku, they both yelled out. Pearl took the lead and once again went room to room, destroying anything in her way.
As the two were searching for Izuku, Kin was frantically packing up his things. Those bastards left me behind. When I get out of here, I'll show them. But first, I think it's time to finish you off. Looking through the glass, Kin still had Izuku chained to the chair. But unlike last time, Izuku was now covered in knife cuts and stab wounds. Blood was dripping onto the floor, but Izuku was still alive, only barely. His eyes looked dead, blood dripped from his mouth and nose, and his skin was dry to the point of flaking. I don't know if you can hear me, but you are about to die. I already have all the information I need from you. All that's left is getting rid of the source. Kim then pressed the button that activated the electricity and cranked it to max. Izuku let out an agonizing scream as his eyes rolled behind his head. Kin smiled at what was happening, but his smile would soon turn to surprise when out of nowhere the wall behind him was torn down. Kin was thrown to the floor as Ochako and Pearl appeared. Quickly realizing what was happening, Ochako activated her powers and flattened the control panel. The sun lamps in the room with Izuku turned off, as well as the electricity. Pearl then ran towards the glass and punched it, only to have a crack form. Looks like it's reinforced. Pearl then continued to punch the glass over and over again until with one final punch the glass shattered. Ochako quickly ran into the room and hugged him. Izuku. 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 With his vision blurry and his mind fried, Izuku couldn't see 2 feet in front of him. However, he did recognize the voice. He opened his mouth to talk, but only the sound of wind was heard. Izuku was too dehydrated to speak. Shush, it's okay, I'm here now, said Ochako as Pearl freed Izuku from his chains. Gently, Ochako used her quirk to lift Izuku off the chair. As the three were walking out, Pearl noticed Kin on the floor bleeding from his forehead. Please, help me. Pearl pointed the bow staff at Kin. What do we do with this one? Ochako didn't even turn around. That's up to you, I didn't see anything. Kin's eyes widened as he knew what this meant. No, please. Stop, you can't do this. Pearl, however, didn't care. Twirling around the staff, she cracked Kin over the head with it. Shut up. You are the reason Izuku is in that sorry state. For that you will pay.
Without hesitation, Pearl raised the bow staff and stabbed it into Kin's back. Kin screamed out in pain. Pearl looked around to see the papers and experiments Kin was doing on Izuku. Seems like this was what you were after. Must be important. Using the down electrical lines, Pearl began to burn the papers in front of Kin. Kin could do nothing as his entire work went up in flames. My work. It must be finished. The flames quickly spread to the surrounding area and began to engulf the lab. You die here with everything you ever wanted burning around you, said Pearl as she walked away. Kin crawled on the floor bleeding as he tried to save his work, but this effort would prove useless. Ochako had made it out of the building when she turned to see the flames coming out of the building. Pearl then walked out just as the entire building exploded. Come on, let's get him to Ua. He needs medical assistance now, said Pearl. Ochako agreed as the two then jumped to the roof of a nearby building. The ground suddenly began to shake. Turning around, Ochako saw a massive pillar of dust rise into the sky. All Might. But they didn't have time for this. Izuku needed help and he needed it now. However, just as they were about to leave, Izuku managed to speak. All Might needs help. All Might? No, he will be fine. You have to trust him. But Izuku couldn't leave. With the little strength he had left, he grabbed Ochako's costume and managed to free himself from her grasp. Izuku tried to stand up and for a second it looked like he could, but the pain of everything hit him. Falling to his knees, Izuku struggled. Ochako ran over and held him up from falling over. Izuku. Stop, you shouldn't be moving. Have to save. All Might. Plan. To kill him, said Izuku. Ochako's eyes widened. What? Kill All Might? With blood dripping from his wounds, Izuku forced himself up. Go. Must go. Much to Ochako's surprise, Izuku managed to jump from the roof. Izuku. No, your body won't hold up. Stop it, yelled out Ochako. Come on, we have to follow him. Pearl really didn't want to go, but she was curious about what Izuku was doing. With All Might, all of Japan watched as their hero, their symbol, their number one hero fell to one knee, defeated and in his skinny form. Ha ha ha. Weak All Might. Just like your master before you. All Might spit out blood. Why, you're wrong. This fight is far from over. There's that ridiculous bravado of yours. You can't see that your time as the symbol of peace is over. All that's left is to kill you. All for One's arm suddenly began to grow and mutate as he activated all of his strongest quirks all at the same time. All Might's eyes widened. It's been fun, All Might, but now you can meet your master in the other world. With the intention to kill All Might behind his fist, All for One rocketed down towards the hero. All Might tried to activate One for All, but he was too weak to even move. Far above the fight, a news helicopter was broadcasting All Might's final moments. However, that's when something came crashing in front of All Might. All Might couldn't believe what he was seeing. Midoriya. With blood hitting the floor, Izuku put up his hands. The news crew couldn't believe it. Is that? It is. That's the king of Atlantis. By the looks of it, he intends to take the hit for All Might. No, Midoriya, don't. You're too weak right now. That hit will kill you. Right now he's even stronger than I am, screamed out All Might as AFO got closer. I know. But back then you risked everything to help me. Izuku looked back and smiled at the hero. It's only fair I do the same. Ochako jumped from the roof of a nearby building. No. Izuku. She tried to activate her quirk in order to do something, but she wouldn't make it in time. Izuku was going to die. Ah, it's the king, you fool. Nothing can stop me. The both of you will die, mocked AFO. AFO's fist was now meters away from hitting Izuku. Ochako had tears running down her face as she fell towards them. However, one voice echoed in Ochako's ear. You were right. I do still care for Izuku. But now it's your turn. Take care of him, alright? Zooming past Ochako was Pearl. Landing in front of the fist, Pearl took the hit straight on. The impact sent a shockwave throughout the battlefield. AFO had punched a hole right through Pearl's abdomen, but by some miracle Pearl held onto AFO's fist, holding him in place. Do it. All Might knew this was it. One final shot to end this. Getting up, he put every bit of One for All into his arm. United States of Smash. AFO couldn't believe it. Impossible. As All Might's fist hit AFO in the face, it caused a massive tornado. The wind from the attack was enough to send Izuku, Ochako, and Pearl flying in every direction. Slamming against a building, Ochako grunted in pain. Hitting the floor, she looked up to see the giant crater where All Might was. Wow. Wait, Izuku. Limping, Ochako made her way down toward the destruction. There she found All Might in his skinny form. All Might. The hero turned around with Izuku in his arms. Q, quickly, take him. All Might then handed Izuku to Ochako. Her eyes widened. H's heart rate had slowing down. Without saying another word, Ochako ran towards Ua. On her way out, Ochako found Pearl laying on the ground with blood running down her mouth and hole in her abdomen. She was alive for now. I won't let you die here, Pearl. Not after what you did for Izuku. Activating her quirk on Pearl. Ua Recovery Girl watched the fight on the TV and knew that she needed to get ready. With the help of Aizawa, she got 2 tanks of salt water ready for the 2 Atlanteans. Recovery Girl was just about done when Ochako burst through the door. Save him. Recovery Girl ran towards the 3, and when she grabbed Izuku, Ochako fell unconscious from exhaustion and her injuries. Like Izuku did for Ochako back when she got shot. It's now time for Ochako to ask for others to save Izuku. What did you think of Pearl coming back and her little redemption? Will Izuku make it? Will Pearl? What is the surface world going to think of Izuku now that they saw him risk his life to protect All Might? What is Atlantis doing to do after seeing their king in such a state? Find out next time. In the meantime, stay safe. 59 Chapter 21. Proclamation? And we are back with another chapter and in record time. I finished this chapter in a few days, but I waited until today to release it. Anyway, I won't say much, but thank you for all the support and love you all. If you don't like it, thanks for visiting. So without future ado, let's just jump into it. Proclamation. A whole day had passed since the fight, and in the aftermath of it, All Might was left gravely injured. But worse of all, he no longer had the power of One for All, which meant he had to officially retire. However, he was more concerned with the well-being of two individuals. All Might walked down the halls of Ua with his arms wrapped in bandages. Stopping in front of the door, he sighed and walked in. Inside, he found Recovery Girl hard at work. How are they? Asked All Might. Recovery Girl looked up at the former number 1 hero. Better, Izuku is almost stable enough to get him out of the tank. Once I do, I should be able to heal him with my quirk. All Might nodded. Good. What about Uraraka? She's in the other room, being washed by Aizawa and her parents. I used my quirk on her and she should wake up anytime now, explained Recovery Girl. That's great news. So, what about Pearl? Recovery Girl looked away. All Might knew what that meant. How bad? Let's just say it makes your stomach injury look like a paper cut. Her entire digestive system was destroyed. There is little I could do now. The only thing I can do is make sure it's as painless as possible, said Recovery Girl. All Might's face scrunched. How long? Her Atlantean anatomy is the only thing keeping her alive, either that or pure stubbornness. My best guess is she'll die in a few hours, maybe less, said Recovery Girl. Just then the door opened up and in walked Aizawa. Hey, she's up and we have a problem. Recovery Girl and All Might quickly ran into the other room to find Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka trying to hold down their daughter. Ochako dear, you have to rest, said Mrs. Uraraka. Listen to your mother Ochako and lay back down on the bed, said Mr. Uraraka as he fought against Ochako. With both of her parents holding her down and her arms covered in bandages, Ochako fought hard. And no, I had to see him. Young lady, just what do you think you're doing? Yelled out Recovery Girl. Your body is too weak right now. Lay your head back on that pillow right now. Izuku is fine. Once he's out of the tank, I'll heal him. However, Ochako kept fighting them. Aizawa was just about ready to use his capture weapon when All Might stopped him. Let her see him. Both of Ochako's parents and Recovery Girl turned to the hero. Are you serious? If she doesn't see him, she'll only fight us and that could make her injuries worse, said All Might. Ochako stopped fighting. All Might. Recovery Girl relented and sighed. Fine, but if you reopen your injuries, I'm strapping you down to the bed. Got it. Ochako nodded. Fine, just let me see Izuku. With the assistance of a wheelchair, Ochako rolled her way towards the other room where Izuku was. Going inside, Ochako went straight to the tank of water Izuku was submerged in. Inside, Izuku floated in the water with wires coming out of him. Grabbing the handles, Ochako forced herself to stand. She almost fell over but managed to catch herself. Reaching out, she placed a hand on the tank and leaned in. You're safe now, Izuku. That's when Recovery Girl walked in. He's going to be just fine, sweetie. He just needs time. Ochako nodded. Thank you for taking care of him. Of course, it's what I do, said Recovery Girl with a smile. Then Ochako asked the question, how's Pearl? Recovery Girl looked away. I think it's best if you see her. The two then made their way into a room that the school turned into an intensive care unit. Walking in, Ochako saw Pearl laying on a bed with several tubes coming from her abdomen. Why isn't she in a tank, like Izuku? Questioned Ochako. Even if I were to put her in, her injuries are just too severe. All I could do is make sure she doesn't suffer. It's a miracle that she survived the night, but it's only a matter of time before the worst happens, said Recovery Girl. Ochako balled her fist. Damn it, Pearl, you can't die like this. Not after what you did for Izuku. Just then All Might ran into the room. Recovery Girl. Uraraka, we need your help. It's Izuku, he's awake and is on a rampage. Injured as she was, Ochako managed to run to the other room. Opening the door, she saw Aizawa's body get thrown into the wall. Mr. Aizawa. Looking into the room, Ochako's eyes widened as she saw Izuku standing up with the wires still attached to his body. Izuku, stop. Turning around, Izuku stared into Ochako's eyes. Something is wrong. His eyes, they look empty. Without warning, Izuku lunged at Ochako. Grabbing her by the neck, Izuku pinned her against the wall. Ochako began to gasp for air as Izuku began to choke her. Izuku. Stop, it's okay, you're safe. It's over, no one is going to hurt you. For a second it looked as if Izuku had lost his mind, but then something happened. Izuku looked down to see the diamond necklace around Ochako's neck. The gleam hit Izuku in the face and he seemed to recognize it. His eyes widened as he finally snapped out of it. Oh, Ochako? He asked, letting her go. Ochako rubbed her neck. Hey Izuku, I didn't mean to. However, before Izuku could say anything else, he fell forward. Izuku. Catching Izuku before he hit the ground, Ochako gently went down and placed his head on her lap. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you like that, said Izuku as he looked up to Ochako. It's fine, you were scared. But it's fine now, I won't let anyone else hurt you, said Ochako. Izuku smiled. Kin? What happened to Kin? He won't be able to hurt you anymore, don't worry about him. Right now you should focus on recovering, said Ochako. Izuku nodded. Come on, let's get you up. With Ochako's help Izuku got up and was able to sit on the bed. Good? Asked Ochako. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm good. You gave us quite a scare Midoriya, said Recovery Girl entering the room and kissing Aizawa, healing him up. Sorry about that, I thought I was still captured. I didn't mean to attack you Aizawa, sorry, said Izuku. Aizawa picked himself up. It's fine kid, I'm just glad to see you back on your feet. Izuku nodded. So what happened with the class at the training camp? Everyone is fine, they only had a few minor injuries, said All Might standing in the doorway. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the former number 1 hero. All Might, your power, it's gone. Yeah, while we were rescuing you, I encountered an old enemy, but thanks to you, I was able to defeat him once and for all, explained All Might. I see, so you're not going to tell me who the other person was. The room fell silent. I don't remember much but I do remember someone jumping in the way of me and taking the hit head on. So tell me, who was it? Questioned Izuku. Looking around the room it was obvious no one wanted to tell him. Ochako? Ochako flinched, she then took a deep breath. It's better if I show you. However you have to wait until Recovery Girl heals you. I don't want you collapsing again. Alright, then. After getting a kiss from Recovery Girl, Izuku walked behind Ochako to where Pearl was being treated. Izuku wasn't fully healed but it would be enough, for now. Ochako reached for the handle but stopped just short. Look, before we go in, I just want you to know that I had to do it in order to save you. So please don't blame anyone else, this was my idea and my idea alone. Izuku could tell this was serious. I trust you Ochako, no matter what you do I will never blame or hate you. Gripping the handle Ochako opened the door. Walking inside she stood off to the side. Izuku continued to walk towards the bed. He could see someone was laying there. When he reached the edge Izuku's eyes widened. What? Pearl? How is she here? I got her set free. Izuku quickly looked at Ochako. I had to, in order to save you. The only way we could find you was with the communication device you gave me. No one on the surface knew how to work on Atlantean tech. Hatsume could have, but it would have taken her a long time to understand it and by then you would be dead. So I made a call. Trinity managed to grab Pearl and bring her here. At first she didn't want to help us but when we found out where you were Pearl seemed like she wanted to help you. When you threw yourself in front of the hit it felt as if time slowed down. I tried to stop you. I tried to save you but I wouldn't have made it. That's when Pearl jumped in the way. Izuku gritted his teeth. So it's my fault, again. Ochako was confused. Your fault? Again? Izuku none of this was your fault. Pearl in the end made her choice, she chose to save you. You're wrong. All of this is my fault. If I haven't ever come to the surface, father would still be alive, you wouldn't have gotten shot, thousands of civilians wouldn't have died, and Pearl, it's all my fault, said Izuku grabbing at the railing beside the bed. Tears began to fall from Izuku's face and everything he did fell over him. Man, for a king, you sure are such a crybaby. Izuku looked up to see Pearl with her eyes open. Pearl? Hold on, I'll go get some help, said Ochako, however before she could leave Pearl called out to her. No, wait. It's okay. Being a soldier I know when someone is on death's door and I already have my foot in the door. I want you two to listen and listen well. Ochako walked over and stood beside Izuku. Pearl smiled seeing the two of them. You two really do look good together. Listen, both worlds need to know about your relationship. Ochako was willing to jump and take the hit for you. I saw that and I bet all of Atlantis saw it too. This will be the perfect chance to do it. The two looked at each other. But will they accept us? Asked Ochako. Pearl smirked. You idiot, after what you did of course they will. Some may object, but I know that the two of you and with time, will change their minds. Now, Izuku, you are my only friend. You showed me that there was more in life than just being a soldier. I know I've done some terrible things to you and to those you love but please. Don't waste your life like I did with mine. You told me to live my life to its fullest, sorry, but I don't think I will be able to do that now. That's something for you to do now. Thank you for everything, I won't ever forget you. Izuku smiled. You idiot. All I wanted was to see you live a normal life. You weren't supposed to die like this. Pearl reached out and touched Izuku's hand. No, this is the perfect way to go. I'll go knowing that I completed my job of protecting you. My only failure in life was betraying you and for that I am truly sorry. Izuku reached out and grabbed Pearl's hand. It was starting to go cold. Thank you Pearl, and it's okay, I forgive you. Pearl's eyes began to water. Izuku, thank you. Izuku let go of Pearl's hand. Ochako. I need to speak to you, alone. Ochako looked over at Izuku. He nodded. I'll wait outside. Now alone Ochako turned to Pearl. He really knows how to hide his emotions doesn't he? Ochako agreed. Yeah, it's going to eat him inside if he keeps it up. Look Ochako, I know you hate me and I get that. Honestly I don't blame you, I hurt the person you love. I just want you to know that I'm sorry, for whatever it's worth. I didn't have the best childhood growing up. I was brought up from nothing, trained to be a weapon. But Izuku saved me from that fate and showed me what it meant to live. Everything was like a job for me, but then you came along. You brought change. Seeing you and Izuku in a growing relationship made me happy, maybe even a bit jealous. That's when it happened. Just as I started to feel happy, everything just went downhill. However, before Pearl could continue, Ochako stopped her. Look, you messed up big time, and I don't think I could ever understand why you did what you did. But I do know this, I also forgive you. In the end you chose to save me, to save Izuku, and that's something you can be proud of. In the most dire of situations our true colors show in you, Pearl. Showed me that you are not inherently a bad person. You've just made mistakes just like everyone else. Pearl laughed. Thank you, Ochako, it means a lot coming from you. Huh? I can't see you anymore. Ochako's eyes widened. I'm here, Pearl. The EKG machine connected showed that Pearl's heart rate was slowing down. Do you remember what you said once? That you could never be queen of Atlantis? You were wrong. You are going to be an amazing queen one day. I just wish I could have seen the two of you grow up as a family. Take care of Izuku for me, can you promise me that? Why yes, I promise, said Ochako. Pearl smiled as the EKG began to flatline. Long live Ochako Uraraka, bridge between two worlds and future queen of Atlantis. Izuku heard the flatline and quickly ran into the room. Surrounded by Izuku and Ochako, Pearl took her last breath. Goodbye, Pearl, may the seven seas guide you. Pearl would be pronounced dead moments later when Recovery Girl ran into the room. 2 hours later, Izuku sat on the edge of the bed looking out of the window with bandages covering his arms and legs. Izuku, are you going to be alright? Asked Ochako. Why yeah, I think so. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine, said Izuku. Ochako could tell he was doing it again. Do you think we should do it? Should we tell our worlds of our relationship? Izuku sighed. Eventually yeah. I know Pearl wanted us to tell them now, but it's just not the time. Then when is the time? Asked Ochako. However, before Izuku could answer, Aizawa suddenly appeared out of breath. Whoa, Aizawa, what happened to you? Asked Izuku. It's Atlantis, they're getting ready to attack. Izuku's eyes widened. What? Yelled out Izuku. Izuku, why are they doing this? Questioned Ochako. My guess is it's because of what happened yesterday. They must think I'm dead or something. They're looking for revenge, said Izuku. Can you order them to stop? Asked Aizawa. I can, but the troops have to see that I am still alive. You can't get us there in time, and I'm far too weak as well, said Izuku, thinking that all hope was lost. Then maybe I can help, said Nezu standing at the door. Really, how? Asked Ochako. Nezu smirked and then threw keys towards Izuku. What's this? That is the key to an experimental land vehicle that the support department has been working on. But that's not important, what is important is that it's fast, explained Nezu. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Where's this vehicle? Asked Izuku. It's out in front, you can't miss it. Nodding, both Izuku and Ochako ran out of the building. Now outside, the two looked around to see a vehicle that had rocket boosters on the back and heavy metal plating. Whoa, now that's cool. It looks like a tank, said Izuku. Stop quaking and get in already, said Ochako, jumping into the passenger side. Izuku took the driver's seat and immediately didn't know what to do. Okay, how does this work? Do you not know how to drive? Questioned Ochako. Izuku raised an eyebrow. No, we swim, Ochako, remember? Ochako rolled her eyes. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, get out, I'm driving. Kicking Izuku out of the driver's seat, Ochako inserted the key into the ignition and turned it. The vehicle turned on. Yes? Alright, let's see what this bad boy can do. Hey Midoriya! Yelled out All Might from a window. You forgot this. All Might pulled back his one good arm and threw Izuku's trident down towards him. However, All Might misjudged the distance and actually overthrew it. Izuku had to jump out of the seat. In mid-air, Izuku caught it. Leaning on the hood of the vehicle, Izuku gripped his trident. It's good to have this back. We don't have time for this, Izuku. Try not to fall off, yelled out Ochako as she stepped on the gas. Izuku felt the vehicle suddenly accelerate. Woo! This is awesome. Just then the vehicle slammed into the side of a building but kept going. Wait! Ochako, do you know how to drive? Looking back, Izuku saw Ochako struggling to keep the steering wheel straight, and no, but I have driven an excavator before, it should be the same, right? Izuku blinked twice. Oh god, we are going to die. Oh, don't be so dramatic, I'll get the hang of it before we get there. Hopefully, said Ochako as they made a sharp right turn. Just then on the dash the image of Nezu appeared. Hey you two, there's something you should know. The SDF is also at the beach, so be careful when approaching. Neither side has attacked yet, but the order should be coming soon. Izuku nodded. Good to know. If Atlantis hasn't attacked yet, it's because of Trinity. She must be holding the army back, but she won't be able to for too long. Pick up the pace, Ochako. Ochako smirked. You got it. With Trinity. Nope, yelled out Trinity as she slammed her fist on the control panel. We can't do this. We have to, Lady Trinity. You saw the broadcast from the surface world. King Izuku is dead. We have to retaliate. You must give the order, begged one of the council members. We don't even know that. For all we know, the king is still alive. If we attack now, we would be seen as the aggressors. There has to be a diplomatic option, said Trinity. That may be so, but Japan has ignored our calls and has hid information. The time for diplomacy is over. We have to act. For King Izuku and for his father, both dead by the hands of the surface world. If you fail to act, we will. said another council member. Why you can't just, Trinity sighed and looked at the members of the council, 10 in total. Do all of you feel this way? The council nodded. Trinity gritted her teeth. Fine, mobilize the warfleet. However, we will not attack civilians, only the military. If any of our men break this order, they will be executed on the spot. You've made the right choice, Lady Trinity. The council members all began to scramble. They issued their orders and began to ready the men. Trinity on the other hand hung her head. Izuku, forgive me. That's when the control room's monitors began to flash. What's going on? Asked Trinity. The Japanese forces, they have begun to mobilize, yelled out a soldier. What? Yelled out Trinity. Looking at the monitor, the image of a strange-looking tank began to show up. That is one strange vehicle. Wait, is that? Zoom in. Zooming in, the entire command fleet was stunned. Is that? Trinity smiled. It is. Everyone stand down. I repeat, stand down. King Izuku is still alive. With Izuku and Ochako were just about at the beach. The only problem now was that the SDF were in their way. Alright Ochako, time to slow down, yelled out Izuku as they headed straight at them. Ochako nodded and stepped on the brake, but it did nothing. Huh? Izuku, we got a problem. The brakes aren't working. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So this is what Nezu meant when he said it was experimental. They didn't even add the brakes yet, said Izuku as they got closer to the SDF. What do we do? Asked Ochako. Izuku thought about it. Walking across the hood, he made it to the driver's seat and reached out his hand. Grab on. We are jumping off. Ochako's eyes widened. Are you serious? Yes. Now hurry up or we are going to crash. Ochako really didn't want to do this, but she didn't have a choice. Reaching out, she grabbed his arm. Izuku pulled her in close. Hold on to me and whatever you do, don't let go. Ochako gripped onto Izuku. Ready? Staring down the tanks of the SDF, Izuku timed it and at the very last second he jumped. The vehicle they were riding on hit the tank and exploded on impact. Izuku and Ochako were flung toward the beach. Seeing that they were going to crash on the beach, Izuku wrapped Ochako in a hug and twisted his body so he would hit the sand. With a loud boom, Izuku and Ochako crashed into the sand, leaving a massive crater. Ochako groaned out in pain as they stopped suddenly. Izuku, are you alive? Izuku coughed out sand as Ochako laid on top of him. Barely. What about you? Thanks to you, I'm good. Good. Now, can you please get off of me? I'm still hurt and you're kind of heavy, said Izuku. Ochako was shocked. Grabbing Izuku by the shirt, she began to shake him. What did you say? I'm not heavy, you take that back. Why, your majesty? Izuku and Ochako looked up to see the Atlantean army standing in front of them. It's King Izuku. King Izuku is still alive. The army raised their guns and cheered for the return of their king. Izuku got up and helped Ochako up. Why are you here? Izuku asked. The council said you were dead, so we came to avenge you. We saw the broadcast and thought you were dead, explained the commander. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do you honestly believe I would die so easily? The soldiers shook their head. And no sir, but we saw the video. Izuku, relax, your men were concerned for you. It's only natural for them to be concerned for their king, said Ochako. Your majesty, who is this surface woman with you? Questioned one of the soldiers. Izuku smiled, reaching over and grabbed Ochako by the waist. This is Ochako Uraraka, my current girlfriend and my self-chosen marriage candidate. The Atlantean army was shocked. What? A surface worlder? Is his majesty gone crazy? What about Lady Trinity? Izuku was about to speak up when someone else cut in. That's enough. All of you quiet. Turning around, the army found Lady Trinity walking towards Izuku with the council members behind her. Letting go of her waist, Izuku reached for Ochako's hand. The two held hands as Trinity stopped in front of them. Your majesty, we already picked out a marriage candidate, said one of the council members. That's right, Lady Trinity is your marriage candidate. Not some soft surface worlder, said another council member. Izuku was now pissed. How dare they say that about Ochako? However, before he could say anything, Ochako put up her arm. While I do appreciate you standing up for me, Izuku, I should take this. Letting go of his hand, Ochako walked over to the council members. The name is Ochako Uraraka, hero in training and girlfriend to Izuku. You say I'm soft, but I have been in more fights than you ever were. I've been shot, stabbed, and beaten, yet I'm still standing. So don't you ever say I'm soft again, unless you want me to show you what I can really do. With glowing pink eyes, Ochako stared down the council members. The army flinched when they saw this and were about to move in when Izuku raised his trident. Stand down, that's an order. The council members narrowed their eyes towards Ochako. Why you dare speak to us in that manner? We are Atlantis' High Council. If we say you can't get married to our king, then you can't get married. Besides, Trinity is the rightful candidate, isn't that right, Lady Trinity? Technically yes, but I already knew about their relationship and was fine with it. The council was shocked. Ochako is an amazing woman, and an even more amazing fighter. The part was cut out, but I all saw the video. Ochako was willing to sacrifice her life for Izuku. She is worthy of becoming his wife. The Atlantean army began to mutter. Is this true? Would a surface worlder really do that? It must be true if Lady Trinity says it is. Ochako smiled. Thanks, Trinity. I know, it must be those things the surface people have. Yeah, it must be her quirk. This woman has used her quirk to seduce the king, said a council member. Kill this woman. Izuku stomped his trident on the ground. Anyone who dares lay a finger on her will be dealt by me personally. Kill her, yelled out the councilman. However, the army did not move. What are you idiots doing? Don't you see that this witch has seduced the king? Face it, council, you have no power here, not with me around, said Izuku. I am sick and tired of you meddling in my affairs. So as of this moment, the council is hereby disbanded. You have overextended your power by bringing Atlantis' army here. Men, arrest these old fools. The men nodded and obeyed Izuku's command. Take them and make sure they are imprisoned. Disgraced and with no power, the council was led back into the sea in handcuffs. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. When he did, Izuku began to fall, but Ochako was there to catch him. Your Majesty, yelled out the men. Always saving me, huh? Said Izuku. Ochako giggled. Try not to make it a habit, okay? Izuku smiled as his eyes slowly began to close. Ochako looked over and noticed Izuku was unconscious. He's just asleep. Please, someone grab him. He needs medical attention. Trinity nodded. Quickly take His Majesty back to Atlantis. The rest of you prepare to retreat. There is no need for us to be here anymore. The Atlantean army nodded as the medical unit took Izuku. Ochako watched them take him away. Don't worry, he's in good hands, said Trinity. Ochako nodded. I know, but I still worry. Naturally, do you wish to come with us? Asked Trinity. Ochako shook her head. I can't, there are some things I have to deal with. One of them being Pearl. She passed away a few hours ago. Trinity's eyes widened. I see, tell me, did she die hating Izuku? No, with her dying breath the two made up and forgave each other. She died in peace and doing what she was meant to do, protecting Izuku, said Ochako. If it's not too much trouble, I would like it if you could bring her to us, to bring her home. Ochako nodded. Then we shall meet again, Ochako. Trinity then turned towards the soldiers. Let us go, but before we do. Ochako's eyes widened as Trinity and the entire Atlantean army kneeled before her. Lady Ochako, please take care. Standing tall and proud, Ochako raised her hand. I will, now go protect your king. The army stood up and saluted before turning and returning to the sea. The men and ships disappeared underneath the blue water. It was over, for now at least. Ochako sighed. I'll wait for you, Izuku. In the meantime, I should head back to UA. Turning around, Ochako was now face to face with the SDF and a lot of cameras pointed at her. Oh, she looked at one of the camera crews. Did you hear all that? The camera crew nodded before shouting, and we are live too. Ochako's face turned red. Great, now the entire world knows about our relationship. I hope my parents approve of this. Unknown location. Shigaraki sat around a table in the middle of a warehouse waiting for someone to arrive. After a few minutes the door at the end opened and the sound of footsteps were heard. Looks like you're still around. How did you escape? Asked a man taking a seat in the shadows. Master saved us at the last minute, explained Shigaraki. I see, so are you ready to join me? Asked the mystery man. No, but I am willing to help you. Me and you are not on the same page, but we share a common enemy, said Shigaraki. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Said the mystery man. But you have nothing to offer me in return. Kin is dead, your master is in prison, and what's left of your crew is weak. I may not have a lot, but I do have some things that are just as valuable, said Shigaraki. Oh, and what would that be? Questioned the mystery man. The first thing would be a fairly large deposit of Atlantean steel. The mystery man placed his hands on the table, revealing that he had white gloves on. Go on. Shigaraki smirked. He knew that the mystery man was already interested. All that it would take is one more push. The second thing being this. Reaching into his pocket, Shigaraki pulled out a vial of blood. The last known blood sample taken from the king. I heard Kin never sent you the sample, which means you need this. The mystery man began to laugh. I lost. Very well, let's work together to take down this king once and for all. What do you say, partner? Reaching out, the man offered Shigaraki a handshake. Shigaraki looked at the hand and also reached for it, but made sure only 4 fingers touched. I think it's time to show me how you're planning on dealing with the king. Do you have some kind of weapon or something? You could say that, but it's more like someone, said the mystery man. Let me tell you what it is. Leaning forward, the light from the hanging light shined. There standing was a tall man wearing the green jacket lined with purple fur. He also had on a black shirt and white tie. But his unique accessory was that he wore a mask, but a very long one that was shaped to be a beak or like a witch doctor mask. Let's just say the king will be fighting one of his own. Shigaraki smiled. Oh, you really are an evil genius. Overhaul. Another unknown location. The room was dark. The only light came from all the computers that lined the room. Walking in, the first thing you'd noticed was the giant water tank in the middle. Rather someone was inside. You step closer, but as you do you feel a cold shiver run down your spine. As you reach the tank you instinctively reach out to touch it, almost as if it called out to you. As soon as your hand touches the glass you look into the tank only to see a pair of red glowing eyes looking back at you. You stagger back in fear as you finally get a good look inside. What you see scares you. Inside the tank a girl with bluish gray hair is found. You don't believe it at first, but you have no choice but to accept it. The girl had a horn growing on the top of her head. Could that be a quirk? You ask yourself. Who exactly is this girl? An. How do you feel about Pearl's death? Is this the last time we see her? No, I'm kidding, sadly she won't be coming back. She betrayed Izuku, made his life a living hell, but in the end she did what she was meant to do, and that was to protect Izuku. Also, Izuku disbanded the council, which means no more old farts telling him what to do. His relationship is now known by both land and sea. How will their lives change because of this? Will Atlantis truly accept Ochako? How will Ochako's parents react? I'm sure you could guess who the person in the tank was. She is going to be a tad bit different from the show, so yeah. 59 Chapter 22. Road ahead AN. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter, it really means a lot. I loved reading your theories as to what Eri is going to be able to, and one of you almost guessed it, not going to lie. So without future ado, let's just jump into it. Road ahead. Now that news broke that Ochako was Izuku's girlfriend, things began to change for her. The media wanted an interview with her and would constantly show up at her apartment building to try to find her. It was getting so bad that Ochako was scared to go outside. She needed to be escorted by a few of the teachers just to go to school. And that's not to mention her parents. When they heard the news they nearly fainted. Now at UA they had a moment of peace. Sorry about this, Mom, Dad. I counted on people knowing gradually over time, not out of nowhere, said Ochako. Ochako's parents sat in Principal Nezu's office tired. It's fine, dear. We were just surprised, that's all, said Mr. Uraraka. We knew he had a thing for you, but we didn't know that you two were already together. When were you planning on telling us? Asked Mrs. Uraraka. I was planning on it, really I was. But things got complicated, said Ochako. Are you happy? Asked Mr. Uraraka. Ochako looked at her parents. I am. Izuku has been nothing but kind and sweet with me. Mrs. Uraraka smiled. Good, as long as he treats you right, then I have no problem who you are with. Ochako smiled. Her father on the other hand crossed his arms. I still don't like it. King or not, he better not do anything inappropriate. If he does, not even Atlantis' armies would be able to save him from me, said Mr. Uraraka with burning red eyes. Ochako rolled her eyes. Dad. Just then the door to the teacher's office opened and in walked Nezu, Aizawa, and All Might. Ah, sorry we took so long, we were dealing with the media outside, explained Nezu as he went to sit on his chair. Sorry about this, Nezu. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, said Ochako bowing apologetically. Think nothing of it, dear. This is UA. We have our fair share of experience dealing with them, explained Nezu. Now let's get on to the main thing. As you know, following the events of All Might's fight and King Izuku's rescue, we've deemed it necessary to ask that all Hero Corps students move into new dorms that we have built. So what do you say? Will you allow Uraraka to join? Ochako's parents looked at each other. Will our daughter be safe there? Asked Mr. Uraraka. We cannot guarantee that, however, she will be in the best possible place. Here he can keep anyone from ever reaching them, said Aizawa. Well, it's better than having her live alone outside of school. I say yes, said Mrs. Uraraka. Ochako smiled and looked to her father, who was still thinking about it. Will King Izuku be there? As of now we don't know. He is still down in Atlantis and we are yet to hear a word from him, said Nezu. Even if he is, we will separate by gender so there will be no fooling around, explained All Might. Mr. Uraraka sighed. Alright then, I can't think of a better place for her to be right now. This way we don't have to worry about her being swarmed by reporters. I will also allow it. Ochako smiled. Thanks Mom, Dad. Good, then you move in this weekend. We will send someone who can help you out to your apartment, said Nezu. There is also one more matter I'd like to discuss with you. Down in Atlantis, Izuku laid in bed with his doctors by his side. So any changes? The doctors looked at the notes. No, Your Majesty. Your readings are normal and you are healing just fine. As you are now, you are free to do what you like. However, I would highly suggest you avoid any strenuous activity. Izuku nodded. I will heed your warning then. Thank you for everything, you may go now. Getting up from the bed, Izuku removed the wires from his body. Much better. Swimming over to the window, Izuku looked down at the city. I wonder what the people think about me in Ochako. About 70% of the population think it's fine. So I say they're taking it pretty well. Turning around, Izuku found Trinity standing at the doorway. Trinity, is that so? That's good to hear at least, said Izuku. When I told Ochako that you two should announce your relationship, I didn't mean it like this, explained Trinity. Izuku laughed nervously. Well, that was kind of my fault. I was caught up in the moment, plus I didn't know the cameras were there. So, not my fault? Trinity smiled. No, it was your fault. Izuku sighed. Okay, let's agree to disagree. The water around Izuku deepened in color. Where's Pearl? She's down in the morgue. We are prepping her for her funeral, explained Trinity. I want her to be given the highest honors. I don't care what others may think, she deserves this. Trinity nodded. Good, the procession will be tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to call UA. Bowing, Trinity went off to get everything ready for Pearl's funeral. Izuku made his way towards the throne room. Sitting down on the throne, he grabbed his trident and lowered the broadcasting device. Connect me with UA. The screen went dark for a second before returning. On the screen, Nezu appeared. Ah, King Izuku, it's good to see you're awake. You had us worried for a bit there. Thank you for the concern, Nezu, but I'm fine now. How's Ochako? Asked Izuku. She's fine, but she's getting a lot of attention from everyone right now. We actually had to move her to the dorms here at UA just in case.
said Nezu.
I should really apologize for that. Nezu, about our agreement, I know the class was meant to come here to Atlantis to train for their provisional license exam, but do you think it's wise? After what happened, does the class still want to come? Asked Izuku. What are you talking about, Midoriya? Of course they want to go. They've been looking forward to it. Besides, all the parents saw what you did and they trust you even more, explained Nezu. Really? Then by Monday? Nezu nodded. Awesome, I'll get everything ready. On Sunday I'll head up towards the beach and pick them up. We will be waiting, Midoriya. Goodbye for now. With that, Nezu ended the transmission. Getting up from his throne, Izuku immediately went to work. He went out to talk to the others and made sure everything was ready. But there was still the matter of Pearl. The next morning Izuku got up and donned his royal attire. As tradition for a soldier who fell in battle, Izuku would see them to where they would rest. The entire swim there was quiet. Izuku said nothing and his guards did not question him. Arriving at the place, Izuku stood directly at the edge of an underwater cliff. Below, the emptiness of the Mariana Trench was seen. Izuku turned and looked at the coffin Pearl was in. Pearl was a soldier. She pleaded allegiance to the king, but she strayed from that path. However, in the end she saved me, and for that I couldn't be more thankful. Her final actions, I believe, was enough to redeem her. So as of this moment Pearl is exonerated from all crimes. I will not let her legacy be tarnished, so that's why, in accordance with old law, she will receive a warrior's funeral. Izuku looked over to his men and nodded. The guards bowed and began to push the coffin down the cliff. Izuku watched Pearl's body begin to sink slowly down into the abyss. Memories of the two of them when they were children began to play in his mind. The times they trained together, the times they played together, and the times they laughed together. Besides his father, Pearl was the closest thing he had to another family member. She was his friend since they were little. No, Pearl was family. That's when the shine of a green gem was seen. Izuku was clenching the green gem that Pearl had, the one she wore with her hero costume, the gift Izuku gave her when she became his personal guard. Gritting his teeth, Izuku's eyes began to glow green with power. The guards saw this and began to worry. Why, Your Majesty? Leave, now. Izuku ordered, trying to hold back his tears. The guards stood there not knowing what to do. Leave, now. The guards quickly swam away as fast as they could and as far as they could. Once they were gone, Izuku fell to his knees and let out a yell. Awe. The water around Izuku was suddenly pushed away. With Izuku at its center, the very ocean pulled apart. For the first time since the oceans were created, air reached the seabed. On the surface, satellite images captured the moment that a hole in the ocean appeared that had a diameter of 150 miles. Izuku stayed there holding back the ocean for 10 minutes before standing up and letting the water rush back. Damn it. Why does everyone I care about get hurt? Am I cursed? Am I plagued for those around me? Is this going to happen to Atlantis? To Ochako? I just don't know anymore. Looking down at his hand, Izuku was about to throw the gem into the trench when it suddenly began to shine. The light was blinding, and once the light dimmed, Izuku's eyes widened. Standing before him was the projection of Pearl. What is this? Just then the projection spoke. Is this thing on? Oh snap. It's on. Hold on, I'm not ready, said Pearl as she frantically poised herself. Standing up straight, Pearl cleared her throat. Izuku Kaito Midoriya, my prince, my future king, my partner, my friend. By the time you watch this, it probably means that I'm dead and you are most likely at my funeral. I just want you to know that I was happy to be a part of your life. And I know you are a prince and all, but for once I have an order for you, and I hope you follow it. The projection of Pearl sighed as tears ran down her face. Forget me. Izuku's eyes widened even more. What? Forget me. You deserve to live a long and happy life, free from a memory of the past, said Pearl. And no, I can't do that, Pearl. Izuku yelled out. Right now you're probably screaming out no, but hear me out. You don't need me anymore. Izuku was confused. You already found someone else who can look after you. The girl from UA, Ochako Uraraka. I've seen the way you look at her and you're completely in love. And I can see that one day the two of you will end up together. That's why you don't need me anymore, so please, forget about me and live your life, please. Izuku balled his fist. I can't do that, Pearl, I won't do that. Just then the projection swam towards Izuku and hugged him. Please, do it for me. Live on, become king, get married, have kids, and one day when you are old and dried up, pass on and join me in the afterlife. I'll be waiting, but you have to forget me to do that first. Goodbye, Izuku. The projection of Pearl began to fade away, leaving Izuku stunned to silence. After a while Izuku swam back to the palace and ordered everyone not to disturb him. He needed some time alone. 2 days later, Class 1A stood at the beach with their suitcases by their side. Oh my god, I can't wait, said Mina, jumping for joy. I've never been to a real royal palace before, should be interesting to say the least, said Jiro. But do you guys think everything is fine? I mean, that giant hole in the sea. Only Midoriya could have done that, Ribbit, said Sue. The class agreed. They all saw the images and knew it had to be Izuku. I'm sure he's fine, we'll find out soon enough, said Kaminari. Ochako looked at the sea, thinking about Izuku. He's hurting, both Pearl and I saw that. I'm going to help Izuku, he's done so much for me, it's time I repay him. Just then Momo walked over to Ochako and placed a hand on her shoulder. Everything alright, Ochako? Ochako nodded. It's fine, I'm just excited, that's all. This will be a great opportunity to study. Let's do the best we can, said Momo with a smile. Yeah, Ochako then had flashbacks of the night they rescued Izuku, and of Kin, Momo's father. Momo, about your dad.
However, before Ochako could say anything, Momo stopped her. I know, and you don't have to worry about me. My father was a terrible man. What happened to him was the result of his own actions. And to be honest, he deserved it. It may sound wrong, but it's better this way, for everyone.
Ochako couldn't argue against that. I guess you're right. Besides, you have more pressing matters to deal with, said Momo, as she motioned behind them. Turning around, Ochako saw the wave of reporters lining the beach. Uraraka. Ochako, a word please. How does it feel dating the king of Atlantis? Will the king join you again on the surface?
Ochako sighed. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to get rid of them for a while.
Momo laughed. Well, at least you can somewhat relax down in Atlantis. As UA's teachers held the reporters back, a massive Atlantean warship surfaced. The entire class stood stunned at the sheer mass of the craft. Whoa, that's awesome, said Kaminari.
Just then the side door opened up and out walked Izuku's guards, with Izuku himself behind them. Making it to the sand, Izuku smiled as he saw his friends. Hey guys.
Midoriya. They yelled out as they ran towards them. We missed you, man. It's good to see you're still alive. You had us worried. Izuku chuckled. Hey, come on guys, you should know this by now. It's really tough to kill me. That's when Ochako appeared. The class all moved out of the way to let the couple see each other. Hey, looks like you're all healed up, said Ochako. She then noticed bandage wrapped around Izuku's hands, and the faint color of red. Izuku nodded. Yeah, a night's sleep and some treatment did the trick. Good, then that means I can do this. Ochako then walked over to Izuku. Everyone thought she was going to kiss him. But to their surprise, Ochako instead dropped her suitcase and punched Izuku hard in the stomach. The class, the reporters, and Izuku's guards were shocked. Izuku held his stomach. What was that for? That was for throwing yourself into danger when you were already hurt. You could have died, Izuku, yelled out Ochako. Class 1A agreed. Yeah, that was pretty reckless. Izuku looked at them. Really? Why yes, your majesty. Yes, it was. Lady Ochako's response is fitting, responded one of Izuku's guards. Izuku felt betrayed. You guys are supposed to be on my side.
We just want to make sure you don't do it again. And if Lady Ochako can do that by getting physical, then we see no problem with it, responded another guard.
That's when even the reporters got involved. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Uraraka has a point. You should be more careful. Okay, I get it. I won't do anything that stupid again, said Izuku, defeated. Good, now this is for coming back to me. Placing a hand on Izuku's face, the two then kissed. The girls awed, the boys nodded in approval, the reporters quickly took pictures, and Izuku's guards looked away blushing. After a few seconds the two pulled away. Wow, I should put myself in danger more often, joked Izuku. Ochako laughed. Don't push your luck. If you two are done flirting, we should really start heading out, said Aizawa, appearing behind the class. He and Midnight would be accompanying them to the Lost City. Don't be such a wet blanket, Aizawa, let the young couple have their fun, said Midnight. We don't have time for this. The class has the provisional license exam in 1 week and we are only staying in Atlantis for 6 days. We have no time to waste, said Aizawa. Izuku agreed. Good to see you too, Aizawa. But you're right, we should start heading out. Alright everyone, let's go to Atlantis. Grabbing Ochako's hand, Izuku and the rest of the class began to board the warship. Now aboard, Izuku made sure that everyone was strapped in. Alright everyone, once we dive you'll feel your ears pop. Don't worry, it's just the sudden change in pressure, you'll be fine in a few seconds. If you still feel sick, use the small devices I just gave you. It will create a suit around you and help maintain a surface environment. It also makes you breathe underwater, so you'll eventually have to wear it. Everyone understand? Asked Izuku. The class nodded. Good, then get ready to dive in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. The class all looked at him. 2, 1, dive. Everyone in the class held onto whatever they could. The craft quickly submerged and within seconds they were already at the seafloor. Now in cruising depth, Izuku smirked. So how was that? Half of the class was already wearing the devices, the other half were holding onto their suitcases for dear life. Ochako turned to Izuku. I swear, Izuku, when we get out I'm going to get you for this. Sorry, I just thought I'd have a bit of fun. I won't do it again, please don't hurt me, said Izuku. Ochako narrowed her eyes. We'll see. After a few minutes the class was allowed to get up and walk around the warship to talk with each other. Izuku was talking with Aizawa and Midnight about what was going to happen during the camp when all of a sudden one of the guards came up and whispered something to Izuku. Nodding, Izuku turned to the class. Alright everyone, we should arrive in Atlantis shortly and we should be just in range to see the city. Izuku walked over to the side of the ship and clicked a button. That's when the walls of the ship began to retract, revealing a glass pane. The students' eyes widened. Wow. Izuku smiled. Welcome to Atlantis. There in front of them Atlantis's light shined bright. The class watched as they passed the gates. They then saw Atlanteans swim by. First the soldiers that guarded the city. They rode atop of underwater jet crafts or mounted atop of great white sharks. Now in the city the class were even more amazed. The buildings were tall, beautiful, and made of what appeared to be pure white coral. Then came the people, kids swam around playing, people talked, shopped, and laughed together. It looked like a perfect place to live. This is amazing. Last time I was here I wasn't able to see the city this close up. It's amazing, said Ochako.
Izuku smiled, glad you like it. The ship they were on then turned towards the royal palace. If the class thought the city was impressive, they hadn't seen anything yet. It's hard to believe something this beautiful is under the sea, said Momo.
The ocean is vast. It took us Atlanteans generations to map out the entire seafloor. Even now the sea changes and new things are being discovered, explained Izuku. The warship suddenly stopped. Alright everyone, if you haven't already, put on the devices and whatever you do not take them off until I say so. The class nodded. Good, welcome to my home. The door on the side opened up, the platform extended and the class began to disembark one by one. As they did, Atlantean soldiers appeared and raised their weapons in a procession welcoming their new guests. Once inside the palace, Izuku turned to the class. So what do you think? The class was speechless. I think you like it, guys, listen up. Snapping back to reality, the class all focused up.
I'll show you to your rooms. There you'll find that the rooms are adapted for the surface, so while inside your room you can take off the device. Once you are finished packing, head over to the mess hall and eat. After that you can do as you please. We have basically everything here inside the palace. If you want to train you can, want to relax you can, want to explore just stay within the palace and we are good. Come on, I'll show you the way. The class followed Izuku through the palace and eventually came upon a large hallway. Boys on the right, girls on the left, there's enough rooms for everyone, so take your pick. Nodding, the class all went towards the doors. The rooms were huge. Even Momo, who was rich and lived in a mansion, thought the rooms were huge. After everyone got settled, they all went down to the mess hall to eat. Towards the end of the dinner, Izuku told the class that they would begin training early morning.
Ochako wanted to talk to Izuku about the bandages around his hands, but he insisted that he was fine and she should get some rest. But Ochako didn't like the way he looked at her. Laying in bed, Ochako couldn't help but feel something was wrong. She also heard the faint sound of thuds throughout the night. The next morning, after being woken up, the class was escorted to an arena. They were all told to wear their hero costumes as well. Whoa, this is cool. So is this where we are going to train? Questioned Iida, as they made it to the center of the arena. There they found Izuku's trident, but no sign of Izuku.
I guess so, but why is this here? Asked Mina, pointing at the trident.
Ochako walked over to the trident. That's weird. Izuku wouldn't go anywhere without it. Unless, looking around, Ochako noticed that Aizawa and Midnight were not with them. Guys, he's here. Izuku is here. The class was confused, but they quickly realized what was going on when all of a sudden Izuku's trident was pulled out of the ground. It twirled in mid-air before taking a swing at Ochako. Lucky for her, she saw it coming and dodged out of the way. Not bad, Ochako, but you'll have to do more than just dodge if you want to win, said Izuku, appearing before the class. Izuku then put up 4 fingers. First lesson, expect the unexpected. Second lesson, never let your enemy reach their weapon. Third lesson, always be aware of your surroundings. And fourth lesson, know when to attack.
The class was even more confused. What? He wants us to fight him, all at once, explained Ochako.
Izuku smiled. Think you're up for it? If you aren't, we can just do something more easy. However, before Izuku could finish, Ochako rushed him. Taken by surprise, Izuku managed to grab Ochako's wrist, stopping her from touching him. Oh, what's this? Feeling a bit antsy today, are we, Ochako? Asked Izuku.
Ochako smirked. No, not really, that was just a distraction. That's when Izuku saw Ochako's eyes turn pink.
Ah hell, that's when the gravity around Izuku increased dramatically, forcing him down to his knees. Ochako backed off, and seeing this, the class saw their chance. Attack, yelled out Iida. Izuku, however, wanted this. So naive. 45 seconds later. Class 1A laid on the floor of the arena defeated, with Izuku standing in the middle of them with his trident by his side. You guys have much to learn. Ochako was one of the first to get up. See, couldn't you have gone easy on us, Izuku? I could have, but that would have defeated the purpose of this exercise, said Izuku. What was the point? Asked Mina. The point was to show you that you still have a long way to go. Izuku here has been training most if not all of his life, honing his skills. If he were to become a hero right now, he would easily make the top 10, explained Aizawa. You speak highly of me, Aizawa, please continue, said Izuku. Aizawa rolled his eyes. While we are here, I want you to get the skill to rival even Izuku. Is that even possible? Asked Kirishima. It is. Ochako here has actually learned our martial arts, and given enough time she could very well take me on someday, said Izuku. The class looked at Izuku in disbelief. Although if it's with a weapon, then none of you would stand a chance. The entire class slumped. Yeah, well, we all can't be brought up to be warriors, said Iida. Alright, that's enough of that. Izuku then tapped his trident on the ground. Moments later, several Atlantean soldiers appeared. These guys are going to be your fighting partners for today. They aren't as strong as I am, but they should still give you more than a challenge. Oh, and don't worry about hurting them. Actually, I'm more concerned they might hurt you. The soldiers saluted. Well, let's get started, shall we? The class trained for the entire day and even into the night, only stopping to rest and to eat. It was now around 9 p.m. when Izuku finally called it for today. And boy was the class exhausted. Lucky for them, Izuku had arranged a bit of downtime for them after they showered. "Man, those soldiers really do pack a punch, don't they?" asked Mina, covered in dirt. "You can say that again, but after today I somehow feel a lot stronger. So I guess it was worth it," said Kirishima. Ochako nodded. "Well, it wasn't all bad. I got to learn more Atlantean martial arts." Looking back, she noticed Izuku was talking with Aizawa. She couldn't hear what they were talking about, but Izuku's look said it all. It was serious. As the class was going to hit the showers, Trinity appeared. "Oh Trinity, what's up? You need something?" questioned Ochako. Trinity frowned slightly. "Yes. Well, the thing is," Ochako tilted her head, but eventually Trinity sighed. "I think it's better if we talk alone." Back with Izuku, Izuku looked Aizawa straight in the eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Aizawa nodded. "Yes." Izuku clenched his fist. "How sure are you? If there's even the slightest doubt in your mind." "Izuku, we are 100% sure," said Aizawa. That's just impossible. There shouldn't be." But Izuku was speechless. "Follow me." Aizawa followed Izuku into the throne room, where two soldiers stood guard. "You two, out," ordered Izuku. "Guard the outside. Do not let anyone in until I say so." The soldiers bowed and quickly got out of the throne room and locked the door. Taking a seat on his throne, Izuku activated the computer. "Show me." Aizawa reached into his pocket and pulled out a USB drive. Grabbing it, Izuku plugged it in. Opening the drive up, only one file was on it, that read, "Top secret." Clicking it, Izuku's eyes widened. "And no, this can't be." Izuku got up from his throne. "I have to double check this." Grabbing his trident, Izuku sliced his finger enough to draw blood. Using the sample of his blood, Izuku cross-referenced the evidence. There on the screen in big bold letters and numbers, the phrase, "match, 99.9%, was plastered. "Do you believe it now?" asked Aizawa. "I don't have a choice, I have to believe it." "Where did you find this?" questioned Izuku. "We found it when we raided a known Yakuza hideout. It was in a bullet, but this type is different. According to reports, heroes have been losing their quirks for weeks at a time when they were hit by a bullet. The same type we found in the hideout," explained Aizawa. "What are they doing with my blood?" questioned Izuku. Aizawa sighed. "Our best guess, they are using your blood to amplify someone's quirk. Even so, all my blood that Kin had was destroyed when his lab blew up. There shouldn't be any more. That's when it hit Izuku, unless. It's what you're thinking, someone on the surface has your blood running through their veins. We had our team run it through our database, but nothing came up. My best guess is that they are trying to find a way to permanently remove quirks with the help of your blood. We need to find the source of the bullets, and fast. Since the effects of the bullet wear off, we can assume the infusion between your blood and our mystery person is not complete yet. But if they manage to perfect the serum or get their hands on more of your blood, then it will be the end of our world. I know I have no reason to ask you, but I'll do it anyway. Will you help us?" asked Aizawa. Izuku thought about it. "There's something you should know. It's about this blood. This belongs to someone young, really young." Izuku then began to play around with the results. "See these enzymes? These levels are only found in very young. I'd say this person is no more than 5 years old, maybe younger." Aizawa's eyes widened. "So young. I'll help you. This person, the source of the bullets, has my blood running through their veins. That makes them my family, and I won't let anyone get away with this," said Izuku. Aizawa nodded. "You got it. One more thing, the needle tips used in the bullets were made of Atlantean steel." "Great, more stuff that's stolen. Don't worry about the steel, we can find that later. For now, get some rest, we'll talk tomorrow." Aizawa nodded and walked out of the throne room. Now alone, Izuku looked back up at the monitor. 99%, this is practically my child. I won't let them do such horrible things to them. But that's not the only thing that has me worried. The fusion between this person and my blood could have side effects. Wherever you are, please just hold on a bit longer. Izuku sighed and went back down to the arena, where he ordered his men to not disturb him. Now alone, Izuku removed the bandages around his hands, revealing them to be covered in cuts, bruises, and dried up blood. That's when the floor began to open up, and up came a pillar made out of pure Atlantean steel. The pillar had a huge dent on the side of it. Clenching his damaged fists, Izuku then began to punch the pillar over and over again. With each punch, his injuries would open up again, causing blood to drip from his hands. After a few hours of this, blood was splattered around the floor and Izuku's hands dripped blood. Falling to his knees, Izuku began to sob. Damn it! Picking himself up, Izuku's hands trembled as he wrapped them back up with the bandages. Unknown location. The room was dark, there was no other sound but the sobbing of someone off in the corner. Please, I don't want to do it anymore. It hurts so much." That's when the door to the room opened up and Overhaul walked in. "It's time to get up, Eri, we need you again." Eri began to cry. "And no, I don't want to." Overhaul sighed and walked over to Eri. "Don't make me use it again." Eri's eyes widened when Overhaul pulled out a small remote with a button. Frantically, Eri got up from the bed and walked out of the room. Once outside, the shine of a metal collar was seen around the young girl's neck, the same type that Pearl had on. She had on a plain, old, grayish-looking gown. Eri also had most of her arms and legs bandaged up. Overhaul then led Eri into another room. This one had a large surgical chair in the middle. With no choice, Eri sat on the chair. Then came Overhaul's minions. They strapped Eri onto the chair. "Binded her arms and legs, she's ready, boss." Overhaul then walked over to a counter and grabbed the vial of blood Shigaraki gave him. With this, the serum should be enough to erase their quirk permanently. Let's begin. Removing his gloves, Overhaul touched both Eri and the vial of blood. Eri's eyes widened and letting out a blood-curdling scream, Overhaul began to disassemble her, piece by piece. Then he began the fusion process. He would slowly rebuild Eri while infusioning her with Izuku's blood. By the end of it, Overhaul had his results, but Eri was left in a weakened state. Very good, Eri, you survived. Are the restraints on correctly? Yes boss, we made sure, said one of his minions. However, that's when Eri looked up with burning red eyes. Overhaul flinched. *T, it's happening again. Everyone in the room watched as Eri began to thrash around trying to break free from the restraints. Will it hold? Before any of the minions could answer, Eri broke out of one of the restraints. Reaching over, she grabbed the metal shackle and broke it by squeezing it. Boss, she's going to get free. No she won't, said Overhaul. Just as Eri was about to break free from the final two restraints, Overhaul pressed the button on the device he was carrying around. That's when a massive bolt of electricity coursed through Eri's body. Yelling out in pain, the red glow of Eri's eyes began to fade before ultimately passing out. She's getting stronger. Those restraints were made of Atlantean steel, said one of the minions. The more blood she gets, the stronger she becomes, and more powerful her quirk becomes. Just what we need. Ready her for DNA extraction. We are going to see just how much stronger she's gotten, said Overhaul. Right, did the police and heroes find the hideout? The minion nodded. Yes, they took the test bullet we had. Good, then phase 1 is underway. Once the heroes show the results of what they found to the king, he will come to us, said Overhaul. Done. It is all part of Overhaul's plan. But what exactly is he planning? Why did Eri go into a rage state when she was infused with Izuku's blood? What will that mean when they meet? Just how strong is her rewind quirk now that she has Izuku's blood running through her? Find out next time. Time for a shameless plug-in for myself. Check out my new story, The Black Suit. It's Izuku if he had the Venom symbiote. I just started it. 59 Chapter 23. Distraction And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter. It's time Izuku and Ochako finish something they tried to do back in chapter 16. Wink wink. Anyway, Eri is going to be a bit of a badass in the next couple of chapters, so I hope y'all ready. Enough of that, so without future ado, let's just jump into it. Distraction. It was now the 6th and final day. Class 1A would be in Atlantis, which also meant it was now time for a progress check. Izuku stood in the middle of the arena once again in his invisibility cloak. Anyone see him? Asked Iida. Ochako looked around. No, Jiro. Plugging her earphone jacks into the ground, Jiro used sound to locate Izuku. There, she yelled out, pointing. Everyone in the class turned towards that direction. Bakugo, yelled out Ochako. Way ahead of you. Using his explosions, Bakugo launched himself towards where Jiro pointed out and fired off a massive explosion. Did you get him? Asked Kirishima as a smoke cloud filled the arena. Momo put out her arm and created a thermal camera. Scanning the field, she noticed someone along the edge. No, he's still walking around. 6 o'clock. The long-range fighters all fired off their quirks but stopped when they heard the sound of metal clashing. Oh no, they all said together as they knew what this meant. Whoa, that was a close one, but it's like I said the first day of training. Never let your enemy reach their weapon, said Izuku appearing beside Kirishima. What the? Kirishima tried to punch Izuku, only to have Izuku throw his arm back, hitting him in the stomach. Let's see how long you guys last this time. 3 minutes later, Izuku had his trident towards someone. Do you yield? Ochako let the pink of her eyes die down as she put her hands up. I yield. Retracting his trident, Izuku smiled. You guys did a lot better than last time. You even got a few good hits in too. Izuku turned to find the class all beaten and bruised up. Our training was hell and we still can't match him, said Mina as she helped up Kirishima. But with this you should be able to pass the provisional license exam no problem, said Izuku. Midoriya is right, with this training all of you should pass, said Midnight. You may not have beaten Midoriya this time, but you should be able to in a few more years, said Aizawa. Right, said Ochako, skeptical of that. If I had to rank you guys out of 10, I'd say you're about a 6. Not bad, but with room for improvement, said Izuku. Just then Izuku felt a sharp pain on his hands, so much so that he dropped his trident. Midoriya, you alright? Asked Aizawa, concerned. Izuku smiled. Why yeah, I'm fine. Just slipped, that's all. All but one person saw Izuku's hand tremble as he reached down to grab his trident. That person was Ochako. You idiot, if what Trinity said is true then you're in a lot of pain, Izuku. Anyway, we are just about done here. I'm told you leave first thing in the morning. So in the meantime go have some fun, relax. And I'll see you all later tonight for our final dinner, said Izuku as he left the class. Turning the corner, Izuku was now out of sight. As soon as he was, Izuku grabbed his hand. Removing the bandages, he saw that his entire hand was now bruised and shaking uncontrollably. Closing his eyes, Izuku focused and forced himself to stop shaking. Relaxing, Izuku once again bandaged up his hands. Later that night, the class were enjoying their final night together. They ate, they danced, and partied hard. Izuku was with them but left when he said that his kingly duties were calling. Ochako knew this was bullshit and decided to follow him. Making his way down to the arena, Izuku ordered his troops to stand guard outside while he once again punched the steel pillar over and over again. Ochako was approaching the guards when she was stopped. "I'm sorry Lady Ochako, we can't let you in. I just want to see Izuku," explained Ochako. She tried to get past them but the guards didn't move. "I'm sorry, but it's King Izuku's order," said the guard. "Please, I think he's hurting. I want to find out why," said Ochako. "If he was hurting the king would have called for us," said the other guard. "He's not hurt physically, okay maybe he's hurt that way too. But it's more mentally, Izuku's lost so much in such a short amount of time and I think it's taking a toll on him. Please let me through," pleaded Ochako, but once again the guards refused.
"I'm sorry, we know that you are the king's girlfriend, but we still can't betray his majesty," said the guard.
Ochako was just about ready to fight her way past them if they refused again. "Hey you two, we need backup at the perimeter," said another guard around the corner. What's going on?" asked the guard. "It seems like there's someone causing a ruckus. The guard master has called for all hands." The two guards looked at each other and nodded. "Lady Ochako, please return to the others while we deal with this matter." Watching the guards swim away, Ochako recognized the voice that called them away. "Thanks Trinity, I owe you for this." Making her way inside, Ochako began to hear loud thuds as she got closer to the center arena. "What is that?" Making it to the stands, she looked down to see Izuku punching the steel pillar over and over again. "What is he doing?" That's when she noticed the blood on the floor and on his knuckles. Her eyes widened as she leapt over the railing and onto the arena. "Izuku, stop!" she yelled out, but Izuku didn't listen. Izuku continued to punch the pillar. "Izuku! Stop!" cried out Ochako once again. She reached out and grabbed his arm before he punched again. "Stop please, Izuku." Izuku finally stopped. Dropping his arms, blood began to drip down his hands from all the damage. "Oh Ochako?" Feeling lightheaded, Izuku fell to his knees. Ochako held him as they both were now on the ground. "Look at your hands." "Why Izuku? Why are you doing this?" asked Ochako as she grabbed his bleeding hand. "It's my fault," answered Izuku. "It's all my fault." Ochako's eyes began to water. "No Izuku, it's not." Izuku pulled away his hands. "Yes it is. The deaths of thousands on my hands, Dad, and Pearl. All on my blood-stained hands. Do you want to know why I don't wear the crown, Ochako?" Ochako stayed silent. "It's because it's heavy, not on my head, but on my heart. I don't deserve to be king, not after all that I've done. Ever since I was a kid, all I wanted was to become king, but now that I am, I'm not sure if I even want to be king anymore. If there was only a special drug that can change me into a human, I might be happier then. But I can't just stop being king. I was born and schooled to be one. If I throw it away now, my entire life has no meaning." "Is that why you've been hurting yourself? Because you don't feel worthy? Izuku, you can't keep putting the blame on yourself. You're sad, angry, frustrated, everything, but this isn't the way you vent. You're hurting yourself," said Ochako. "Then what should I do?" "I don't know what to do Ochako, tell me," yelled out Izuku. Ochako then hugged Izuku. "I don't know, but I'm here, please talk to me. You said you find being a king is hard, then please just for tonight forget about it. Don't be a king, don't be the trident, just be Izuku."
Tears began to fall from Izuku's eyes. "Am I allowed to do that?"
Ochako nodded. "Yes, it's okay Izuku, let it go. Just for today. You can fall apart." Izuku then buried his face into Ochako's chest. "I'll hold you together." Izuku's room. Izuku now sat on the edge of the bed as Ochako tended to his wounds. The two sat in silence as Ochako wrapped the last bandage around Izuku's hand. "That should do it. Are you feeling better?" Izuku looked at his hands. "A bit. Good, you should get some rest. I'll check on you before we leave." Ochako was about to leave when Izuku grabbed her hand.
Don't leave, can you stay here?" questioned Izuku.
Izuku," Ochako smiled and touched his face, "of course." Sitting on the bed, the two sat again in silence. "Sorry about this Ochako. I didn't mean to ruin your last day here," said Izuku. "You can go back with the others if you want to. They should be celebrating right now."
Ochako shook her head. "Izuku, you didn't ruin anything. Besides, I rather spend more time with you." Izuku smiled. "What did I do to deserve you?" Ochako giggled. "You got lucky." Izuku smirked. "Oh, I got lucky. This is coming from a girl who met the king of Atlantis."
"I guess we are both lucky," said Ochako. "Yeah, in a world with 7.7 billion people and one massive connected ocean, I somehow found my way toward you." "That's not luck, that's destiny," said Izuku. Ochako blushed. "Maybe it is. After everything that's happened, do you regret meeting me?" Leaning in, the two touched foreheads. "No, not even for a second. Ochako, you are everything to me. I would face anyone, give up everything, just to be with you. That I swear." Ochako smiled. "I know, and I would do the same. I would take on all of Atlantis if I had to." "Then I hope that day never comes. Atlantis wouldn't stand a chance," said Izuku jokingly. The two then kissed. After a few seconds they pulled away. "I love you Izuku," said Ochako. "I love you too Ochako," said Izuku. The two then kissed again, but this time Izuku was a bit more aggressive. He slowly began to push Ochako down to the bed. Now on top of her, Izuku reached under her clothes and felt her warm skin. Ochako bit the underside of her lip. Her body trembled a bit but it felt so good. Izuku then whispered into Ochako's ear, "I want to see you." Ochako's eyes widened, then she smiled, removing her shirt. Ochako revealed her bra to Izuku. Izuku removed his shirt, he then eyed Ochako up and down, beautiful. Izuku began to kiss Ochako's neck as he slowly began to run his hand across her chest. Ochako's face was flush and her legs twitched at the slightest touch of his hand. After a while Izuku got up with his hands on each side of her. Looking down, Ochako's face was red and her breathing was heavy. He remembered the last time they tried to get physical and how she stopped him. Looking up, Ochako noticed that Izuku was hesitating. Reaching up, she touched his face. "It's okay, if it's with you I won't have any regrets. I'm ready." With the light of the city shining through the window, the silhouette of Izuku and Ochako began to remove their clothes. Morning, after a full night of love-making, Izuku was the first one to wake up. Izuku laid naked in bed with the sheets over him. Looking to his right, he saw Ochako sleeping peacefully. He smiled at the sight of her. "I love you, Ochako." That's when Ochako began to move. Slowly she began to open her eyes to the sight of Izuku. "Morning, Izuku. What time is it?" she asked. "Morning, Ochako, it's almost 8. We should get up, you're leaving soon," said Izuku. Ochako yawned as she sat up with her hair a mess. Looking down, she noticed that she was naked and quickly covered herself. "Why, you're right. After last night I need a good shower." Izuku smiled. "Shall we take one together?" Ochako blushed. "Izuku, we don't have much time, let's be quick." The two then got up and jumped in the shower. After half an hour the two re-emerged and put on their clothes. After one final kiss, Ochako had to head back to her room. Lucky for her, the girls should still be asleep so she could sneak back without being detected. Unfortunately for her, when she opened the door to her room, every girl in class 1A was waiting for her, including Midnight. "Oh crap. Ochako. Where were you?" asked Mina. Ochako looked away. "I was exploring." "The whole night?" questioned Jiro. "Why yes," responded Ochako, blushing. "Right, so did you get lost?" asked Momo. Ochako stayed silent. "And maybe wandered into someone's bedroom?" questioned Toru. "Ribbit, maybe spent the night somewhere else?" questioned Sue. Ochako blush darkened. "Tell us the truth, Ochako. Where were you?" asked Midnight. "As a teacher I have to know, but as a woman I'm curious." Knowing there was no getting out of this, Ochako sighed. "I spent the night with Izuku." All the girls smiled. "Our girl is now a woman." "I'm so proud of you," yelled out Mina as she hugged Ochako. The rest of the class joined in. "So, how was it?" Ochako smiled. "It was amazing." "Details, now," they all yelled out. After telling most of what happened last night, the class had to prepare to leave. They had most of their stuff packed already, so it was just eat breakfast and leave. All the way the girls kept on asking embarrassing questions about last night. Ochako wouldn't answer most of them, but she did give a few hints. It was now time to leave, and Izuku already had a warship to take them up to the surface. Standing outside the royal palace, Izuku went to say goodbye one more time. "So this is it, guys. You better pass your exam. If you don't I will be really upset." The class smiled. "I'll make sure they pass," said Aizawa. Izuku nodded. "Good, I'm holding you to that, Aizawa." "We'll be fine, Izuku. With the training we got, we can beat up everyone at the exam," yelled out Ochako. "I should be worried about the others then. Try not to kill anyone," said Izuku. "No promises," they all yelled out. Izuku dropped his shoulders and sighed. "Well, that's reassuring." Tapping his trident on the ground, the doors to the warship opened up. Aizawa turned. "We should get going. They only get 1 day of rest before the test. I assume we'll see you soon." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, tell Nezu I'm in and to send everything he's got on the case to me. I will find her, no matter what." One by one the class began to board the ship. Ochako was the last one. Turning, she faced Izuku. "I'll see you soon, Izuku." "Count on it, now go. Don't keep the others waiting," said Izuku. Ochako nodded, but as she was walking up the ramp she suddenly turned around and ran back down. The whole class watched as the two kissed goodbye. After a few seconds the two pulled apart. "Remember what I told you, Izuku. You are much more than a king. Love you." Ochako then turned and ran into the ship. Izuku watched the ship leave. He smiled and waved the class goodbye, for now at least. Izuku turned around to find his guards all smiling and nodding in approval. A small blush formed around Izuku's cheeks. "What are you guys doing? Get back to guarding the palace." The guards all laughed as they dispersed. Trinity then swam up behind Izuku. "So they're gone." Izuku nodded. "I'll see them again. So what did Aizawa want with you?" questioned Trinity. Izuku turned to Trinity. "You wouldn't believe me." Trinity raised an eyebrow. "Try me. There's someone on the surface, Trinity. Someone with my blood running through their veins," said Izuku. Trinity's eyes widened. "That's impossible." Trinity then saw the look in Izuku's eyes. "You're serious?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, whoever this is, I have to find them. According to Aizawa they're using them for experimentation. This person is like my child, and I won't have them suffer any longer." Trinity then kneeled before Izuku. "Tell me, your majesty, what will you have me do?" Walking over to her, Izuku placed a hand on Trinity's shoulder. "I have a special assignment for you, Trinity, and I know you're not going to like it, but please, do this for me." 2 weeks later, Izuku was happy to hear that everyone in Class 1A passed their provincial license exam and were about to start their hero work studies. But today was not the day to celebrate. No, today he had a very important meeting to discuss with Aizawa and the other heroes that were working on finding the kid with Izuku's blood. The location of this meeting was going to take place in the Atlantean embassy. It had recently been reinstated and was almost ready for reopening. Arriving, Izuku made his way towards the conference room, where he found the heroes. Fat Gum, the dragon hero Ryukyu, Eraserhead also known as Aizawa, Rock Lock, Gran Torino, and much to his surprise students of UA, including Su, Kirishima, Ochako, and 3 others. Izuku made his way to the end of the table and sat down. He looked at his friends and Ochako. He could tell they were worried since this matter involved Izuku. That's when a tall, slender man that wore glasses stood up. Thank you all for coming, and I especially want to thank the king. This matter involves him and I'm thankful that we will have his support during this. Izuku nodded and stood up. Please, don't be so formal, call me Midoriya. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why you've all been called for, so I'll let Sir Night Eye here explain since he is leading the investigation. Night Eye nodded, thank you. Now, as many of you heard, Fat Gum's student Tamaki was recently hit by a quirk erasing bullet. Izuku's eyes widened. Currently he has no use of his quirk and normally it should return in 2 weeks' time, but when we ran tests it came back that this version of the bullet was more potent. As things stand his quirk will return in 1 month's time. The heroes began to mutter. How is this possible? Asked Ryukyu. It's the work of a quirk, explained Night Eye. But that's not the thing that has me worried. The quirk shouldn't be this strong, since Midoriya determined that it was from a small child. However, after running some tests on a sample we managed to get a hold of and we found someone else's blood mixed in. Whose blood would that be? Questioned Rocklock. The blood is mine. Everyone in the room turned to find Izuku standing up. Aizawa showed me while he was in Atlantis. I didn't believe him at first, but after testing it, the results were confirmed. They're using my blood to amplify this kid's quirk. Ochako's eyes widened. That's why Aizawa wanted to talk to him. That's impossible. No blood should be able to do that. Even if it is Atlantean, said Fat Gum. I would agree, but I'm not like all Atlanteans. I'm of royal blood, simply saying I can do stuff that others can't. Like for example control water, said Izuku as his eyes turned green. Even so, we can't be sure that it's your blood that's doing this, said Gran Torino. Actually we can, said Izuku. Ochako here is an example of this. A while ago she was wounded and lost a lot of blood. Due to this I gave her some of my blood. This resulted in a quirk awakening. She used to be able to affect the gravity of things she touched, but now she can do it without touch. She can even increase the gravity of said objects. Everyone turned to Ochako. Standing up she focused. Everyone watched as her eyes turned pink. Raising her hand Ochako pointed at a metal can on the table. Without even touching it the can suddenly began to crumple until it was completely flat. There's your proof. We had to find the person who has Midoriya's blood and remove them, explained Night Eye. How? We don't even know who this person is, said another hero. No, we do, said Night Eye. Izuku couldn't believe it. After doing some digging and following, I found that the Yakuza are the prime suspects. After months of snooping around I found out that some of the members were buying kids' clothing. That led me to this man. Pressing a button the screen behind Night Eye flashed and the image of a man with a plague doctor's mask appeared. This is Overhaul, leader of the Yakuza. Records show that he has a child. A little girl just 6 years old. We can assume this is the kid with Midoriya's blood. Izuku clenched his fist at the sight of Overhaul. So this is the guy. Making a small girl suffer like this. I'll make you pay. So what do we do now? Asked Fat Gum. Now, we find this guy, said Izuku. This girl has my blood, that makes them my family, and I won't have anyone tarnish my name. Night Eye nodded. I have my sidekicks pinpointing her location now. Once we find out where she is, we strike. Everyone nodded. Good, you're dismissed. We'll contact you when we are ready. With that the heroes nodded and left the room. Only Izuku, Aizawa, Ryukyu, and the students were left. Izuku sat back down. Show me your hands. Looking up Izuku found Ochako. Hey Ochako, and I'm fine now, really. I haven't done it again. See? Showing his hands Ochako saw that the cuts and bruises were gone. We need to find the kid, said Izuku. Ochako nodded. Good, and I know. Now we find this girl and save her. You got that right. Any way you can help us with that? Asked a girl with long blue hair. And you are? Asked Izuku. Right, I forgot. This is the first time we are meeting. I'm Nijire. The tall blonde is Mirio, and the guy with the black hair is Tamaki. Izuku was taken aback at Nijire's outgoing personality. Nijire slowed down. You are scaring him. Sorry about her, she can be a bit much. I'm Mirio by the way. Izuku stood to find a guy with blonde hair and a plain-looking face in front of him. Izuku also noticed the amount of muscle he had.
Reaching out Izuku shook Mirio's hand. Nice to meet you, and it's fine. I've dealt with worse.
He's strong, they both thought as they shook hands. So Izuku, do you actually have something that can help us? Asked Ochako. Maybe, but it's still being built. It's a device that can track my genetic code. If my scientist can build it, it should be able to track down the girl. Explained Izuku. Night Eye nodded. When will this device be done? 2 days, but it's not a guarantee that it will work. Explained Izuku.
Even so, if it helps us find the girl then it will be worth it. Said Mirio.
Midoriya, There are some things I wish to discuss with you, alone. If that's alright with you, said Night Eye. Izuku nodded, fine by me. It was nice meeting you guys. We'll see each other again, I promise. The students all left, leaving only Izuku, Aizawa, and Night Eye. So what's this about? It's about my quirk. My quirk gives me the power to see into someone's future by looking at them and touching them. I can even see years into someone's life. Explained Night Eye.
That's cool, so what, you want to use it on me? To see if we can get where the girl is? Questioned Izuku.
Night Eye nodded, exactly, so will you allow me? Sure, if it means finding this girl then yes. With his permission Night Eye grabbed Izuku's shoulder and looked into his eyes. Images of Izuku's future began to play inside Night Eye's mind. So that's the girl. But why does she have a sword? And why is she fighting Midoriya? Oh no, suddenly Night Eye's vision turned black. Letting go of Izuku, Night Eye deactivated his quirk. So, what did you see? Questioned Izuku. Any clue on where the girl is?
Night Eye shook his head, and no, but I found out something about your future. Since there is no limit to how far into the future I see, it's possible for me to see someone's death. When that happens the image usually turns black. That's what I saw with you Midoriya. You were fighting the girl for some reason, there was blood everywhere and by the end of it you were on the floor dead. If you participate in this, you will die.
Izuku backed up. What? There has to be some mistake.
I'm never wrong Midoriya, what I see is absolute. Explained Night Eye.
You're wrong with this one, I'm not going to die. I won't let myself get killed, not after I find those responsible, said Izuku. Midoriya, if what Night Eye says is true, then we can't have you on this mission. We can't jeopardize your safety, you're king, said Aizawa. So what? This girl is hurting, if I die saving her then it will be worth it, said Izuku.
What will Ochako think then, when she finds out the man she loves dies? Questioned Aizawa. Izuku said nothing, as she will understand. Will she? She almost lost you once, don't make her go through that again. Pleaded Aizawa.
But Izuku's mind was already set, I'm helping you guys with this. It's my choice, if I die then it's all part of the plan. Don't say a word about this to Ochako, if she finds out, count me out, do I make myself clear? The two heroes nodded, good, now if you'll excuse me, I have to meet up with my girlfriend. Oh and one more thing, I'll be staying here at the embassy for a week so I'll take part in the rescue as well. Izuku then began to make his way towards the door but stopped just short, oh right, that guy, the one with the plain-looking face. He gives off the same energy as All Might. So I assume he's his successor, not a bad choice in terms of power, but he lacks something. What would that be? Questioned Night Eye. The will to do what's necessary. With that Izuku walked out of the conference room. Izuku spent the next 2 days in the embassy waiting for either Night Eye to find the girl or his scientists to finish making the device. In that time he prepared, gathering everything he could on overhaul. His quirk and what it could do. After reading the report Izuku was kind of nervous. The power to disassemble and reassemble matter just by touching it. I can't let him get in close, but most of my moves are hand to hand. This is going to be a tough fight. Just then one of Izuku's guards bursted through the door. Your Majesty, the device, it's finished. Izuku got up from his seat, bring it, and contact the heroes. Bone the guard quickly went to grab the device. After a minute the guard returned with the device. Good, now go contact the heroes. Have them get here as soon as possible. Now with the device in his hand all Izuku needed to do was feed it a sample of his blood. Please, let this work. Slicing his finger Izuku let a single drop of blood fall on the sensor of the machine. The device began to beep and after a few seconds a map of Japan was projected and 2 red dots appeared. One is me, and this is the girl. Enlarge, the map zoomed in. It looks like it's a residential area. Civilians could be in danger, we'll have to evacuate them before we could start. Later that day Night Eye, Aizawa, Fatgum, Ryukyu, along with the UA students showed up. Izuku presented the location. Good, we attack tomorrow. Like Midoriya said we need to evacuate the people before we do anything. Said Night Eye. Everyone nodded. Good, then I suggest you rest. We have a big day tomorrow. As the meeting was over Izuku called for Aizawa. What do you need? Actually I think you need something. I know you use knives when you attack at close range so I want to give you these. Reaching behind his back Izuku pulled out 4 knives. Aizawa grabbed them. Is this what I think it is? Izuku nodded. Yes, pure Atlantean steel. Capable of cutting almost anything, even me. Are you sure you want to give me this? Asked Aizawa. I trust you Aizawa, besides if you find the girl before I do. You'll need it to defend yourself, explained Izuku. Thanks kid, I'll make sure to take care of them. Izuku nodded. I'll see you then. Izuku then went to find Ochako, he had something for her too. Walking down to the armory of the embassy Izuku stopped in front of a suitcase. What is this? Asked Ochako. Open it, said Izuku. Opening the suitcase Ochako's eyes widened. My costume? But it looks different somehow. It's because it's made of Atlantean steel fibers. It's woven into the suit giving it extra protection without losing its flexibility. I had my scientists make it specifically for you, said Izuku. It loses some durability but it should protect you from other Atlantean steel weapons, and even take a few of my punches before the structure is compromised. Whoa, I don't even feel a weight difference. It's amazing. Thanks Izuku. I love it, said Ochako. She then noticed the belt. Is this? Izuku nodded. It sure is. Wear it with pride. Reaching out, Ochako touched the belt which had the symbol of Atlantis as a buckle. I will.
Oh right, one more thing. Take this as well. I know it's not your usual style, but with what we are going up against I think you should have it, just in case, said Izuku as he pressed a button on the wall.
The wall began to separate, revealing a curved dagger, made by the finest weaponsmith, and of course made of Atlantean steel. Grabbing the weapon, Ochako began to swing it around. Let's hope I won't need it. Look at the blade, instructed Izuku. Looking at the blade itself, Ochako biddicked something engraved into it. Uravity, my hero name. Thank you so much Izuku. Turning to Izuku, Ochako could see the worry in his eyes. Hey, it's okay, we'll find her. Izuku sighed. I hope so, this girl has my blood. That makes her the last of my family still alive. I won't let anything happen to her. Then let's go save her, together. Izuku nodded. Good, let's do this. Day of the raid, the heroes and police were standing in front of a large compound. It looked like a large house. So this is the place, said Kirishima. Once we get the signal we charge in, said Aizawa. Ochako was with Sue and Ryukyu. Their task was to contain the fight to that area. But not Ochako, she was to join Izuku and storm the main compound along with Aizawa. Is everything ready? Asked Sue. Shouldn't be long now. Ochako then reached and touched her ear. Izuku, you ready? I'm coming in 3, 2, 1, that's when something came crashing down from the sky and shook the ground.
The door to the compound was blown open and that was the signal. Now, charge, yelled out Night Eye.
In the courtyard, Izuku was fighting the Yakuza goons with his trident. Finishing off the last one, he turned to the heroes. What took you guys so long?
Not now Izuku, we have to get inside now, said Ochako.
Right, sorry, let me get the door. Izuku ran over to the door, as he was about to rip it right off its hinges. The door was ripped off and thrown at Izuku. The door hit Izuku, which sent him flying back a few feet. Who's making so much noise this early in the morning? Asked a giant muscular man. Izuku looked up. Whoa, this guy is huge. What are they feeding him? No visitors, leave, yelled out the man as he brought down his massive fists. Izuku quickly jumped in and caught both fists. You know, it's rude to treat your guests like this. So why don't you get out and buy us some drinks? Flexing his legs, Izuku began to lift the villain right off the floor, and with a yell he threw them outside the compound. You guys know what to do, the rest of you, follow me. Sue, Nijire, and Ryukyu quickly went to fight the villain that Izuku had thrown. As they were running, Sue looked back. You better take care of her, Midoriya. Izuku nodded. I will. Worry about the villain. Alright, let's go. Running into the building, Izuku began to run through the halls. Night Eye, where to? Night Eye then pointed at the wall. There, the wall, knock it down. Kirishima and Izuku looked at each other and nodded. Putting his trident on his back, Izuku pulled his fist back. Together the two destroyed the wall into pieces. That's when they saw stairs leading down. Stay together and watch each other's back, said Aizawa. The group then ran down the stairs. As soon as they were at the final step, they were met by nothing. It's quite too quiet, noted Ochako. Something isn't right, they should be attacking us as soon as we came down here, said Aizawa. Then why aren't they? Asked Izuku. Welcome heroes, said a voice echoing through the halls. We've been expecting you. Especially you, King Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth. Overhaul, I assume. Why are you hiding behind a mic? Show yourself and we'll end this one-on-one. Overhaul began to laugh over the speakers. I rather not, besides it won't be one-on-one. I have help. It's been a while, Prince Izuku. Oh sorry, King Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened. That voice, I should have known you'd be helping them, said Izuku. Of course, our goals may be different, but we share a common hatred for you. That's why today, you will die, said Shigaraki. Izuku scoffed. Want to bet? Sure, let's bet the lives of those friends of yours. Just then the walls surrounding the heroes began to warp and reshape itself. Izuku looked around to see the walls separating everyone. He tried to rush to Ochako's side, but the ground beneath him opened up, swallowing him. Oh shit. Ochako saw Izuku falling. Izuku. Without hesitating, Ochako threw herself towards him. The two then fell through the hole. Izuku used his trident and stabbed it into the wall to slow his fall. Ochako caught up to him and using her power she slowly began to descend with him. The two then landed on the ground. The room was dark and the only light was from where they fell. You alright, Ochako? Asked Izuku as he grabbed his trident. Ochako nodded. Yeah, I'm good. So where are we? Don't know, but we fell pretty far. A sub-basement or something, said Izuku as he tried to look through the darkness. Try the place of your death, said the voice of Shigaraki as it rang through the dark. The two then got back to back. You wanted to separate me from the others to kill me? Nice try, but I'm not afraid of the dark. Shigaraki laughed. No, you shouldn't be afraid of the dark, you should be scared of what's in it. Oh Izuku, did you miss me? Asked a voice in the void. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh hell no, the crazy bitch is back. Crazy bitch? You mean the one that was in the forest? Asked Ochako. Izuku nodded. Yeah, that one. Also, you do remember me. I'm so happy, I didn't get a taste of your blood last time, so how about you give me some, said Toga. Looking into the darkness, Izuku readied himself. That's when he saw something. Instincts kicked in as Izuku moved his head to his right, only to have a knife fly by his face, scratching him. Blood began to run down the cut, Atlantean steel. Courtesy of Shigaraki himself, but that's not all. You still remember the other members of the Vanguard squad, don't you? Asked Overhaul. That's when the lights around them began to light up, exposing several dozen clones of Toga, all equipped with Atlantean steel knives and needles. Izuku. Twirling his trident, Izuku pointed it at the clones. Damn, we don't have time to waste here. You don't have time at all, said all the Toga clones. Now give me your blood. With Shigaraki and Overhaul, you know she won't be able to stop them, right? Asked Shigaraki, as he watched Izuku and Ochako fight through a monitor. Overhaul nodded. I know, but she will slow him down. As we are now, we can't stand against the king and the heroes. But if we take away their greatest assist, then we win. What about the girl? Aren't you going to send her? If anyone has a chance of taking the king down, it's her, said Shigaraki. Not yet. I'm saving her for something important, explained Overhaul. Shigaraki then turned and looked at Eri, who was struggling to hold herself back. She looks like she's about to kill someone. Why? Overhaul smiled. Because of the king, of course. She can sense him. Eri is usually a calm, docile kid, but once we give her the blood, she turns into a rage-filled machine. My guess it's a side effect of the blood, but it works in our favor. Once the king and Eri meet, she'll kill him. Perfect, and with the sole reason of the king being here is to save the girl. He won't fight back, said Shigaraki, finally understanding what Overhaul was planning to do. What about the bullets? The extra strength ones? What are you planning to do with those? Looking over to his desk, Overhaul grabbed a small box and opened it. 2 bullets with a small needle at the tip were seen. These are for when Eri here distracts Izuku long enough. As you know, these bullets are stronger, so much so that they can revert humans down to nothing. In the case of Atlanteans, it will revert them back to a time before they evolved to live under the oceans. It will make Izuku into a normal human, making him much easier to kill. Oh snap. So Izuku and Ochako finally did it. Toga is back and she wants blood. Will she get it now with weapons that are able to cut Izuku? Overhaul now has a way to make Izuku a regular human. He has 2 tries, so he better have good aim. Will Izuku die trying to save Eri, or will someone else die? 59 Chapter 24. Found you. And we are back with another chapter. Sorry it took so long to get this chapter out. I may have focused too much on my new story. Go check it out. So anyway, there are only like 2 or 4 chapters left to this story and maybe one special chapter we'll see. Anyway, I made you guys wait long enough, so without future ado, let's just jump into it. Found you. The sound of metal clashing was heard throughout the room. Izuku and Ochako had been fighting the clones for 10 long minutes. Damn it, there's too many of them, yelled out Izuku as he smacked a Toga clone away. Turning to his right, Izuku saw Ochako raising her arms to decrease the gravity on the clones. Once they were high above the ground, Ochako would increase the gravity and throw them down to the ground. They just keep coming, yelled out Ochako. Izuku agreed. Toga and Twice had to be nearby. We need to find them, but we have to clear the ones here first. That's when Ochako got an idea. Izuku, stay close, I have a plan. Getting in close, Izuku made sure no other clone got close to Ochako as she closed her eyes and focused. However, Izuku was finding it hard to keep the clones off of her. Ochako, hurry up, I won't be able to hold them off much longer, said Izuku as he slipped in front of her and stabbed a clone in the chest with his trident. He then looked back to see a knife flying at Ochako's head. Izuku quickly got back and managed to deflect the knife with his trident. Alright, I'm ready, yelled out Ochako as she opened her eyes. I've never actually tried this in combat, but it's worth a shot. Putting her hands together, Ochako began to compress the gravity in the space between her hands. Moving her hands outward, a ball of gravity began to form, growing with every second. Black hole, throwing her arms out, the ball expanded, hitting every clone. The wall and floor began to pull apart as a result of this attack. The clones were lifted into the air and thrown towards the ceiling before the gravity pulled them in towards the center. One by one the clones began to compress and turn to nothing but mud. Izuku stabbed his trident into the floor and grabbed onto it for dear life. He felt the weight of the gravity on him and noticed that it was nothing like before. She's really gotten stronger. If this had hit me back then I would have been a pancake. After a few seconds all the clones in the room were now destroyed. Letting the pink of her eyes die down, Ochako fell to her knees exhausted. Ochako? Catching her, Izuku wanted to make sure she was alright. Easy, so when did you learn to do that? Ochako's breathing was heavy, but she managed to smile. It's a new move I made up. It's strong, but it puts a massive strain on me. Izuku looked around at the destroyed room. Strong might be an understatement. Can you stand? Ochako nodded. Good, because this isn't over yet. We still need to find the original Toga and Twice. Getting up, Ochako looked around. They had to be behind one of these walls, but which one? Izuku eyed every wall before focusing his hearing. He then heard the distinct sound of a tape measure there. Throwing his trident like a javelin, Izuku busted down the north wall. Crumbling down, Toga and Twice were seen. How did you find us? You shouldn't have been able to. We should have known you'd find us, said Twice. Standing over the pile of rubble, Izuku looked at the 2 villains. Sorry about this guys, but you'll have to come with me. Or don't, and I'll end your miserable lives. Toga narrowed her eyes. Twice. Get out of here, I'll slow them down long enough. But I can't just leave you. On second thought, maybe I will, said Twice. Just go, Shigaraki might need you, said Toga as she pulled out her knife. Izuku raised his trident. Bring it. The two ran at each other. Toga swung her knife wide to slash Izuku, but that's when his trident came in and knocked the weapon out of her hand. Seeing his chance, Izuku kicked Toga in the ribs, sending her flying towards a wall. Slamming against it, Toga spit out blood. Man, didn't even hold back. No, I did hold back, but I was wrong to do that. Villains like you don't deserve mercy. Not after everything you've done, and I'll make sure you'll never do it again. Jumping into the air, Izuku prepared to end Toga. Toga could only watch as Izuku brought down his trident. Well, it's been fun. Accepting her fate, Toga closed her eyes. Then the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Toga didn't feel a thing. Opening her eyes, she looked down at herself and noticed she was unharmed. Huh? That's when she looked up. Her eyes widened when she saw Twice with Izuku's trident stabbed into him. Twice? Spitting out blood, Twice struggled to speak as the trident had actually pierced one of his lungs. Toga, leave now. And no, I'll fight too, yelled out Toga. Idiot, I knew you'd say that. With his arm shaking, Twice managed to touch his earpiece. Get her out of here. That's when a black mist portal opened up behind Toga. No, stop, let me help him. But it was too late. Falling into the portal, Toga watched as Izuku pulled the trident out of Twice and fall to the floor dead. Ochako tried to reach for the portal, but it was too late. Toga was gone again. Damn it, she got away. It's fine, we'll find her soon enough. For now, let's keep going. Overhaul and Shigaraki had to be nearby. With Izuku as the battering ram, he began to run and knock walls down. Oh, where can I be, King Izuku? Mocked Shigaraki from the speaker. The more time you take to find us, the more your hero friends suffer. I'll find you and free the girl, yelled out Izuku. Overhaul laughed. The girl? You're welcome to try. Turn to your right and head down the hall. While the two of you were messing around with the crazy bitch, I have been getting busy. Turning right, Izuku found a long hallway. As the two were running, Ochako turned to Izuku. I don't like this. It sounds like a trap. Maybe we should regroup with the others. Izuku nodded. It most likely is, but I can't stop here. Not when she's so close. They continued to run down the hall, but as they were, a black portal opened up beneath Ochako. Ochako didn't see it coming. Izuku didn't even have time to reach out for her before she disappeared through the portal. Ochako. Izuku then turned and pointed at one of the security cameras. Where is she? Yelled out Izuku. Oh, you know I can't tell you that. But if you keep going straight, you might just get the answers you want, said Shigaraki. With no other choice, Izuku kept running down the hall. He eventually came upon another large room. To his surprise, he also found Shigaraki standing in the middle. Welcome, King Izuku. Where is she? Asked Izuku, making his way towards the villain. Who? Oh right, the girlfriend. Don't worry, she's being taken care of. You, on the other hand, have much greater things to take care of, said Shigaraki. If you even lay a finger on her, I swear I'll slice your hands off and shove them up your ass, threatened Izuku. Oh, I'm so scared. Relax, your majesty, aren't you curious? Asked Shigaraki. About what? Questioned Izuku. About everything, you and me meeting, fighting. It's almost as if it was destiny, said Shigaraki. Izuku raised his trident. The only destiny here is the one where I slice your neck. Shigaraki laughed. Then by all means. Shigaraki then presented his neck. Slice away. Holding his trident like a javelin, Izuku threw it at Shigaraki. The trident was just a few feet away when out of nowhere a black portal opened up and a hand came out and caught the trident. Izuku's eyes widened. Impossible, I threw that with everything. Shigaraki smiled. Looks like overhaul is done. Well, your majesty, allow me to introduce our greatest weapon against you. Stepping out of the portal, a small girl with a horn on her head, silver hair and red eyes appeared. The girl wore a blue suit that had an armor-like texture, with black lines running down the sides. The sleeves of the shirt were gone, exposing scars on the girl's forearms. Think of Garth's costume, the comic version. That's when Izuku noticed that the girl was dragging something behind her. Izuku was shocked. It was Ochako. Let her go. The girl lifted and presented the defeated Ochako to Izuku, before throwing her aside and towards a wall. Luckily, Izuku caught Ochako before she could hit the wall. Ochako, looking over her, Izuku noticed that she was covered in deep cuts. What did I miss? Asked Overhaul, appearing from the portal. Nothing much. Did you deal with the others? Asked Shigaraki. Overhaul nodded. Yes, the one with the glasses was troublesome, but he was dealt with. He won't be bothering us again. Good, we can deal with the king, with no interruptions, said Shigaraki. I think it's time. Kill him. The girl nodded, and doing the same move as Izuku, she threw the trident right at him. With his back turned, Izuku whispered something to Ochako before raising an arm and catching the trident with one hand. Hey kid, I'll give you one chance to give up. If you don't, I'll have to hurt you. The girl stayed silent. Fine, let's see what you got. Running at the girl, Izuku swung his trident and used the flat part to smack the girl in the face. With a loud thunk, the girl was sent flying towards a wall, but before she could hit it, the girl managed to twist her body and use her legs to jump back. The girl then kicked Izuku in the stomach and followed it up with an uppercut which sent Izuku sliding back a few feet. Izuku grabbed the underside of his chin. You hit hard, kid, I'll give you that. Unfortunately for you, you're still unarmed. However, Izuku's eyes widened as two small portals opened up above the girl and down dropped twin daggers. I just had to say something. Running at each other, the two clashed, causing sparks to fly. Izuku immediately knew that those daggers were made of Atlantean steel. The two went back and forth. Both seemed equally matched, but the girl had a distinct advantage. Izuku had always fought grown-up opponents, or at the very least someone his size. He never fought someone so small, and their speed was another factor. Despite having skinny arms and legs, the girl was surprisingly fast and strong. Izuku was starting to have trouble. This was apparent when small cuts began to appear on his arms, legs, and face. Damn, I need to do something fast. She's winning, pointed out Shigaraki. So it seems, at this pace she'll be able to defeat the king. Already the bullet, said Overhaul, as he reached into his pocket. At the same time Izuku went on the offensive. With glowing green eyes, Izuku used the water from sweating to create a condensed, spinning ball of water. Take this, yelled out Izuku as he threw his arm forward. The girl jumped up and avoided the initial attacks, but Izuku twisted his hand and controlled the water. Now flying back at her, the ball of water sliced the girl across the forearm. The girl winced in pain as she dropped her weapons and landed on the ground. Looking down, the girl saw blood dripping from her arm. Ha! Looking back up, the girl saw Izuku running at her. With no time to move, Izuku tackled the girl to the ground. She fought back, but Izuku head-butted her. Struggling, the girl continued to try to stab Izuku, but with her arms pinned it was no use. That's enough, yelled out Izuku as the girl dropped the knives. The girl flinched before looking Izuku dead in the eyes. Surrender or die. She won't surrender, your majesty. She's been programmed to never stop, not until her target is dead. That means you, said Shigaraki. The girl kept trying to break free of Izuku's grasp. Fine, if she won't stop, I'll just have to kill her. Letting go of one of her arms, Izuku reached behind his back and pulled out a knife. Izuku then plunged the knife down. The girl tried to defend herself, but she wouldn't be able to block it in time. Just as the blade was centimeters from stabbing the girl, a voice called out to Izuku, "Don't do it, Izuku." Izuku stopped just as the knife touched the girl's skin. Looking over, he noticed that it was Ochako. What? Slowly getting up, Ochako forced herself to speak. That's Eri, that's the girl we need to save. Izuku's eyes widened. What? He then looked down at the girl. Eri. What followed surprised Izuku. As Eri opened her eyes once again, Izuku noticed the distinct glow of power. He then felt his grip on her loosen before feeling a sharp pain on his wrist. Looking down, Izuku noticed that Eri was twisting his hands back, so strong. Hearing a loud pop, Izuku felt the bones in his wrist shift. Wincing in pain, Izuku dropped the knife. Only to have it drop right in Eri's hand. Swiping up, she managed to cut Izuku across the cheek. Jumping back, Izuku stared at Eri. That's when he felt blood running down his face. Izuku looked to his left and found his trident. Picking it up, he pointed at Eri. Those eyes, that power, there's no mistaking it. You really are Eri. You're the one with my blood. But something was happening to Eri. Izuku saw as the girl trembled with the knife in her hand. The same one with Izuku's blood. Oh, here it comes, said Shigaraki. Izuku was confused. What's happening to her? Overhaul laughed as he loaded the revolver with 2 bullets. Your blood. It was the thing that gave Eri her power, but it also had a side effect. She became enraged. Her strength also increased drastically. We had a hard time containing her every time we gave her your blood. No, it can't be. This is the worst case scenario, said Izuku as he backed up slowly. Izuku, what's happened to her? Asked Ochako. It's my blood, it turned her into that. If you give Atlantean blood to a human, they will go into an enraged state. The only reason it didn't happen to you is because we purified the blood before giving it to you. If this girl has been given my blood without purification, explained Izuku. Overhaul smiled. Yes, feast your eyes on the rage of an Atlantean. Ochako, get behind me. This isn't something you can take on, said Izuku as he got in front of Ochako. What about you? Can you take her? Asked Ochako. I'm not so sure. In her enraged state, she's mostly stronger than me. But I came here to save her, and that's what I intend to do. Yelled out Izuku as his eyes burned green with power. I could drain her of all of the water in her body, but it might kill her. Damn, guess I'll have to do this the old way. Izuku then jumped into the air and with all his strength he slammed the ground, causing a massive shockwave. The ground beneath everyone ripped as it broke apart. Pieces of rock and cement flew upward, covering the entire area. Eri backflipped into the air as 2 portals opened up in each of her hands. Izuku watched as 2 more Atlantean steel swords appeared as Eri landed on the ground. Ochako could only watch as the 2 ran at each other. Izuku was trying his best not to hurt Eri, but he knew that Eri's sole reason right now was to kill him. Holding back would get him killed. Sonic booms echoed throughout the compound as metal hit metal, as fist hit flesh. In that moment Ochako came to a startling realization. Izuku was holding back the entire time. Every fight before this one he had been using a fraction of his power. Amazing. I can barely follow their movements. 1 second I see them on the ground, the next they are meters away. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku and Eri finally stood at either side of each other, each staring the other down. Izuku's breathing was heavy and the cuts he sustained bled. "Man, You really are a tough one, aren't you? On the other side, Eri was also breathing heavily as only bruises were shown on her body. Eri, turning around, Eri looked at Overhaul. Hold him still, we have everything ready.
Eri nodded and once again rushed Izuku, but this time she threw her sword at him. Izuku quickly raised his trident and blocked the attack, but that's when he figured out what she was doing, damn it.
Appearing under his trident, Eri stabbed into Izuku's leg, causing him to fall forward. Eri then quickly got behind him and placed him in a rear choke hold. Eri then wrapped her legs around Izuku's arms, locking them in place. Izuku. Ochako tried to help Izuku, but as she was running towards him, Shigaraki appeared. Shigaraki reached out and tried to touch her face, but Ochako moved out of the way just in time. You are staying here. Ochako gritted her teeth as her eyes burned pink with power. Out of my way. Ochako tried to raise her hands, but as she did, a blue flame appeared in front of her. Looking behind her, Ochako noticed that Dabi appeared. So violent, why don't you stay here and play with us? With no other choice, Ochako reached behind and pulled out the dagger Izuku gave her. I said, get out of my way. Back with Izuku, he tried to break free from the girl's hold on him but found that he couldn't. With the injuries he had sustained and with Eri in a blinding rage, he couldn't break free. Good, Eri, very good, said Overhaul as he walked over to Izuku. Look at you, so pathetic. I'll show you pathetic, said Izuku through his teeth. Overhaul laughed. You're welcome to try, bud. Izuku then heard the clicking of a hammer. Looking up, he noticed a gun pointed right at him. Izuku's eyes widened. You know what this is, don't you? Yeah, a quirk eraser bullet. Made of the blood of this girl, said Izuku. Overhaul nodded. Very good, but now it's stronger. It can reduce humans down to nothing, and in your case, it might just devolve you and turn you into a normal human. A fallen king, an outcast. Izuku couldn't believe it. It can turn me into a human? Then that means, if I take it, Ochako and I can live normal lives. Unfortunately, I only had time to make 2. But they should be more than enough. 1 for you, and 1 for. Overhaul then turned the gun to Ochako, who was fighting with Dabi and Shigaraki. Izuku tried to break free. Coward, I won't let you hurt her. Eri then tightened her grip on Izuku. Maybe I should start with you and make you watch as I disable her piece by piece like I did to Eri. Or maybe I'll make you into a human and toss you into the ocean. Said Overhaul pressed the gun to Izuku's head. Yeah, I'll go with that. Then all of Atlantis will know how weak you really are. Izuku watched as Overhaul began to squeeze the trigger. Ochako, who was holding down Dabi with her gravity, could see as well. Izuku. Everything around Izuku looked as if it was moving in slow motion. His pupils dilated and his adrenaline spiked. Well, it's now or never. Time to see if Pearl was really the only one able to handle this power. Closing his eyes, Izuku began to focus. That's when green markings began to appear on Izuku's arms, legs, chest, and head. The markings swirled around Izuku's arms and ended at the fingertips. The markings then wrapped around Izuku's chest and ended with what appeared to be spikes just underneath his eyes. These were the markings of Atlantis, the very same Pearl used against the Nomu back in the USJ. With the enchantments, Izuku now had the strength he needed. Raising his leg, Izuku kicked the gun in Overhaul's hand upwards just as he was firing. The shot rang out but hit the ceiling. Using his momentum from the kick, Izuku then managed to stand up. Seeing that Eri was still on his back, he began to run backwards towards a wall. Slamming against it, Izuku caused a massive part of it to shatter. The impact was enough to force Eri to loosen her grip. Seeing his chance, Izuku flexed his arms and broke free. Spinning around, Izuku grabbed Eri and flung her across the room and into the wall. Even before Overhaul could register what happened, Izuku appeared and grabbed the villain by the shirt. Overhaul was horrified as green burning eyes looked at him. What did you do? Izuku said nothing, but after hearing the noise, Shigaraki looked over and immediately recognized those markings. Hey Overhaul. Watch out. The bitch from before had the same markings and she managed to kill a Nomu. Ochako then looked over and was just as surprised. She then remembered what had happened to Pearl when she used it. Oh no, Izuku, stop. That technique could kill you. Izuku then pulled Overhaul in close. I know, but if I stop these guys it will all be worth it. Besides, it should give me just enough strength to do this. Raising his arm, Izuku caught Eri's sword. Looking at her, Izuku smiled as he gripped down on the sword, shattering it. You are nothing but a misbehaving child. It's time for you to learn a lesson. Using Overhaul as a bat, Izuku threw the villain at Eri, forcing him to drop the gun. Catching Overhaul, Eri slid to a stop. Looking up, she saw Izuku motioning her to come at him. Eri smiled as she dropped Overhaul and readied her weapon. Eri thrusted her sword multiple times at Izuku's face, but every time Izuku would just move his head slightly. Now frustrated, Eri began to aim for all of Izuku's vital points. What's wrong, Eri? Your movements are getting predictable. Starting to see the difference between us now? Mocked Izuku as he dodged. Raising his arm, he locked Eri's weapon in place. Sorry about this, kid. It's going to hurt, but it won't kill you. Izuku's hands suddenly began to glow as he created a fist, throwing his fist forward. Izuku punched Eri in the stomach, which sent her flying towards the wall. Hitting the wall hard, Eri spit out a bit of blood. Falling to her knees, Eri hung her head in defeat as the red glow in her eyes began to fade. Sorry about that, Eri, but it's the only way to keep you down. Now I can use this. Reaching into his pocket, Izuku pulled out what appeared to be a syringe. A nerve agent that paralyzes the body. Originally it was supposed to be a weapon of war. But after some tinkering from Trinity and the research department, it now acts as the perfect immobilizer for anyone. Atlantean or human. Kneeling down, Izuku put down his trident, and finally got a good look at Eri. Her face was small and dirty. Izuku couldn't help but think back to Pearl. I don't know what you've been through, but it's okay now. I won't let anyone else hurt you. Izuku's eyes stopped glowing so as to not scare the girl.
Eri looked up at Izuku, her red eyes softened for the first time. Please, kill me.
Izuku's eyes widened. No, I won't do that. I came here to save you. You're the last person on this planet with my blood, that makes you my family.
Family? Asked Eri, confused. Izuku nodded as he extended out his hand. That's right, let me show you what that means.
Eri hesitated for a second but she soon began to reach out, but before she could grab Izuku's hand the collar around her neck began to spark. It then sent a powerful bolt of electricity through Eri's body. Eri screamed out in agony. Turning around, Izuku saw Overhaul holding a small remote. You won't take her that easily. Izuku gritted his teeth. Stop this. She's suffered enough. Do what you want with me, just let her go. Overhaul smiled as he let the button go. No, Eri is a vital part of our plan. We need her to wipe the entire existence of quirks off the face of the earth. But first we have to get rid of our greatest threat, you. Izuku reached down to grab his trident. His eyes once again glowed green with power. Eri, don't worry, I'll make sure he will never hurt you again. But just as he looked back to check on Eri, something came up and swiped upwards. A large cut appeared over Izuku's right eye. Blood poured down the cut. Izuku dropped his trident and placed his hand over his eye in an attempt to stop the bleeding. With vision in his other eye blurry, Izuku saw Eri. Her eyes were dead and empty. Why, you lobotomized her? Asked Izuku as blood ran down his face. I'll kill you. Letting the blood flow, Izuku charged at Overhaul with nothing but his fists. But just as he was about to grab Overhaul, something pierced Izuku's back. Stopping dead in his tracks, Izuku looked down to see 3 prongs sticking out through his stomach. Eri had picked up and thrown Izuku's trident at him. Falling to his knees, the markings on Izuku's body began to fade. Walking over, Eri then stepped on Izuku's back and yanked the trident out of him, causing even further damage. Ochako, who was redirecting Dabi's fireballs, watched as the trident stuck itself into Izuku's back. Izuku. In a feat of anger, Ochako threw her hands outward, knocking both villains away from her. Running over, Ochako raised her hand and increased the gravity around Eri, causing her to fall flat on the floor. Going on her knees, Ochako held Izuku up as blood stained the ground around her. Izuku smiled at the sight of her. Hey Ochako, I really messed up, haven't I? Don't talk, you'll be fine, said Ochako as she pressed a gauze pad onto the wounds. Izuku winced in pain. Be honest with me, how is my face? I'd hate to have it ruined. Ochako snapped. Now is not the time for jokes, Izuku. Now it's time for you two to die, said Overhaul as he walked over with his hand out. I was going to kill you slowly, but you've caused too much trouble. I'll slowly rip the two of you apart bit by bit until there's nothing left. Ochako stood up ready to defend Izuku, but Overhaul had a different idea. Slamming his hand onto the ground, he began to reshape the ground itself. That's when pillars began to appear in between herself and Izuku. I'll start with you. Damn it, Ochako, if you can hear me, you need to run. Don't do anything stupid. You have to run, yelled out Izuku. That's when a small shadow loomed over him. Looking back, Izuku was met by Eri, trident in hand. Listen Eri, I know you're still in there somewhere. I also know you're scared and alone, but you don't have to be. Eri, you deserve to be happy, free from this life, and I can give you that. Izuku hoped that he could get through to her, but it seemed nothing was working. Izuku sighed as he finally accepted his fate. Fine, kill me and be done with it. But I want you to promise me something. It's something a very dear friend of mine couldn't do. Once you kill me, live your life to its fullest. Keep on living and become who you want to be, not what others make you to be. Be happy. Eri stopped just in front of Izuku and raised the trident. Izuku closed his eyes and waited. His kingdom would be fine. He instructed Trinity to take over if anything were to happen to him. It was Ochako that worried him more. I'm sorry Ochako, but it seems like this is it for me. I love you, always have, always will. Eri thrusted the trident forward, but to Izuku's surprise he didn't feel anything. Opening his eyes, he noticed waterfall. Looking up, he noticed that it was Eri, crying. Is it true? Can I really be happy? Izuku grabbed the trident and lowered it. You can, and you will. Eri, you're like my daughter. No matter what you do, or what you've done, I will always care for you. What do I do now? Asked Eri as she dropped the trident. Let's start by getting rid of this. Reaching out, Izuku grabbed the collar around Eri's neck. Using what little strength Izuku could muster up, he shattered the collar. You're free. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but please, save Ochako. Eri looked down and reached for her sword. Gripping it right, Eri threw it against the wall, separating them. The sword hit the wall and went right through. On the other side of the wall, Ochako stood with spikes stabbed into her arm, legs, and sides. Overhaul was reshaping the ground and using it to attack. You're done, hero. Give up, said Overhaul, walking towards Ochako. Ochako pulled out one of the spikes from her arm. And never, I won't give up ever. You will. Slamming his hands on the floor again, Overhaul reshaped them into battering rams which appeared on either side of Ochako. The two rams came together and smashed into Ochako's sides. Yelling out in pain, Ochako fell to her knees as blood ran down her wounds. Time for you to die. Ochako thought this was it. This was how she was going to die. I love you, Izuku. I love you more than anything or anyone in this world. I'm glad I got the chance to meet you. Goodbye. Just as Overhaul was a few steps away, something burst through the wall behind Ochako. Zooming past her, the object then impaled Overhaul through the shoulder and pinned him against the wall. Ochako's eyes widened. Izuku. Looking back, the wall suddenly began to crack and shatter. From the smoke and dust a figure emerged. It's you. Standing above the rubble, Eri appeared. Overhaul grabbed the sword with his working arm and broke it apart. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I knew one day this would happen. Shame it had to happen when it matters the most. Well, Eri, what are you going to do now? As the smoke cleared, Eri appeared holding Izuku's trident. I'm going to make sure you never hurt me again. Izuku is badly hurt. Ochako can't take on the villains by herself. It's up to Eri to stand up and fight. Will she be able to do it? Or will she fail? Find out next time when Eri faces the man who tortured her. 59 Chapter 25. Final Showdown And we are back with another chapter. Sorry for the delay. I got caught up on writing my new story and thinking of a way to end this way. I have it mostly all planned out now. But worry not, I already have a new story lined up and I think you'll enjoy that one. I won't say anything else, so without further ado let's just jump into it. Final Showdown. Overhaul stared down Eri. He knew full well that he couldn't take her on. He just watched Eri stab Izuku in the back. How could he ever dream of taking her down? Well, in simple terms, he couldn't, not alone anyway. Eri, it's not too late for you to come back. Your power is still vital in all of this, said Overhaul.
However, Eri wouldn't be swayed. Instead, she tightened her grip around the trident. You used me, I was nothing but a tool for you to use. But no more. Today I free myself from you and make sure you won't do anything like this again. Jumping at the villain, Eri raised the trident, but as she approached, a portal opened up in front of her. That's when the blue spark of a flame was seen. Eri's eyes widened as she stabbed the trident into the ground. Stopping her momentum, Eri bent her body back, narrowly dodging the flames. That's when both Shigaraki and Dabi appeared from the portal. Need some help, Overhaul? Asked Shigaraki. Thanks, I don't think she would be easy to take down by myself, said Overhaul. She's Atlantean, right? Or at least part Atlantean? Asked Dabi. Overhaul nodded. Yes, so she should have all of their weaknesses too. Dabi smiled. Good, that means I can do this. Activating his fire, Dabi flicked his wrist in a circular motion, causing the area around them to be sealed off by fire, including the roof. Eri flinched as the air around her began to rise in temperature. However, this also meant that Izuku was also being affected outside the ring of fire. Damn it, this isn't good. Izuku is already weak as he is, but now this heat is going to make it worse, said Ochako as she tried to drag Izuku to safety. However, as she was going, someone grabbed her shoulder. Thinking it was an enemy, Ochako turned around and threw a punch. Wait, Uraraka, it's me, said Kirishima. Seeing who it was, Ochako stopped her punch. Kirishima, what are you doing here? Asked Ochako. I got lost. After you and Izuku disappeared, the rest of us got separated too. I fell down a hole and ended up fighting a villain. I won, by the way. I was trying to find a way back up when I heard a loud crash, and now here I am. As Kirishima explained, he looked down to see a badly injured Izuku. Oh no, how bad is it? Ochako looked down as she pressed a gauze pad on the wounds. Bad, very bad. If he doesn't get help soon He's not dead yet, Uraraka. Come on, I'll help you out of here. Reaching down, Kirishima managed to throw Izuku's arm over his shoulder. But what about the fire? Eri, the girl we came here to rescue, is actually fighting Shigaraki, Overhaul, and Dabi right now. Kirishima was surprised, but soon his face turned to worry. Ochako could see the worry on his face. It's fine, she's actually the one who did this to Izuku. Eri is strong, but I am worried too. With the fire and the fighting with Izuku, she's starting to run out of gas. If we don't do anything soon, they will kill her. Kirishima looked at the blue fire. She's doing all of that? Wow, she must be strong. Come on, we need to get to the surface and get help. However, just as they were about to leave, the sound of cracking was heard. Throughout the room, everyone stopped and looked up. What they saw was large cracks appearing on the roof. Suddenly the entire roof caved in. Kirishima activated his quirk and punched the large pieces of the ceiling. Ochako's eyes burned pink as she put up a gravity shield around herself and Izuku. In the fire, Eri was jumping around and dodging all of the falling rocks. You shouldn't look away, Eri, yelled Overhaul as he slammed his hand to the floor. Reshaping the ground, Overhaul created several spikes that launched at Eri. Distracted, Eri could only block a few before a sharp piece pierced her side, drawing blood. As rocks fell around her, Eri slid to a stop. Looking down, she could see blood running down her side. Grabbing the spike, Eri pulled it out. I could rewind it, but I don't have full control of that power yet. And that's your greatest fault, Eri. You lack control over your power, and control over your life. I gave you that control, said Overhaul. I was under your control, yes. But now I'll decide what I do. In order to do that, I'll have to free myself from you. Growling, Eri ran towards the villains. Outside the fire, Ochako had successfully deflected all the debris.
What the hell caused that? Ochako then looked over to see a dragon and several people laying on the floor. Ryukyu? Looking up, the dragon hero saw Ochako. Good to see you're still alive, Aravati. Sorry about raining down on you like that, but we were having trouble with this guy. Underneath her massive claws was one of Overhaul's henchmen. Oh no, the injured. Looking around, Mirio, Night Eye, and Fat Gum were seen badly injured. Kirishima ran over to check on them. To his horror, Night Eye had a spike through his torso, and Mirio had several cuts going across his body. What happened? Asked Kirishima. They were attacked by someone. Night Eye foresaw it and was barely able to push Lemillion out of the way. But as you see, he also fell victim. It's strange though, he should be able to move, said Fat Gum. That's when Ochako put it together. It was Eri, she must have done this, and if she did this, she most likely used an Atlantean steel weapon. Atlantean steel is like poison to us, they need medical attention and fast. However, before anyone could move, something came flying out of the fire and hit the wall. As the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see that it was Eri. Pulling herself free, she fell to her knees. Cuts and burn marks were seen across her dried up body as she slowly looked up. Eri, yelled out Ochako. Seems to me like we just won, said Shigaraki as he held his bleeding arm. She was tough, said Dabi as he bled from a slash wound across his chest.
Of course, I did make her into a killing machine, said Overhaul as he deconstructed and reconstructed his arm, healing himself.
Eri's breathing was heavy, her legs couldn't muster up the strength to stand, her arms felt like jelly, and the fire made things worse. I'll kill you. No, you won't. But we, on the other hand, will end your life. With the king and the heroes out of the way, this world will belong to us. No more suffering, no more society, and no more quirks, said Overhaul. Ochako tried to use her powers but found that she was already at her limit, and had to save her. As the villains converged on Eri, Izuku was still on the floor bleeding out. He suddenly felt something touch his hand. Barely able to see, Izuku found that it was Mirio. He had crawled his way towards the fallen king. Why, you are the only one who can save us now. Get up, you need to get up. Take my power and use it to save Eri, said Mirio in a low voice. Izuku didn't fully understand, but he heard the word save Eri, and that was enough for him. With his mouth dry and the wounds burning, Izuku managed to speak a singular word, yes. Mirio smiled as his arm began to glow with red streaks. Eri still had the trident, but no longer had the strength to raise it. Now with the villains right in front of her, she knew that it was over. Overhaul towered over the young girl. Sorry kid, but you should have listened to us. Overhaul then began to reach down. Eri watched as the hand she dreaded the most began to inch closer. All I've known was death and pain. I just wish I could have experienced life more, to find out what it means to be happy. Oh well, guess I'll find out in the next life. Accepting her fate, Eri closed her eyes. However, just as Overhaul was centimeters from touching her, a streak of blue lightning appeared, sending the villain flying back. Shigaraki and Dabi watched as Overhaul slid to a stop in front of them. What? Looking up, Shigaraki saw something that shocked him. How are you still alive? You're supposed to be dead. Standing in front of Eri was Izuku. Blue streaks of lightning crackled around his body as he stood in place. Looking at his arm, Izuku looked confused. So much power, it seems as if my body is going to explode. You fought well, my daughter, but it's about time I finish these guys off. Reaching down, Izuku grabbed his trident. Twirling it around, he pointed it right at the villains. This ends now. Ochako looked at Izuku in disbelief. What? He was just right here. What happened? How is he able to get up? It's my power. I passed it to him. Ochako looked over to see Mirio. It didn't heal him or anything, but it should give him the strength he needs to take these guys down. Shigaraki laughed. Do you honestly believe lightning is going to help you? Please, your foot is halfway through death's door. Even if you do manage to take us down, your body won't hold up, you'll die. Izuku smirked. You think I don't know that? Even now I can feel my body ripping itself apart from the inside. I'm well aware that this might be my final moments. But if that means Eri and the others can live in a world without you in it, then it will all be worth it. This power might not even last forever, so I'll just have to take you down before that happens. We'll just have to see about that. You're still weak to fire. Pushing his way to the front, Dabi let out his fire. The blue flames completely engulfed Izuku. The others were shocked he didn't even move. Is that the best you got? Asked a voice behind Dabi. Before Dabi could even turn his head, Izuku thrusted his trident through his back. Pulling the trident free, Dabi stumbled forward before falling to his knees. Izuku then turned his attention to Overhaul. Damn you! Overhaul tried to use his quirk, but before he could, Izuku appeared and grabbed his arms. I would kill you, but that pleasure belongs to someone else. Dropping his trident, Izuku grabbed Overhaul by both of his arms and began to pull. Overhaul screamed out in pain as Izuku ripped his arms out of their sockets. With blood still running down them, Izuku tossed his arms to the side. Izuku then kicked the villain in the stomach, sending him flying towards Eri. Do what you want with him. Eri nodded. Now it was just down to Shigaraki. This was the only way this would have ended, wasn't it? You and me, just like in the USJ, said Shigaraki. Izuku said nothing as he grabbed his trident and began to walk over to the lone villain. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Guess it really was destiny that we'd meet. With that being said, guess I don't have a choice now. Kurogiri, do it now. That's when a small portal opened up in front of Shigaraki and out popped a needle filled with a red liquid. Izuku's eyes widened as he knew what that was. Don't. Shigaraki smiled. If this worked for the girl, it can certainly work for me. Stabbing the needle into his arm, Shigaraki's eyes dilated. Izuku turned to everyone behind him. Get out of here, now. Ochako didn't know what was going on, but the worry behind Izuku's voice made her act. Using her quirk on everyone around her, they quickly made it to the street. Looking down, those who could stand could see Shigaraki's hair turn white. What's going on? Asked Kirishima. The needle, it had his blood. Said Eri. His blood, then that means. Ochako looked at Izuku, who threw his trident at Shigaraki. The trident managed to stab into Shigaraki's chest, but it seemed to do nothing. Eri nodded. We are in trouble.
Izuku stood firm as he stared down Shigaraki, now with his white hair. A hair color change. What are you, some sort of Saiyan?
Shigaraki laughed. No, I'm much deadlier. Clapping his hands together, Shigaraki prepared an attack. Shivers were sent down Izuku's spine, his instincts yelling at him to run. So he did, jumping back. Izuku barely had enough time to react when Shigaraki slammed his hand to the ground. Now I'll destroy it all. Much to everyone's horror, the area around the room began to turn to dust and go outward, destroying everything in its path. Landing on the street above, Izuku saw that the entire area was turned into a massive crater. So much destructive power. You can't win anymore, Your Majesty. This fight is as good as over, said Shigaraki appearing from the crater. You think so? Let's test that theory, shall we? The two smiled at each other before clashing. Sonic booms rocked the area as the two went back and forth. Ochako and the rest of the heroes managed to get a good distance away and were now watching the fight. Can Midoriya win? Asked Sue. I don't know, he was weak before but now, I'm not sure, said Ochako as she watched the fight. He can't win. Everyone turned to Eri. Thanks to her Atlantean blood she was able to keep up with the fight. As we speak, Izuku is losing a lot of blood. And that power he received is ripping him apart. If this goes on for any longer, he will die. All it will take is one touch from Shigaraki to do it.
We have to help him, said Ochako. You can't, said Eri.
Ochako turned to Eri, but we have to try, I won't let him die.
I said you can't, but I can, that surprised Ochako. My other power, it should be able to reverse the effects of Izuku's blood on Shigaraki. But there are downsides, I have to touch him, and I don't have much control over it. Not only that, we have to get close and there's no way to do that now. Ochako began to think, wait, what if you came down from the sky? It should give you the chance you need.
Eri thought about it, it could work, but how am I supposed to come down from the sky? Ochako smiled, leave that to me. You do know this is going to be dangerous, right? Asked Eri. I know, but Izuku is my boyfriend and I will do anything to save him. Eri nodded. Let's go.
Wait, before you go. You might need this. Eri then reached behind and pulled out the dagger Ochako had.
Izuku could feel it in every twist of his body, in every punch he threw, and with every passing second. Each action became harder to do. He was dying. I have to finish this fight, or else I'm going to lose. Throwing his trident forward, Izuku stabbed Shigaraki in the chest, but that only made the villain laugh. This won't work on me, not anymore. Reaching out, Shigaraki touched the trident, turning it to ash. Izuku's eyes widened, his mother's trident was gone. The only physical thing he had of his mother was gone. That's when it happened. Something inside of Izuku snapped. I'll kill you. With his eyes burning brighter than they ever have before, Izuku controlled the water in the very air itself. Throwing his hands together, he created a space of compressed water which slammed into Shigaraki from all sides. Seeing a chance, Izuku then launched himself at the villain, grabbing him by the neck. Izuku then slammed Shigaraki to the ground. With a loud boom, the entire area rocked as the field was covered in a thick dust cloud. However, as it settled, only the sound of laughing was heard. Nice try, Your Majesty. But in the end you weren't enough. Shigaraki now had his hand on Izuku's face, with one finger left to activate his quirk. The blue lightning around Izuku's body had faded and the wounds of the battle finally caught up to him. With blood running down his eyes, Izuku no longer had the strength to move, much less fight. You're dying, but I want that pleasure. So this is goodbye, young king. But don't worry, your friends will join you shortly. Shigaraki then brought down his finger, but just as he was, something came crashing down beside him. What? Turning around, Shigaraki could see something glowing. That's when a hand reached out and touched his arm. Checkmate. The horn on Eri's head had grown and was now glowing with power. As if it was magic, Shigaraki could feel the power he had slipping away. You bitch. Shigaraki then backhanded Eri away, but the damage had already been done. No, the power. Falling to one knee, Shigaraki couldn't feel the power of Izuku's blood in him. Sliding on the floor, Eri gritted her teeth. Do it now, kill him. Shigaraki looked up to see Ochako flying right at him with the dagger Izuku gave her in hand. This is for Izuku. Shigaraki tried to put up his arm to disintegrate her, but Ochako twisted her body and dodged his hand. Landing on the ground, Ochako then stabbed into Shigaraki's neck. She then twisted the blade as it pierced Shigaraki, rot in hell. Pulling out the dagger, Shigaraki took a few staggered steps forward before falling to the floor dead. Ochako watched as the villain took his last breath, but that's when she remembered Izuku. Running over, Ochako could see blood everywhere. Leaning down, she couldn't feel his heartbeat. Izuku, hey, come on, don't do this. Ochako started CPR. Don't die on me, Izuku. Get up. You have to come back, for your kingdom, for your people, for me, come back. The other heroes rushed over and stood around the fallen king as Ochako continued to do CPR. Some looked away with tears in their eyes, others put their heads down. They knew it was over, Izuku was gone. After a few minutes, Sue walked over to Ochako and placed a hand on her shoulder. Ochako, stop. However, Ochako continued to do CPR. Ochako, stop, please. But Ochako wouldn't stop, and no, I can still save him. With a heavy heart and tears running down her face, Sue yanked her friend off of Izuku. Ochako, it's over, he's dead. Ochako's face was full of despair, and no, he just needs to get to a doctor. They can bring him back, if not I can call Trinity. She would know what to do. Sue simply shook her head. Please, I can't give up on him. Not after all he did to save us. Ochako then fell to her knees as she buried her face into her hands. Izuku's final moments, and now 27-year-old Izuku swam across the courtyard of the royal palace, where he stood at the edge of the railing and looked down at the city below. Izuku smiled, seeing that his city, no, his country was safe. Your Majesty, there you are, a voice said behind him. Turning around, Izuku saw a familiar face. Pearl, what's up, you need something? Pearl swam up to him, dressed in her armor. Not me, it's you that needs something. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, something about today. Something really important. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Today? What's today? Pearl sighed. Here's a hint, it has something to do with the queen. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, that's right, Ochako is coming back. So you finally remembered. She is set to return in a few minutes, so I suggest you get ready. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Pearl, I owe you for this, he yelled out as he swam towards the beach. After a few minutes, Izuku made it to the beach where he first kissed Ochako. He had turned it to a protected Atlantean area, which meant only those with special clearance were able to enter. Jumping out of the water, Izuku landed on the sand and didn't see anyone. Huh? I thought Ochako would be here by now. As Izuku looked around, he suddenly heard someone yell, "Got you." Looking up, Izuku found Ochako falling towards him. Thinking fast, Izuku grabbed her arm and dropped her to the sand. Now on top of her, Izuku smiled. You're getting better. Smiling, Ochako kissed Izuku on the lips. I almost had you.
Sure you did. It's good to see you, Ochako. Izuku then helped her up.
Now on her feet, Ochako patted the sand off of her. Sorry I had to leave for so long, I had a rescue mission overseas. Hey, don't you ever apologize for helping people. I'm just glad you're safe, said Izuku, holding Ochako's hand. Actually, there's something I'd want to talk to you about. While I was on the mission, I started to feel weak and lightheaded, explained Ochako. Izuku panicked. Are you alright? Did you overuse your quirk? Did you eat properly? Ochako chuckled. Izuku, listen to me. The doctors checked me out and everything is fine, we are doing just fine. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, what did you say? Ochako then placed Izuku's hand on her belly. We are doing fine. It took a second, but Izuku finally understood what she meant. Are you serious? Ochako nodded as tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, the doctors ran some tests and it was confirmed. I'm pregnant. Izuku's face was full of gleam as he picked up Ochako by the waist. That's amazing news. Oh, we should make preparations. We'll have to remodel the rooms. I should have some of my men protecting you, and a name. We need to come up with a name. Izuku was so lost in his little world that he didn't notice Ochako had used her quirk on him. Now several meters in the air, Izuku looked around. Izuku, calm down. The baby is still far from here. We have time. Finally taking a breath, Izuku calmed down. You're right, I'm sorry. Ochako shook her head. Don't you ever apologize for being happy, especially not for this reason. Deactivating her quirk, Ochako and Izuku landed back on the sand. We should go tell your parents, suggested Ochako. Izuku agreed, but what about yours? We had to tell them too. We will, but we should go visit them first. It has been a while, said Ochako. You're right, it has been a while. Alright, let's go. Giving Ochako a suit to breathe underwater, the two then jumped into the water and grabbing Izuku's hand, the two went off to Atlantis. Arriving at the royal palace, Izuku made his way towards the back of the gardens. There they found two massive statues, one of the former king, and one of the former queen. Izuku was always nervous visiting their graves, but with Ochako at his side he felt as if he could do anything. Hey mom, hey dad, it's been a while since I last visited. Things have been busy lately, but that's no excuse. You guys remember Ochako, right? Well, we have some news. Ochako could feel Izuku squeeze her hand. We are going to be parents. I can't say or promise that I'll be a good father, but I can say that I'll do anything for the kid. Dad, you taught me everything that I know. And I hope to pass that on. I just wish that you two were here to hold your grandchild. Ochako then hugged Izuku as he breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, okay, that was tougher than I thought it would be. Izuku, look at me. Whatever happens, whatever the world throws at us, we will face it together. We are family after all, said Ochako. Izuku smiled. I know, thank you, Ochako. I don't know what I would do without you. As the two embraced, a bright light suddenly blinded Izuku. Closing his eyes, Izuku tried to shield himself from the light. What? After a few seconds the shine was gone. Ochako? Are you there? Opening his eyes, Izuku was met by darkness. He tried to move and the sensation was like if he was in water. Huh? Where am I? That's when Izuku suddenly felt something pulling on him. It felt like a vortex. Izuku tried to swim up, away from whatever was pulling him, but try as he couldn't escape. Falling into the vortex, Izuku felt the sensation in his arms and legs disappear. Then came the feeling of something warm. Am I dead? What he was feeling was the warm embrace of death's arms wrapping around him. Done. Izuku is dead. That's it, end of story. Or is he? There is one more chapter left to this story. Maybe a special chapter. But this story is just about over. Shigaraki is now dead. Overhaul is dead. But will Izuku survive? Find out next time on the final chapter, 59 chapter 26, for the future. Welcome to the last chapter of Son of the Sea. Thank you all so much for the support, it really means a lot. Stick around to the end for an announcement, so without further ado let's just jump into it. For the future, Ochako sobbed in Sue's chest as they stood over Izuku's lifeless body. Aizawa felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. We should get him out of here. He shouldn't spend any more time here. Lemillion agreed, and taking off his cape he wrapped it around Izuku and covered his body. Uraraka, would you like to or should I? Asked Lemillion. Ochako wiped away the tears. I can't, I'll do it. Everyone turned to find Eri. I may not have known him, but in the short while that I did he taught me that my life was worth more than I thought. He called me his daughter, so let me do it.
Ochako nodded, it would mean a lot to him. Walking over, Eri reached down and lifted Izuku's body. She then began to walk over to an ambulance and put him on a stretcher. Herself and Ochako was then loaded in. They would be taken to the hospital for their injuries. On the ride there, Ochako touched his covered face. You really loved him, didn't you? Asked Eri.
Ochako nodded. Yes, I do. I just wish we could have spent more time together. If you were his lover, does that make you my mom? Asked Eri. Ochako smiled. I guess it does. And I swear to you, that I will always protect you, no matter what happens. She then laughed. My parents are going to flip when they hear I have a daughter. However, that's when it happened. A loud thud was heard and out of nowhere the ambulance came to a screeching stop. What's going on? Asked Ochako. Eri was about to move to the front when all of a sudden the back doors to the ambulance were ripped off. Lady Ochako. Apologies for our rude behavior. But you must come with us, said an Atlantean soldier. Ochako couldn't believe it. What are you guys doing here? There's no time to explain it all, but what you need to know is that we can still save His Majesty. Ochako's eyes widened.
Without even hesitating, Ochako grabbed Eri and quickly followed the soldiers. Two of the men grabbed Izuku and began to carry him to an Atlantean hovercraft. Getting inside, they quickly made their way towards Atlantis' royal capital.
Not even 5 minutes had gone by when they reached the capital. Rushing Izuku inside, they quickly took him to the medical wing. Ochako and Eri were quickly rushed to a room and told to wait for Trinity. Mom, what is this place? Asked Eri. This is your dad's kingdom. You see, your dad is actually the king of Atlantis, explained Ochako. Which makes you little one, the princess, said Trinity as she walked through the doors. Trinity, am I glad to see you. So what's going on? Where did they take Izuku? And can they really bring him back? Asked Ochako. They are prepping Izuku for the ritual now. He has been officially dead for about 10 minutes now. Normally a human wouldn't be able to come back, but an Atlantean can. With of course a bit of help, explained Trinity.
That's amazing. I didn't think Atlantean medicine was that advanced. So do it. Save him, said Ochako. We can't, not yet at least. You see, what we are about to do is not medicine. It's closer to what you call magic. Like those enhancements Izuku had around his body, said Trinity.
Ochako was confused, but if it meant that they could save Izuku then she was all for it. Magic? Okay, whatever, just save him. That's the thing, we need you to help us. However, as Trinity was going to explain, Ochako interrupted. Ochako rolled up her sleeve. Do you need blood? Fine, take as much as you need. Even Eri here can give some blood. That's when Trinity snapped. Listen Ochako, you can help us, but this decision will directly affect your life. Ochako stayed silent. In order to perform the ritual, we need to link his heart to another. If successful we can bring him back. But there's a drawback. Once both hearts become one, they too will be locked together. If one dies, the other will too.
Ochako's eyes widened. So that means, if something were to happen to me, Izuku would die.
Trinity nodded, and vice versa. But that's not all. We've only done this on Atlanteans. Even then this is ancient magic, so we haven't performed it in centuries. There's no telling what else could happen to you. For all we know it might shorten your lifespan by years. Ochako looked through the glass. Are there any other options? No, His Majesty was actually the one who told me to get this prepared if it came down to it, said Trinity. Izuku knew he would die? Ochako pressed her hand on the glass. I'll do it, even if it shortens my life. I'll make sure to treasure the time I have with him. Trinity could see the determination burning in Ochako's eyes, and found herself kneeling before her. Please Ochako, no, Your Majesty, save the king. Eri, stay here, I won't take long. Eri nodded. Ochako then turned to Trinity, let's go. Getting up, Trinity escorted Ochako to a room. The doctors were doing everything they could to get Izuku ready. Ochako was then laid down on a bed right next to Izuku. Looking over, Ochako could see his hand. Reaching out, she gently grabbed it. It was cold. Just hold on, Izuku, we'll get you back. We are ready, Ochako, said Trinity. Looking around the room, Ochako could see Atlantean markings all over the wall. Fair warning, this might hurt a bit. Ochako's pupils dilated as a sharp pain shot up her spine and spread throughout her body. It was the second worst pain she had gone through, the first being when she got shot. With Izuku now floated inside an empty void. He couldn't see, feel, or smell anything. There was just nothing. So this is how death feels like. Honestly, I expected more. Is there even a heaven or hell? Oh, there is, trust me on that, said a voice echoing throughout the void. Izuku looked around. He knew that voice well. Pearl? All of a sudden from the void a speck of white appeared. The ball stopped in front of Izuku before shining bright. Izuku shielded his eyes, and when he reopened them he noticed that the black void had turned into an underwater landscape. You just had to go and die, huh? Said Pearl. Izuku turned around to find Pearl standing in front of him. Pearl, Izuku couldn't help himself. He lunged forward and hugged her, much to Pearl's surprise. Pearl was shocked at first but quickly returned the hug. Hey Izuku. Izuku tightened his grip on his dearest friend. I'm so sorry, you died so I wouldn't die, and now here I am. I wasted the life you gave me. Pearl smiled. You idiot, you didn't waste it. Sure, it was a bit shorter than I thought it was going to be, but I kind of expected that. Always thinking ahead, huh? Said Izuku as he let go of Pearl. There's so much I want to tell you. The heroes, and, I can't seem to remember. I wanted to talk about someone but I can't remember who. Hey, don't stress about it. You can tell me all about it later. But first, there are some people who want to see you. Pearl then grabbed Izuku's hand and began to drag him along. Izuku didn't know what was going on, but he went along either way. They soon came upon a coral reef. In the distance Izuku could see two people. Pearl slowed down and stopped a few meters away. Go, they're waiting for you. Giving Izuku a gentle push, he made his way towards the two people. His eyes widened when he saw who one of them was. Dad. Standing there was Izuku's father. My son. Swimming over, Izuku gave his father a hug. I missed you so much. I never got the chance to say goodbye. I'm so sorry. I know, son, and it's fine you're here now. And that's all that matters, said Nero. As the two shared a moment, Nero was suddenly hit on the back of the head. And what am I? Seaweed. Nero rubbed the back of his head. I was getting to you, dear. Izuku, you may not know this, but this beautiful woman is your. Even before Nero could finish his sentence, Izuku gave her a hug with tears in his eyes. Mom. Her hair was green and long. Her eyes were exactly like Izuku's, only with a hint of blue behind the green. Testa was her name, and she died before Izuku could see her, but he knew that this woman was his mother. How I longed to see you, my son, said Testa. I've always wanted to see you too, mother, said Izuku. Breaking from the hug, he looked up at his mother. Sorry about your trident, Mom. I lost it fighting someone from the surface. Don't worry about it. I had plenty more. To tell you the truth, I actually had several dozen of them made, explained Testa. Yeah, because you kept breaking them. The weaponsmiths hated her, explained Nero. Lady Testa, destroyer of weapons, that's what they used to call her. Testa pouted. It's not my fault they couldn't make a weapon strong enough for me. Izuku laughed. It's good to see you like this. I feared that I'd never get the chance. Testa smiled at her soon. Me too, Izuku. And hey, you have your father's looks for better or worse. I bet you're super popular with the ladies. Izuku blushed slightly. There is actually one girl. Her name is, surprisingly, Izuku couldn't remember the girl's name. What was her name? How could I forget her? That's when Nero placed a hand on his shoulder. It's alright, Izuku. I'm sure it will come to you. For now, let's talk about everything you've done. Izuku nodded. Sure, this might take a while though. The family, once again united as one, talked for what felt like hours. Izuku talked about his time in Ua. His parents even told him about the time they met. However, as they talked, Izuku couldn't shake a feeling of unease. He was forgetting someone important. By the end of it, the trio laughed, cried, and smiled together, like a family should. Wow, I can't believe how much you've gone through, Izuku, said Testa. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I surprised myself too. So Atlantis is doing well then? Asked Nero. For the most part, yeah, we are building a strong relationship with the surface. It hasn't been easy though, said Izuku. Well, I'm just glad my dreams are finally coming true. I love the surface. So Izuku, I have to know, did you have a girlfriend? Your father told me Pearl was supposed to be your wife, but I see that didn't work out, said Testa. Izuku rolled his eyes. Mom. But I actually did, but I can't seem to remember her name or even what she looks like. It's strange. That's when Pearl appeared. Don't you remember, Izuku? Her name is JTHGAJ. The words coming out of Pearl's mouth was nothing but a jumbled mess of letters. What did you say? Oh, that's right. I remember her now. It was the girl from your class. JWLLQ'd, said Nero. Again, Izuku heard nothing. What? I can't understand you guys. What are you saying? Izuku. A voice then suddenly called out to him. Looking around, Izuku didn't see anyone. Did you guys hear that? Pearl, Nero, and Testa all looked at each other. No, we didn't. Strange, I swear someone called out to me, said Izuku. That's when it happened again. Izuku. There, just now. Did you hear it? asked Izuku. But again no one else heard it. Now his parents were starting to get worried. Are you alright Izuku? Asked Testa. I don't know, ever since I got here I've gotten the feeling that I'm missing something, explained Izuku. Nero and Testa looked at each other and smiled. It's time Izuku. Time for what? Asked Izuku, confused. Time for you to go, explained Testa. Your time isn't here yet. Someone is calling for you. Once again the voice called to him, Izuku. This time Izuku recognized the voice. Oh Ochako? Go to her son. She's waiting for you, said Nero as he stood with his wife. But I don't want to leave you, said Izuku as tears welled up in his eyes. Testa shook her head. Sorry Izuku, but you don't have a choice, look. Looking at his feet Izuku noticed that he was starting to fade. No, I want to spend more time with you. We know, and we want to spend more time with you as well but now is not the time. There are people that still care for you, Izuku, you can't leave them, said Nero. Izuku balled his fist, but, it's okay kid, go, we'll be waiting for you, said Testa. With tears in his eyes Izuku ran towards his parents and for the final time hugged them. Just promise us one thing, alright? Izuku looked up to see his parents smiling at him. Be happy. I will, I swear I will. Next time we meet I'll be sure to bring Ochako with me. She's a kind, gentle person, but she is also a strong woman who doesn't take anything lying down. Confident in what she does, and an amazing hero. Testa ran her hand behind Izuku's head. She sounds like the perfect fit for you Izuku. Now go, don't keep her waiting. Izuku nodded. Breaking the hug he turned to Pearl. He was going to say something but Pearl stopped him. It's okay, I know, now go. Thanks Pearl. And you too, Mom, Dad. I'll be sure to be an amazing king, one that you can take pride in. Izuku's body was now completely transparent. We are already proud of you son, they both said. With that Izuku's body disappeared into nothingness. With Ochako, did it work? Asked Ochako as she got up from the bed. Trinity went to check on Izuku. She reached out for a pulse but didn't find it. Looking away Trinity gritted her teeth. No. With tears in her eyes Ochako made her way towards Izuku. Now standing at the edge of the bed Ochako turned to Trinity. Can you give us a moment? Trinity nodded, of course. Walking out of the room Ochako was left alone with Izuku. Tears hit the floor as she stood by Izuku's side. I'm so sorry Izuku. If you hadn't ever met me, maybe you would still be alive. She then placed her head on his chest. His once beating heart would sound in her ear. But now, only the sound of nothingness was heard. Touching his hand she felt how cold it was. I'm so sorry Izuku. As Ochako cried she suddenly felt a squeeze. Looking up she looked at Izuku's face. Izuku? All of a sudden the entire room began to shake violently. What's going on? Trinity and Eri soon ran into the room. Mom, what's going on? Asked Eri. I don't know, is this supposed to happen Trinity? Ochako asked as cracks began to appear on the walls and ceiling. This room is breaking apart. It's not only the room, all of Atlantis is shaking, explained Trinity. We need to go, yelled out Eri. Something is coming. Turning around, Ochako found that Eri's eyes were burning with power. Eri, your powers. I didn't mean to, it's almost as if it turned on by itself. Forget that, this room is going to collapse. Let's go. Running towards Ochako, Eri grabbed her mother and began to run towards the door. Trinity was right behind them, but just as they were about to open the door something behind them pushed them. Slamming against the door the three managed to rip it right off its hinges. The explosion was so strong that they managed to slam against the wall. Falling to the floor Ochako looked back to find a wall of water rushing towards them. Trinity. Swallowed by the water, Ochako struggled to breath. As she did have Izuku's blood, Eri was able to breathe and move around in the water. Now completely submerged, Trinity handed Eri a small device. Put this on her. Eri nodded. She went off to find Ochako through the water. Eventually she managed to slap the device onto her back. Now able to breathe, Ochako relaxed. We need to check on Izuku. The three nodded and quickly swam their way into the room. There they were surprised to see a massive hole in the ceiling leading out. Did something crash from the outside? Questioned Trinity. No, look. The damage on the ceiling looks like someone punched out of here. But the only person in the room besides us was. Ochako looked through the hole. There's no way. Swimming up the rushing water Ochako found herself atop the royal palace. There she found something that surprised her. Izuku? There floating in the water was Izuku, his eyes glowing green with power. Izuku. Ochako, where am I? He asked as the green glow faded from his eyes. Without warning Ochako hugged Izuku. You idiot, I thought I lost you. Izuku hugged Ochako. I'm sorry I made you worry again. Looks like I did die. It's strange though, everything felt like a dream. I met Pearl, my dad, and even my mom. It was so nice, but then I heard you calling out to me. I just had to come running to you. Ochako laughed. You almost destroyed the palace. Trinity is not going to be happy about this. As the two hugged a small voice was heard. Dad? Eri, oh thank goodness you're safe. What happened after, did we win? Asked Izuku. Eri nodded. Yeah we won. Mom here killed Shigaraki, and I took care of Overhaul. Good, good. Like I said before Eri, you are my daughter, no one will hurt you again. That I can promise you. Izuku then felt his head pulsate. Falling over, he was held up by Ochako. I think I need to lay down for a second. Ochako nodded. I think that would be for the best. A few days later, now having been patched up and checked thoroughly, Izuku was finally able to go back to his kingly duties. One of them was to make sure people knew that he was alive. He went back to Ua to thank all of the heroes that participated in freeing Eri. However, that's when he got the news of Night Eye's death. I'm sorry about Night Eye, Mirio. Izuku was currently walking through Ua with Mirio. Yeah, I'm sorry too. But hey, at least we saved Eri. I'm sure if Sir was still alive, he would have wanted to make sure she was safe. Now that she's going with you, I'm 100% sure she is. I will take care of her as if she was my own child, said Izuku. Mirio nodded. I'll hold you to that. That reminds me, I don't remember much, but apparently you gave me some of your power. I can't feel the power anymore, so does that mean you have it again? Asked Izuku. Oh that, yeah, I have the power again. I won't lie to you, Izuku, when I gave you it I thought I lost it forever. But if it meant that you could save Eri, then it would have been worth it. Looks like it all worked out in the end, said Mirio. Izuku smiled. I guess it did. Still though, that power I felt, it was amazing. Well, what do you say, you up for a quick sparring match? Asked Mirio. If you think you can handle it, sure, said Izuku. No, Izuku. Turning around, Izuku found Ochako stomping over to him. The doctor said you should still take it easy for a couple of days. Izuku sighed. Fine, sorry Mirio, maybe next time? I'll be here, said Mirio. Well, I'll see you two around. Ochako walked beside Izuku. Tell me the truth, if you were to fight Mirio, who would win? Izuku thought about it. The power I felt was similar to All Might's, so I'm guessing he found a way to pass on his quirk. But Mirio is different, he's stronger. I would even go so far and say he's stronger than All Might. I could take on All Might and win, but with him, I'm not so sure. I spent most of my life training, so I would win most times, but let's just say if we ever did fight seriously, we would need a whole city to fight in. I see, well come on, Eri is waiting for us. Izuku nodded. The two then made their way towards Class 1A's dorms. Walking inside, Izuku and Ochako watched as Eri was surrounded by most of Class 1A. Looks like she's adjusting well to life away from overhaul, said Izuku. Ochako nodded. Yeah, she is. So how did Atlantis take it when they found out that they had a princess? The people were shocked to say the least, but they mostly accepted her. I'm actually planning a ceremony where I will officially declare her my kid and heir to the throne. Some thought that you and I had a kid, explained Izuku. Ochako blushed. Me and you having a kid, at this age? Well, you never know, maybe later, said Izuku, giving Ochako a quick kiss on the cheek.
As Eri laughed and smiled, she managed to see Ochako. Mom. Come look at my hair.
I'll be right there, Eri. Ochako then made her way towards Eri. Izuku stood back and admired the smile on the two most important people in his life. That's not the only thing I have planned. Atlantis. 1 week later, Izuku sat on this throne, trident in hand, as Class 1A stood on the side of the room, all wearing formal wear and the breathing device. There were also members of Izuku's cabinet standing on the other side of the class. Ochako wore a pink dress that showed off her shoulders and a green bow in her hair. The ceremony was being broadcasted throughout Atlantis. People will know who Eri is. As the room was filled with chatter, a guard suddenly opened the door, now announcing the arrival of Eri Midoriya. Silence quickly followed as the door to the throne room opened up. Izuku got up from his throne and began to walk down the steps as Eri walked in wearing a modified version of the costume she wore. Now only this time she had on Atlantean armor pieces. They tried to fit her in a dress, but she refused. Making it to the steps, she stopped and kneeled before Izuku. The room soon quickly followed suit. Stand, all of you.
Getting up, Eri looked up to see Izuku smiling. Eri Midoriya, that name suits you.
Eri smiled. Thanks, Dad. Oh, I mean, Your Majesty.
Izuku chuckled. No need for that, Eri. Let it be known from this day on, Eri Midoriya is now the daughter of Izuku Kaito Midoriya, and Princess of Atlantis.
Grabbing his trident, Izuku then touched Eri's shoulders, officially declaring her his daughter and an heir to the throne of Atlantis. The room instantly erupted in cheer. Eri looked at everyone. Is it really okay? What? Asked Izuku. For me to be this happy, she asked with tears in her eyes. Izuku smiled. Reaching down, he picked her up. Of course it is. Long live Princess Eri. Long live Princess Eri. The room chanted out. As the crowd cheered, Izuku turned to Eri. You want to help me with something else? Eri nodded. Yes. Izuku then whispered something into Eri's ear. Everyone in the room and watching were confused. They were even more confused when Eri suddenly jumped off of Izuku and ran towards Ochako. Reaching out, Eri grabbed her hand and began to drag her towards Izuku. Eri, what are you doing? She asked. Trust me, you are going to love this, is all Eri could say before she stopped in front of Izuku. Izuku struck his trident to the floor. This meant one thing. Izuku was about to announce something important. Ochako Uraraka, my girlfriend, my love. We weren't meant to meet, but not even the 7 seas were able to keep us apart. We were destined to meet. Ochako blushed. Izuku, what are you saying? Everyone in Atlantis is watching. It's embarrassing. It's not only Atlantis, this is being broadcasted throughout the world. Ochako's eyes widened. I want the entire world to hear. Hear what? Asked Ochako. Everyone in the room, No, the entire world gasped when they saw Izuku fall to one knee. Reaching into his pocket, Izuku pulled out a clamshell. Normally you would find a pearl, but when Izuku opened it up, a stunning blue diamond ring gleamed.
Ochako took a step back in pure surprise. Izuku.
Ochako, you are the light in my life. You were there when my father died, you were there when I was near death, you were there when we stopped a war between our two worlds, and you were there when I died. You are the most caring, loving, and courageous person I've ever known. And I can't think of another person I'd rather spend the rest of my life with. So, Ochako Uraraka, will you marry me? Ochako stood in shock as she looked at the ring, and then back to Izuku. I don't know what to say. This is all so sudden. What about my parents, did you ask them? Izuku nodded. I did, and they said yes. Your father was a bit intimidating, but in the end they gave us their blessing. So what do you say, Ochako, will you make me the happiest person on the planet? With tears in her eyes and a small blush on her cheeks, Ochako nodded. Yes, I accept. The girls in class 1A wooed as Izuku slid the ring onto Ochako's left ring finger. That's when the throne room was filled with the sound of chanting, kiss, 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 kiss. Even the guards were chanting. All throughout Atlantis the people chanted. Getting up, Izuku grabbed Ochako by the waist. Let's give the people what they want. Ochako smiled. Let's. The two then kissed. Cheers of jubilation echoed throughout the royal palace and beyond. I know you still want to be a hero and all, so we'll wait until after you become a hero to have a wedding. How does that sound? Asked Izuku. Ah, you sure you can wait that long? Asked Ochako. For you, I'd wait until the end of time. Besides, it will give us the perfect chance to deepen our bonds at UA. Izuku then grabbed Ochako's hand. I love you. I love you too, Izuku. Wait, you're coming back to UA? Asked Ochako, surprised. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I was talking with Nezu about Eri, and he found it better that Eri go live at UA. A giant palace isn't the best place for a girl that went through so much to live at. Explained Izuku. We also talked about me coming back, and well, I can't be there every day because of my duties to the crown. However, I'll be there 4 days out of the week. Ochako smiled. Whatever time I can get with you I'll take. Izuku put his hand around Ochako's waist. Yeah, we can be a real family. Ochako then motioned for Eri. Jumping up, Eri landed into Ochako's arms. Now we're a family. Long live the royal family, long live King Izuku, long live Queen Ochako, long live Princess Eri. The transmission ended and the world now knew that Ochako would be the queen of Atlantis. From that day on, both worlds will come together to learn and grow from each other. All thanks to a countryside girl that lived in Japan and a prince from an underwater world. Their union would break down the walls separating the two worlds, just like how the old Queen Testa wanted. They couldn't promise peace in the world, but they could promise to make the world a better place for both land and sea. Wow wow wow, okay, well everyone, that was the end of this story. I don't know what to say, but thank you. Thank you for sticking around and reading my story. Thank you for your comments, good and bad. Thank you for the ideas and encouragement some of you gave me. I honestly wouldn't be writing this and other stories if it wasn't for you, so thank you. As I said before, there might be a special chapter, might. Still not sure, if I did do one, it might be for their wedding or maybe when they have a kid or something. Let me know if I should or not. Also, I already have another story lined up, and I won't spoil much, but let's just say some of my stories might cross over into the new one. That's all you'll get. Try and guess who. Yes, it's another superhero. But the new story should be out in 2 weeks. In the meantime, check out my other stories. I'll see you guys all later, so stay safe.